CB. They shook hands. Bean looked around the room. I didn't even know this place existed. You should advertise better. We could do a better job of public awareness, Caleb conceded. It was a nice funeral, Bean said, abruptly changing the subject. As far as funerals can be nice, of course. Yes, it was. It was good meeting your wife. Right. Anyway, I was downtown meeting with some folks on the hill and thought I'd drop by. All this time I was Jonathan's neighbor, and never once have I seen where he worked. Well, better late than never. I guess Jonathan really loved his work here. He did. Always the first one in. So, can you give me a tour of the place? You keep really rare books here, I understand. Hence the name Rare Books Reading Room. Caleb had a sudden thought. It went against certain library protocols, but what the hell? It could be important in finding out who killed Jonathan. He said, Would you like to go into the vaults? Yes, Bean said, almost too quickly. Caleb gave him the standard tour, which he ended near the spot where Jonathan DeHaven had been killed. Was it Caleb's imagination? Or did Bean's gaze linger just a beat too long on the fire-suppressant gas nozzle sticking out of the wall? His suspicion was confirmed when Bean pointed at it. What's that? Caleb explained about the system. We're actually going to replace the gas we use with another one that's more ozone-friendly. Well, thanks for the tour. After Bean had left, Caleb called Stone and told him about this encounter. After he had hung up with Stone, Caleb picked up the book he'd brought from DeHaven's vault and walked to the Conservation and Preservation Division. He headed to a table where a thin man wearing a green apron was carefully turning the pages of an incunabulum work from Germany. Hello, Monty, Caleb said. Monty Chambers looked up from behind thick black glasses and rubbed his bald head with a gloved hand. He didn't speak, but merely nodded at Caleb. Got a freelance job for you, Monty, if you have time. Caleb held up the book. The Sound and the Fury. It has some water damage to the boards. It belonged to Jonathan DeHaven. I'm handling the sale of his collection. Monty examined the novel. How soon? Oh, you have plenty of time. We're in the early stages yet.
Regina Collins,
Annabelle said in a brisk manner, handing the woman her card.
I called ahead for an appointment with Mr. Keller.
She and Milton were standing in the reception area of Keller and Mahoney, architects. A minute later, a tall man in his 50s with wavy gray hair strode out to meet them. Ms. Collins, he said. They shook hands, and she handed him one of her business cards.
Mr. Keller, what a pleasure. Thank you for taking the time to see us on such short notice. My assistant was supposed to call you before we left France. Suffice it to say, I'm getting a new assistant.
She indicated Milton.
My associate, Leslie Haynes.
Milton managed to say hello and shake the man's hand, though he didn't look very comfortable doing either.
Forgive the jet lag,
Annabelle said quickly, noting his awkwardness.
We usually take the afternoon flight here, but it was booked. We had to get up before dawn, Paris time. A real killer.
Not to worry, I can relate. Please, come on back, Keller said amiably. In his office, they all sat at a small conference table.
I know you're a busy man, so I'll get right to the point. As I said in my call, I'm the managing director with a startup architectural magazine for the trade in Europe.
She opened a leather briefcase she'd brought with her and pulled out a notebook.
For the inaugural issue, we wanted to do a story on the renovation of the Jefferson Building that was undertaken by your firm in partnership with the architect of the Capitol.
Keller nodded. That was a great honor for us.
And a long job from 1984 until 1995, correct?
You've done your homework. That also included redoing the Adams Building across the street, as well as cleaning and conservation of the murals in the Jefferson Building. I can tell you it dominated my life for 10 years.
And you did a brilliant job. From what I understand, it was a Herculean task simply to rework the main reading area.
It did have its challenges, although you're looking at a building that was constructed over 100 years ago. Given that, they did a hell of a job back then.
I have to say the re-gilding of the Torch of Learning's flame at the apex of the dome with 23.5-carat gold leaf was an inspired touch.
Well, I can't take credit for that one, but it does look terrific against the roof's copper patina.
We won't be allowed to take any pictures of the construction plans, will we?
I'm afraid not. Security issues and all that.
Oh, I completely understand, but I had to ask. Can we at least look at them? When we do write the story, I want to be able to give full flavor to all the incredible ingenuity that your firm brought to the project.
Any particular phase you'd like to look at?
Well, all of it, really, but perhaps a focus on the basement and the second floor, which I heard were challenges, too.
It was all a challenge, Ms. Collins.
Please, call me Regina. And the reconfig of the HVAC.
That was a bear.
I can tell this is going to be a great article.
Annabelle cooed. Keller picked up the phone, and minutes later they were looking over the architectural plans. Milton positioned himself such that he took in every inch of the drawings, mentally filing every detail away in far reaches of his brain. They went over the drawings for another half hour until Annabelle pronounced herself satisfied.
Leslie,
She said to Milton.
do you need to see anything else?
He shook his head and, smiling, put his finger to his temple. I've got it all up here. Annabelle laughed, and Keller quickly joined in. She took a photo of Keller and his partner Mahoney for the story and promised to send them a copy of the magazine when it came out.
Don't hold your breath, guys.
While Annabelle and Milton were meeting with the architects, Stone had ventured into the neighborhood where Bob Bradley had lived. He'd dressed in a floppy hat, oversized coat, and baggy pants. As he strolled down the street, he could see that all that was left of the townhouse was a blackened mass of toppled studs and a scorched brick chimney. Stone looked around the area. It was not a particularly affluent part of town. Being a congressman was not the financial windfall that some people thought it was. Officially, Bradley's murder was still an ongoing investigation, although the media, after a flurry of stories about it, had been uncharacteristically mum. Perhaps the police were starting to suspect that the terrorist group didn't really exist, and Bradley's death was due to something far more complex than the work of bigoted and violent lunatics. As he was looking around, he caught sight of something, immediately turned around and walked the other way. A white D.C. Public Works van had turned the corner and was heading his way. He did not intend to find out if it was a real Public Works van or full of people who specialized in causing other humans enormous pain. He turned right at the next corner and prayed that the van didn't follow. Although the area was crawling with feds, he could not assume that would protect him. The FBI might very well toss him in the van with the torturers and wave a hearty goodbye. With this thought, he called Reuben on his cell phone. The big man had just punched out at the loading dock. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Reuben, for all his faults, was as loyal and as brave a friend as Stone could possibly want. True to his word, Reuben came roaring down the road in his pickup truck, and Stone climbed in. Where's your motorcycle? Stone asked. Jerk-offs have seen it. Figured I'd keep it on the QT. When they were far away from the area, Reuben slowed and then stopped. I've been checking the side mirror, Oliver, he reported. I didn't see anything. Stone didn't look convinced. They must have seen me on the street. Your disguise fooled them. Stone shook his head. People like that aren't fooled so easily. Well, maybe they're keeping you on a short leash, hoping you'll lead them to the pot of gold. I'm afraid it'll be a long wait then. Meant to tell you, a buddy of mine from the Pentagon called me back. He didn't have a lot to say about being in that military contract, but he did tell me something interesting. I know some things have been reported in the press about secrets being stolen and leaks occurring, but it's a lot worse than the papers have reported. From what my friend said, there's some moles selling this country down the river to our enemies in the Middle East and Asia, among others. They met at Stone's cottage later that evening, and Annabelle and Milton reported on their session with the architects. Relying on his astonishing memory, Milton had drawn out a detailed plan of the locations of both the fire room and the HVAC line. Caleb studied the drawings. I know exactly where that is. I thought it was just a storage room. Is it locked? Stone asked. I suppose it might be. I'm sure I have some keys that will probably fit it, Stone said. Caleb looked startled. Keys? What's that supposed to mean?
I think it means he's planning on breaking into the room.
Oliver, you can't be serious. Against my better judgment, I let you impersonate a German scholar to get into the vault. But I absolutely draw the line on burglarizing the Library of Congress. Stone said, Caleb, if we don't get into that room, all the risk in getting the plan details will have been for nothing. He pointed at the drawing. And you can see that the HVAC line running to the vault is also located in the fire suppression room. We can check both out at the same time. Caleb shook his head. That room is located off the main basement corridor. There are usually lots of people walking along there. We'll get caught. If we act like we're supposed to be there, no one will challenge us.
He's right, Caleb.
I'm going too, Reuben added. I'm tired of being left out of all the fun. Caleb managed to get Stone and Reuben through security on the strength of his credentials and the lie that they were important visitors looking at an exhibit after hours. As they took the elevator down to the basement, Caleb complained, Well, I don't feel all that different for having committed a felony. Oh, the felony's coming up, Caleb, Stone said, showing his friend the ring of special keys. What you did back there was probably no more than a misdemeanor. They located the room, which had large double doors. Stone quickly found the key on his ring that would fit the lock. A moment later, they were inside the spacious room. The fire suppression equipment was against one wall. The cylinders were huge, each probably weighing nearly a ton. Several of them were connected to pipes that ran to the ceiling and beyond. The labels on the cylinders all read Halon 1301. Fire Control Incorporated, Stone said, reading the name of the company that had installed the equipment, which was also written on the cylinders. Reuben looked over Stone's shoulders. You can't really tell if they've been discharged or not. Stone moved to the HVAC ductwork and pulled out the drawing Milton had done. He glanced at a section of ductwork that rose straight to the ceiling. Why are you so interested in the HVAC, Oliver? Reuben asked. Caleb, remember the vent in the ductwork near where Jonathan's body was found? The grill was bent. If someone placed a camera attached to a long cable inside the ductwork in the book vault and bent the grill open, the camera would have a clean shot of the vault area where Jonathan was that morning. And if someone was down here with a receiver attached by that cable to the camera, I believe he could see everything going on up there, including Jonathan's movements. Damn, Reuben said. And they used the ductwork because that was the only way to run the cable. A wireless signal might not go through all the concrete and other obstructions. What the hell's that? Reuben hissed. Alarmed, Stone looked at the door. Someone's coming. Quick, behind here. They scrambled behind the HVAC system. They had barely gotten out of sight before the double doors opened. 4 men came in, all wearing blue jumpsuits. Right behind them, a forklift sailed into the room, driven by a 5th man. Another, obviously the boss, held a clipboard as the others gathered around him. Okay, we're taking this one, and that one, he said, pointing at 3 cylinders, including 2 attached to the piping. And replacing them with the 3 on the forklift, he added. The men went to work carefully unhooking the enormous pressurized cylinders from the pipes, while Stone and the others watched from their hiding place. A half-hour later, the 3 cylinders were lifted up by the forklift and strapped on. Next, the 3 cylinders the men had brought in were attached to the piping system. Then the forklift moved out of the room, with the other men trailing. As soon as the doors closed behind the men, Stone went over to the newly installed cylinders and read the labels. FM 200. Caleb, you said the library was scrapping the halon system. They must be replacing it with this type of fire suppressant. I suppose, Caleb replied. Okay, we've got to follow them, Stone said. Which way is the loading dock? The Nova followed the Fire Control Incorporated truck at a discreet distance. Caleb was driving, Stone next to him, and Reuben in the rear. Why don't we just call the police and let them handle it? Caleb complained. And tell them what? Stone said. We need stealth here, not the cops. The truck had halted at a chain-link gate that a man inside the complex was now opening. "It's the storage facility," Stone said. The truck pulled through, and the gate was locked behind it. "Well, that's all we can do here," Caleb said in a relieved tone. Stone said, "We need to get inside the fence." "Right," Reuben agreed. "Are you both insane?" Caleb cried out. "You can wait in the car, Caleb," Stone said, "but I have to check out what's going on in there." "But if you get caught?" "Then we get caught. I think it's worth it," Stone replied. "And I can stay in the car?" Caleb said slowly. "But that doesn't seem fair if you two are risking—" Stone cut him off. "If we need to get away quickly, it's better to have you in the car ready to roll." "Absolutely, Caleb," Reuben agreed. "Well, if you say so." Caleb tightened his grip on the wheel and got a determined look. "I have been known to lay down rubber on occasion." Stone and Reuben slipped out of the car and made their way toward the fence. Hiding behind a stack of old boards outside the storage complex, they watched as the truck parked in a corner of the lot. The men climbed off the truck and walked into the main building. A few minutes later, the men, wearing their street clothes, drove off in their own cars. A security guard locked the gate behind them and went back into the main building. They slowly scaled the fence and quietly dropped down on the other side, squatted low, and started making their way toward the truck. Halfway there, Stone veered away from the truck toward a small concrete block building near the rear of the fence. Reuben hurried after him. The door had a lock, but one of Stone's keys fit it. Inside, the place was filled with large cylinders. Stone took out a small flashlight he'd brought with him and shone it on some of the cylinders and read off FM 200, Intergen, Halon 1301, CO2, FE 25. He stopped and came back to the CO2 cylinder, studying the markings closely. Reuben nudged him. "Look," he said, pointing at a sign on the wall. Stone sucked in a breath. "Fire Control is a subsidiary of Paradigm Technologies Incorporated. Cornelius Behan's company," Reuben muttered, "which means he lied to Caleb when he pretended not to know what the gas nozzle was in the vault." Back outside, Stone and Reuben headed toward the truck. Stone said, "Keep a lookout while I check." He scampered up in the bed of the truck. It had an open back with wooden slats all around to keep the cargo in. He used his light to see the painted labels on the cylinders. All but one read Halon 1301. The other's label read FM 200. Stone pulled from his jacket pocket a small can of turpentine and a rag that he'd taken from the storage building, and started applying turpentine over the cylinder with the label FM 200. Come on, Reuben said, his gaze darting in all directions. As the coat of paint started to dissolve, Stone stopped rubbing and shone his light on the label that had been painted over. He rubbed some more until it was finally revealed. CO2, he read. 5,000 ppm. Roger Seagraves drove his rental car to a motel, drawing a special key out of his pocket as he exited his car. With 10 quick strides, he was at the door of a room on the second level. As he stepped into the room, Seagraves could sense the other person's presence, but said nothing. He took off his clothes and climbed into bed with her. She was soft, curvy, warm, and, most important of all for his purposes, a shift supervisor at NSA. An hour later, each of them satisfied, he dressed and smoked a cigarette while she showered. The water in the shower stopped. He knocked on the bathroom door and opened it. He helped her out of the shower, gave her naked ass a squeeze, and dropped another kiss on her. I love you, she said, nuzzling his ear. You mean you love the money, he answered back. That too, she cooed, dropping her hand to his crotch and pressing against him. One a night, he said. I'm not 18 anymore. He tried to pull away, but she wouldn't let go. The money wire goes out on schedule? As soon as I get my cash, you get yours, sweetie. And she cooed again, and this time let him free. While she finished in the bathroom, he walked back into the other room, flicked on a light, grabbed her purse off the nightstand, and slid the digital camera out of one of the inner pockets. He thumbed the 20-gig hard drive out of the slot and used his fingernail to scrape off a small black veneer from the back of the inch-long drive. He stared at the miniature object for a few seconds. Tiny in size, it represented at least $10 million, maybe more, to an eager buyer in the Middle East who did not like America knowing his plans of death and destruction for those who opposed him. The information on this black gem would balance out the fight, at least for a little while, until NSA figured out that their new surveillance program had been compromised. Then they'd change it. Seagraves would get another call, and he, in turn, would make a call. He used a bit of gum to stick the piece of veneer containing digital details of NSA's surveillance program behind one of his front teeth. Then he showered, changed, and drove home. He spent an hour digging the information out of the tiny device and another hour putting it in proper form for passing on. After he had finished that task, he fell into bed. Instead of sleeping, though, all he could think about was his next kill. That would enhance his precious collection by one. Back at his cottage, Stone quickly brought the others up to date on what they'd found. When he'd mentioned the hidden lettering on the cylinder reading CO2, 5,000 ppm, Milton had immediately gotten on his laptop, where he'd stored pertinent downloaded files from the internet. After Stone had finished speaking, Milton said,
CO2 is almost never used in occupied spaces because it can suffocate people, as it instantly takes oxygen content out of the air to extinguish fires. At 5,000 parts per million, it would be rapidly fatal for someone standing nearby. He'd be overcome before he could escape, and it's not a pleasant way to die.
"And I presume it has a cooling effect," Stone said. Milton nodded as he scanned his screen.
With high-pressure systems, there's a discharge of dry ice particles. They call it a snow effect, because it rapidly absorbs heat, reduces ambient temp, and helps prevent flash and reignition of the fire. The snow turns to vapor under normal temperatures and leaves no residue.
"But if DeHaven was killed by CO2 suffocation, wouldn't that have turned up in the autopsy?" Reuben asked.
While they'd been talking, Milton's hands had been flying over his keyboard. Not necessarily. While carbon monoxide poisoning can be detected post-mortem by the cherry-red appearance of the skin, carbon dioxide exposure doesn't leave such clear-cut signs.
Stone said, "The cylinder they removed with the label FM200 was the one I focused on, for obvious reasons." "I'm not getting what you mean," Reuben replied. "The library's scrapping the halon system. If I'm right, and they brought in a cylinder full of deadly CO2 with the wrong label to disguise it, they wouldn't have been bringing halon back to the library. That would have raised suspicion."
Right. They'd have to bring in the gas they were replacing the halon with. FM200, Caleb added. And they took it out tonight with a bunch of halon cylinders. If we hadn't been there, no one would have noticed.
The perfect murder,
Annabelle said grimly.
The question is why? Why would anyone want to kill Jonathan that badly?
"That takes us back to Cornelius Bean," Stone said. "Now we know that the lethal CO2 cylinder that killed DeHaven was switched for the halon. We also know that fire control is owned by Bean. The man obviously had DeHaven killed. And there must be some connection between Bean and Bob Bradley." Reuben ventured, "Maybe Bradley and Bean were part of the spy ring we think is operating here. Bradley comes to visit Bean at his home, and Jonathan saw or heard something he wasn't supposed to. Or he might have seen something that tied Bean to Bradley's murder. Bean found out about it and had him killed before DeHaven could tell anybody and lead the investigation to him." Stone said, "It's possible. We have a lot of ground to cover, so we need to split up. Caleb, you go into the vault first thing tomorrow and check behind that air conditioning grill for evidence of a camera having been placed there. Next, examine the video surveillance tapes for people going in the vault."
"What?" Caleb exclaimed.
"Why? You yourself said that whoever killed Jonathan would have to have access to both the library and the vault. I want to know who went in that vault a few days before DeHaven's death, and then after he was murdered."
"I can't just walk into security and demand to see the tapes. What possible reason would I give?"
I'll help you think of one, Caleb.
Stone continued, "Reuben, I want you to take up surveillance on Goodfellow Street, starting tonight. It's not the greatest place to spy on people, Oliver. Where do I post myself? Caleb can give you the key and passcode to get into DeHaven's house. You can slip in through the back without anyone seeing you. Milton asked, "What do you want me to do?" Your task is to find out as much as possible about any connection between the late Bob Bradley and Cornelius Behan. Nothing is too small to overlook.
And what are you going to do, Oliver?
I'm going to think. As the others were leaving, Annabelle drew Caleb aside.
How much do you trust your buddy Oliver?
Caleb blanched. I trust him with my life. In fact, I have trusted him with my life. At 10:15 in the morning EST, the state of New Jersey suffered its first earthquake in recent memory. The epicenter was Atlantic City, right where the Pompeii Casino rose from the boardwalk. Jerry Bagger had erupted slowly at first. Warning gases and rising rock temperature started off when his $48 million didn't return at 10 o'clock sharp. At 10 past the hour, when he was told there was some confusion about the whereabouts of the money, even his muscle men started to retreat a bit from his presence. 5 minutes later, the Casino King was told by his money guy, after contacting Al Banco, that not only was the $8 million in interest not coming his way, but neither was his original $40 million, since the bank had never received it. The first thing Bagger did was to try and kill the messenger. His rage uncontrollable, he most certainly would have beaten the money man to death if his security people hadn't pulled him off, pleading that the murder would be hard to cover up. Bagger next got on the phone and threatened to jump on a plane and fly down to El Banco and rip their hearts out one by one. The bank president challenged him to come, secure in the fact, he told Bagger, that he had an entire army guarding the premises, complete with tanks and artillery. It was revealed 2 hours later, after an intense evaluation, that very sophisticated spyware had been placed on the Pompeii's computer system, enabling the casino's money wires to be controlled by a third party. With that revelation, Bagger demanded a sterilized pistol and ordered the head of his IT department to report to his office. However, the doomed man was smart enough to make a run for it instead. Bagger's men caught up with him in Trenton. After an interrogation that could have made the CIA proud, it was clear the man was not part of the scam, but had been duped. The only thing this earned him from Bagger was a bullet to the brain delivered by the Casino King himself. Later that night, the body went into a landfill. And still, with all that murderous energy released, the quake continued to rumble unabated. "I will kill that bitch! Do you hear me?" Bagger was at the windows of his office, screaming this over and over to the people far below on the boardwalk. "Boss, please, we gotta keep a handle on this. The lawyers say it's gonna be hard keeping the police out of it as it is." "I'm gonna find her," Bagger said, looking back out the window. "I'm gonna find her, and I'm gonna kill her slow." "We'll get her, I swear, boss." Bagger finally seemed to calm a bit. "I want everything you can dig up on the bitch and to jerk off with her. Pull all the tapes off the cameras and take it around and get an ID. She's not some walk-off-the-street con. And get some of the cops we have on the payroll to go over her room with that fingerprint crap. Call in every marker I have." Caleb arrived at work early to find Kevin Phillips, the acting director, opening the doors to the reading room. They chit-chatted a bit about Jonathan and ongoing projects at the library. After Phillips had left and before anyone else arrived, Caleb rummaged in his desk and withdrew a small screwdriver and a pen light. Quickly making his way to the top floor, he stopped next to the air vent, his gaze averted from the spot where his friend had died. He used the screwdriver to open the vent. When he swung his light around, he saw it. A small screw hole in the rear wall of the duct that could have been used to suspend a camera. He held the vent cover back up and eyeballed it. Judging from the position of the screw and the bent grill, the camera would have had a clear field of vision of the room. Caleb screwed the vent cover back on and left the vault. He called Stone and reported what he'd found. He was just settling down to work when someone came in. "Hello, Monty. What have you got there?" Monty Chambers, the library's top book conservator, was standing by the front desk, carrying several items. He still had on his green work apron, and his shirt sleeves were rolled up. "The Doctrina and the Constable's pocketbook," he said succinctly. "You've been busy. I didn't even know the Doctrina was out for preservation work." "Kevin Phillips ordered it," Chambers replied. 3 months back. The Constable, too. Minor stuff, I just had a backlog. You in the vault, or me?" "What? Oh, I'll take them, thanks." Caleb carefully accepted the wrapped books from his colleague and set them on his desk. As Chambers turned to leave, Caleb said, Monty." Chambers turned back around. "Yeah? Have you checked our copy of the Psalm book recently?" Caleb had had a horrible thought while in the vault. Chambers looked suspicious. "The Psalm book? What for? Anything wrong?" "Oh, no, I just mean, well, I haven't seen it in some time, years, in fact." "Well, neither have I. You don't just walk in and check out the Psalm book." Caleb nodded. He had authority to look at virtually any book in the vaults, but the Bay and some others were designated as national treasures, the library's most important category of possessions. These works were numbered and housed in a special section of the vaults. Chambers continued, "I told them a long time ago we should repair the cover and redo the support stitches and reinforce the spine. All reversible, of course. But they never acted on it. Don't know why not." After Chambers had left, Caleb wondered what to do. If the library's copy of the Psalm book was missing, my God, it couldn't be. The only way to tell for sure was to take a look at the Psalm book the library had. Kevin Phillips would probably allow him to do that. He'd make up some excuse, maybe relaying what Monty had just told him. Yes, that would do it. He put the books Chambers had brought him back in the vaults after signing them back in on the system. Then he called Phillips. Though sounding a bit puzzled, Phillips authorized Caleb to check the Psalm book. For security purposes, and to preclude anyone from later accusing him of damaging the book, Caleb brought another library staffer with him. The library used a secret coding in its rare books on the exact same page to verify their ownership. He turned to that certain page and scanned down it. The symbol was there. He breathed a sigh of relief. He spent the rest of the afternoon working on several scholars' requests and helping patrons of the reading room. Jewel English and Norman Janklow were both there today. Though of the same age and both avid book collectors, they never spoke to each other. Indeed, they avoided one another entirely. Caleb knew how the feud had started. English had expressed her enthusiasm about Beadle's dime novels to Janklow one day. The old man's response had been a little unexpected, to say the least. Caleb clearly recalled Janklow's words. "Beadles are idiotic rubbish, candy wrappers for bottom-feeding mindless masses, and poor candy wrappers at that." Understandably, Jewel English had not taken this crushing rebuke to her life's passion very well. And the old woman was not about to take it lying down. Well aware of Janklow's favorite author, she'd told the old boy that Hemingway was at best a second-rate bum of a writer who used simplistic language because that's all he knew. That was the first and only time that Caleb could ever remember having to separate two patrons of the rare books reading room, both of them well into their 70s. It really very nearly had come to blows. Caleb kept looking up from his work to ensure that nothing like that altercation happened again. But Janklow was happily going through his book, his big pencil strolling lazily over the notepaper, only stopping on occasion while he cleaned his thick glasses with a wipe. For her part, Jewel English's face was glued to her book. Caleb returned to his work, yet his mind continued to jump from the mysterious psalm books to the dead Jonathan DeHaven, to the equally dead Speaker of the House, Bob Bradley, and finally to Cornelius Behan, a rich, adulterous defense contractor who'd apparently murdered his neighbor. And to think, he became a librarian partly because he hated pressure. Maybe he should apply for a job at the CIA, just to catch a little downtime. Annabelle had a room service dinner, showered, wrapped herself in a towel, and started combing out her hair. As she sat in front of the vanity mirror, she started mulling things over. The fourth day had arrived, and Jerry Bagger was now aware that he was $40 million poorer. She should have been at least 6,000 miles away from the man, but in fact was barely a short plane hop south. She was intrigued by Oliver and Milton, and Annabelle had to admit she kind of liked hanging around with the odd bunch. Despite having a loner personality, Annabelle had always been part of a team, and a side of her still needed that. But she still shouldn't be here. She stopped combing her hair, slipped off the towel, and pulled a long t-shirt on.
This is crazy, Annabelle,
she told herself.
Bagger will move the ends of the earth to kill you, and here you are not even out of the damn country.
And yet she had promised the others to help them. Actually, she reminded herself, she'd insisted on being part of it. She had a sudden thought and checked her watch. She had no idea what time zone he was in, but she needed to know. She ran to the desk against one corner and snatched up her cell phone. She punched in the numbers and waited impatiently while it rang. She'd given him this number and an international phone so they could keep in contact for a while after the con. If one heard anything about Jerry, he or she was supposed to call the other. Leo finally answered. Hey.
Hey, yourself. I didn't think you were going to pick up.
I was in the pool.
In the pool. Nice. Where in the pool?
The deep end.
Heard from anybody else?
Not a peep.
How about Bagger?
Just some scuttlebutt. Didn't want to get too close, you know. You can bet the dude's homicidal. Leo paused and said, Something I should have told you before, Annabelle. Now don't get pissed. She sat up straighter.
What did you do?
I sort of let it slip to Freddie a little about your history.
How much of my history?
Your last name, your stuff with Patty. She screamed into the phone.
Are you out of your damn mind?
I know, it was stupid. It just came up. I just wanted him to know that you weren't like your old man. But I didn't tell Tony. I'm not that stupid.
Thanks, Leo. Thanks a hell of a lot.
She clicked off and stood in the middle of the room. Freddie knew her last name, and also that her father was Patty Conroy. If Jerry got to him, he'd make Freddie talk, and then the man would come for her. Annabelle started packing her bag.
Sorry, Jonathan.
When Caleb returned to his condo later that night, he found someone waiting for him out in the parking lot. Mr. Pearl, what are you doing here? Vincent Pearl had on a two-piece suit, and his long, thick hair and beard were carefully combed. He looked thinner in the suit than he had in the robe. In a deep, offended voice, Pearl said, You haven't returned my calls. I thought a personal appearance would help remind you of my interest in the psalm book. Right, I see. Pearl looked around. A parking lot seems hardly appropriate to engage in conversation about one of the world's most important books. Caleb sighed. Very well, come on up. They rode the elevator to Caleb's floor. The two men sat across from each other in the small living room. I was afraid that you'd decided to go straight to Sotheby's or Christie's with the psalm book. No, it's nothing like that. I haven't even been back to the house after you were there. I didn't call you because I'm still thinking. Pearl looked very relieved by this statement. At the very least, it would behoove us to obtain definitive tests on the psalm book. I know several firms with impeccable reputations that can do this, and I see no need to wait. Well, Caleb said hesitantly, the longer you procrastinate, the less control you have over the public learning about the existence of a 12th psalm book. And if there is a leak, people might start making accusations. Jonathan's reputation may suffer considerably. What sort of accusations? Pearl sounded impatient. Oh, for heaven's sakes, man. Let me just spell it out for you. Accusations that the book was stolen.
And where exactly would the book have been stolen from? You said you checked with the other places that own one.
What the hell would you expect them to say?
Pearl snapped.
Do you think they would admit it to me if their psalm book had been stolen? And maybe they don't even know. What if a very clever forgery was left in its place? It's not like these places check their literary treasures daily to assure their authenticity. He added, Did you find any paperwork relating to the book? A bill of sale? Anything to show where it came from?
No, Caleb admitted, his heart sinking. But I haven't looked through Jonathan's personal papers. My work was limited to the book collection.
No, your work extends to all evidence of ownership of his books. Do you really think that Christie's or Sotheby's will put a psalm book up for auction without being absolutely certain of both its authenticity and the legal authority under which Jonathan de Haven's estate will be selling the book?
Of course. I was aware that they would need to know that.
Well, sure. If I were you, I would set about immediately to find that evidence. But if you can't, the clear impression will be that Jonathan came by it through means that are not verifiable. And in the rare book field, that is tantamount to saying that he stole it himself or knowingly purchased it from someone who did.
Very early the next morning, Reuben reported to Stone that nothing had happened the previous night at De Haven's. This was a repeat of the report he'd given the night before.
Did you see the white van? No, and I think I got in and out of the place without anyone seeing me the last 2 nights.
Are you sure you didn't notice anything that could help us? Reuben looked uncertain.
Well, it might be nothing, but around 1 in the morning, I thought I saw a glint of something in a window of the house across the street.
Maybe the owners were up and about.
That's the thing. It doesn't look like anybody's living there. No car and no trash cans out front. And today's trash day, because all the other houses had them out on the curb last night.
Stone stared at him curiously.
That is interesting. Keep an eye on that place as well. What about the call to the police? I did it from a payphone, like you said. I took it as a bad sign when the woman told me to stop making crank calls to the police.
A half hour later, Stone was out working in the graveyard when a taxi pulled up by the gates and Milton climbed out. Stone rose, dusted off his hands, and the two went in the cottage together. While Stone poured out some lemonade, Milton opened his laptop and a paper file he'd brought with him.
I've found out a lot about Cornelius Bean and Robert Bradley, he said. I just don't know how helpful it'll be.
Stone sat down at his desk and pulled the file toward him. 20 minutes later, he looked up from the pages.
It does not appear that Bean and Bradley were friends at all.
Enemies, more accurately. Although Bean's company won those 2 big government contracts, Bradley thwarted him on 3 others, in part by floating allegations that Bean was into buying influence. It doesn't sound like they're part of a spy ring.
No, it doesn't.
So maybe Bean had Bradley killed too. He'd have a clear motive if the man was interfering with his business. But if Bradley and Bean weren't in cahoots together, Jonathan couldn't have seen him at Bean's house. So why kill Jonathan?
Stone shook his head. I simply don't know, Milton. After Milton had left, Stone went back to work in the cemetery. He hauled a lawnmower out of a small storage shed, cranked it up and ran it over a patch of grass in a field to the left of the cottage. When he finished and cut the motor, he turned to find her watching him. She had on a big floppy hat, sunglasses, and a 3/4-length brown leather coat over her short skirt. Behind her, he saw the rental car, parked just outside the gates. He wiped his face with a rag and pushed the lawnmower over to the cottage's front porch, where Annabelle was standing. She slipped off her glasses.
How's it going, Oliver?
He didn't say anything for a few moments.
You look dressed to go somewhere.
Actually, That's why I came by. I have to leave town. I won't be back.
Whoever's after you must be pretty dangerous.
You strike me as a man who has his enemies, too.
I don't go looking to make mine. They just seem to find me.
I wish I could relate. I tend to make my enemies.
Are you going to tell the others? She shook her head. They'll be disappointed.
Anyway, it's been fun, and you guys look out for yourselves. Like you said, enemies tend to find you.
She turned to leave. Susan, if we do figure this all out, do you want us to contact you, let you know about Jonathan? She faced him.
I think I should let the past stay right where it is. In the past.
Caleb rose and greeted the man as he came into the reading room. Can I help you? Roger Seagraves showed Caleb his library card. The name on the library card was William Foxworth. Seagraves glanced around at the tables where a few people sat. I'm looking for a particular book. Seagraves named the one he wanted. Fine. Do you have a particular interest in that era? I have lots of interests, Seagraves said. That's just one of them. He studied Caleb for a moment. I'm also a collector, but a novice one, I'm afraid. I have a few recent purchases in English literature that I'd like someone to evaluate for me. I guess I should have had that done before I bought them, but as I said, I'm just starting out collecting. As it happens, one of my areas of expertise is 18th century English literature. Wow, that's terrific, Seagraves said. My lucky day. What are the books, Mr. Foxworth? Please, call me Bill. A first edition Defoe. Robinson Crusoe? Moll Flanders? Seagraves said. Moll Flanders. Excellent. What else? Goldsmith's The Life of Richard Nash, and Horace Walpole. The Castle of Otranto, 1765? That's the one. It's in pretty good shape, actually. You don't see many of those. I'd be glad to take a look at them for you. I could bring them in the next time I'm here. Well, I'm not sure that's a good idea, Bill, because you'd have a hard time getting them past security, unless prior arrangements have been made. But we can always meet someplace. Just let me know. He fished in his pocket and handed Seagraves a card with his office number on it. He clapped Seagraves enthusiastically on the back. And now I'll get your book. When Caleb brought the tome out to him, he said, Well, enjoy. Seagraves glanced at Caleb and smiled. Oh, I will, Mr. Shaw. I will. By prior arrangement, Caleb met Reuben, and the pair went to DeHaven's house after Caleb got off work. They searched for 2 hours. While they found receipts and bills of sale for all his other books in his desk, they discovered nothing supporting the slain librarian's ownership of the Psalm book. I just don't understand this, Caleb said. Jonathan was an honest man. Yeah, but like you said, people can really get into this collecting stuff. Caleb, I know he was your friend and all, but it seems to me that the truth has to come out at some point, Reuben said quietly. I guess you're right. And thanks for your help. Are you staying here? Reuben looked at his watch. It's a little early yet. I think I'll leave with you and then sneak back later. I was at least able to get some sleep this afternoon. The 2 men left. 3 hours later, a bit before 11 o'clock, Reuben re-entered the house through the back door. He made a snack in the kitchen and went upstairs. Reuben alternated watching Bean's place through the telescope and the house opposite with a pair of binoculars he'd brought. When a car pulled up to Bean's house around 1 o'clock in the morning, Reuben watched closely as Bean, a young woman dressed in a full-length black leather coat, and a couple of Bean's bodyguards got out of a dark green Cadillac SUV. They all went into the house. The lights in the bedroom came on, and in walked the defense contractor and his lady for the evening. Bean sat in a chair, clapped his hands, and the young lady immediately went into action. Button by button, she undid the leather coat. An instant later, Reuben noticed a flash of red from the window overlooking the street. He crossed to the window and gaped at the house directly across the street. "The damn place is on fire!" He listened intently. Were those sirens he was hearing? Had someone already called it in? He didn't get a chance to answer that question. The blow hit him from behind, and he toppled to the floor. Roger Seagraves stepped around him and toward the window overlooking Bean's house, where, even without the advantage of the telescope, he could see that the lady had finished undressing and, with a wicked smile, was now slowly kneeling down in front of a doubtless very happy Cornelius Bean. That wouldn't last. When Reuben awoke, he at first had no idea where he was. He slowly sat up, and the room came into focus. He was still in the attic. He was completely alone. But someone sure as hell had hit his skull hard enough to knock him out. The noise from the street reached him. He looked out the window. Fire trucks were lined up out front, putting out the flames from the house across the street. Reuben also noted several police cars coming and going. Rubbing the back of his head, he glanced over at Bean's place. All the lights were on. When he saw police entering the house, Reuben got a sick feeling in his gut. He stumbled across the room and looked through the telescope. The light in the bedroom was still on, although the space was bustling with far different activity now. Cornelius Bean was lying face down on the floor, still fully dressed. His hair was far redder now, thanks to the gaping hole in the back of his head. The young woman was sitting up against the bed. Reuben could see the crimson patches all across her face and chest. It looked like she'd taken a killing round right in the head. The next thing he saw drove all other thoughts from his mind. There were twin bullet holes in the bedroom window, and matching ones in the window he was looking out of. "Oh, shit!" Reuben exclaimed as he ran for the door, stumbled again, and fell. He reached out to catch himself, and his hand closed around it. When he stood back up, he was holding the rifle that he was certain had been used to kill 2 people. He immediately dropped it and took the steps 2 at a time. As he raced through the kitchen and saw the food that he'd left out, he realized his prints would be all over the damn place. Yet he had no time to worry about that. He stepped through the back door. The light hit him flush in the face, and he put a hand up to block the glare. "Freeze!" the voice bellowed out. "Police!" "I was able to get him a lawyer," Caleb said. "I told a little white lie and said that Reuben was staying there at my request to watch over the book collection, which was why he had the house keys and the alarm code." Milton and Caleb were at Stone's cottage. The stunning news of Reuben's arrest for the murders of Cornelius Bean and his lady friend was evident in the group's somber looks. "The papers have had a field day with Bean being found dead with his naked mistress. Apparently Mrs. Bean was in New York last night," Milton pointed out. Stone said, "What we have to do is find the real killer." "How exactly do we accomplish that?" "By following through on our investigation." He glanced sharply at Caleb. "We have to get a look at those security videos from the library." "Susan said she was going to help me do that. I haven't heard from her." "I suggest you come up with your own way, then." Caleb looked surprised, but didn't question Stone's instruction. Stone glanced at Milton. "I'll need to see members of Bradley's staff, known associates, perhaps friends in the military or intelligence communities, who had the skill and other means to kill Bean. Whoever killed Bean knew that Reuben was in the house and framed him for it. That means they were watching the place as well." "The people in the house across the street that Reuben mentioned," Caleb hazarded. Stone shook his head. "No. The fire was probably set by an accomplice of the killer. They must have known that there was surveillance going on inside that house. The fire was a distraction, giving them an opportunity to get in the house, kill Bean, and escape." "Pretty clever," Caleb commented. Stone said, "I'm going downtown to see Reuben." Jerry Bagger sat in his office with a look of defeat rare in the man. Photos of Annabelle and Leo had been discreetly circulated to every corner of the con world, and no one had come forward to offer an ID. And though his people had done their best to forestall it, news of the con against Bagger had leaked out in bits and pieces, which was probably worse than the truth all being revealed, since it allowed ample room for speculation. In sum, the Casino King was a laughingstock. Their rooms had been gone over, and not a single print had been found. Any drinking glasses that the woman and her sidekick touched had long since been cleaned. The 4-day window had dried up their trail. Bagger put his head in his hands, and he'd been the one to suggest the extended time frame. He had, in effect, conned himself. He rose and went over to the wall of windows. He'd prided himself on being able to sniff out scams long before they had a chance to do him any harm. However, the fact was this was the first con perpetrated on him directly. All others had been focused on his casino. He gazed out the window, and his mind went back to that telephone call, the one where she wanted to meet after ferreting out his security detail following her. He'd lied that he was already gone from the office, heading out of town. She'd told him point blank that he was still in his office. That one comment had made him believe that she was legit, that the spooks were really watching him. Watching him. He stared across the street at the hotel. It reached 23 stories off the boardwalk, identical to his building. The line of windows there looked right into his office. Son of a bitch! That was it! He screamed for his security chief. After a bit of hassle and tough questioning, and finally a call to Reuben's lawyer, Oliver Stone was allowed in to see his friend in his cell. Assuming that the room was being monitored, Stone and Reuben talked in low voices, using few words. "The fire?" Reuben muttered. "Yes, I know," Stone said. "You okay?" "Just a knock in the head. My lawyer's going to use that as a defense. Prints on the gun? Accidental touch." Caleb explained things to the police. "You were there guarding the books." Reuben nodded. "Anything else?" The other man shook his head. "Other than the peep show. Never saw it coming." As Stone left the building later, he noted that 2 men, obviously police, were following at a discreet distance. "I'll let you hang with me, but just for a little while," he muttered to himself. He was already thinking about the next person he needed to talk to. Roger Seagraves read the news story off his computer screen at work. The murder suspect had been identified as Reuben Rhodes, former military and DIA, with a drinking problem, who'd burned just about every bridge he had over the years. When Seagraves first saw the big man entering the house through the back door, he didn't know what to make of it. But Seagraves knew he had a golden opportunity to put a very nice buffer between him and the police. He pulled his hours for the government, and then punched off the federal clock. Now the time was his alone. Seagraves had another little pickup to do. It wouldn't be as pleasant as his sack time with the lady from NSA, but business couldn't always be like that. He drove to a fitness facility in McLean, Virginia, a short drive down Chainbridge Road from CIA headquarters. He was playing tennis with his section chief, a man who prided himself on his patriotism, job efficiency, and his topspin backhand. They split the first 2 sets, and Seagraves debated whether to let his boss win the 3rd set. Finally, his competitive spirit won out, though he made it look close. He had 15 years on the guy, after all. "Kick my butt, Roger," his boss said. "I was just on my game tonight. But you didn't make it easy on me. If we were the same age, I don't think I could hang with you on the court." This man had been a career seat warmer at Langley. The closest he got to real danger were the thriller novels he liked to read. His boss knew very little of Seagraves' past work for the agency. Back in the locker room, while his boss finished his shower, Seagraves opened his locker and took a towel out. He wiped his face and then went to dry his hair. He and his boss drove to the Reston Town Center and had dinner at Clyde's restaurant. Later, Seagraves drove home, took the towel he'd kept from the locker room, and walked into a small room in his basement. He set the towel down on a table, along with a handheld steamer. The fitness center's logo was woven into the towel's surface. Well, it would have been if this had actually been the fitness center's towel. It was a very acceptable facsimile, but the logo was merely sitting on top of the fabric, like iron-on patches kids put on their clothes. The steamer quickly removed the logo. On the other side of it was the thing Seagraves had sweated through 3 sets of tennis for. 4 2-inch-long slivers of tape. Using a sophisticated magnifying device that, for some reason, his employer allowed its personnel at certain levels to possess, he read and decrypted the information contained on the slivers. He then re-encrypted it and put it in proper form to transport to Albert Trent. Finished with that, he had one more task to perform before he would call it a night. He went down to his special closet. He came here at least once a day to look at his collection. And tonight he had one addition to make, although he was irked it was only one, since it should have been a pair. He withdrew the object from his coat pocket. It was a cufflink of Cornelius Behan's, that an associate of Seagraves, who worked for Fire Control Incorporated, had given him. Behan had apparently dropped it while visiting the storage facility, a visit that had ultimately cost him his life. Behan had apparently figured out the cause of Jonathan DeHaven's death, and he couldn't be allowed to share that with anyone. It took Stone some effort, but he managed to lose the men tailing him. He immediately headed to Goodfellow Street. He passed DeHaven's house and then Behan's. There were reporters camped outside. As he watched the Behan house from the corner while pretending to consult a map, a large furniture van pulled up in front of the home, and 2 burly men got out. A maid opened the front door as the reporters tensed. The men went inside, and a few minutes later came out carrying a large wooden chest. Even though the men were obviously very strong, they struggled with the weight. Stone could sense the thoughts of the reporters. Mrs. Behan was hidden in the chest to escape the media. What a scoop that would be. The cell phones came out, and a number of the journalists leaped into their cars and followed the van as it pulled down the road. 2 cars covering the rear of the house zoomed in from the block behind the Behans. Stone promptly walked around the corner and down to the next block that abutted the rear of the Behans' property. Marilyn Behan appeared a few minutes later. When she got to the end of the alley, she cautiously peered around. "Mrs. Behan?" She jumped and looked around at him. "Who are you? A damn reporter?" she snapped. "No, I'm a friend of Caleb Shaw's. He works at the Library of Congress. We met at Jonathan DeHaven's funeral." She seemed to be searching her memory. "Oh, yes." "I wanted to offer my condolences," Stone said, hoping that the woman wouldn't remember that Reuben, her husband's alleged killer, had also been in their group. "Thank you." She glanced back down the alley. "I guess this seems a little odd and all." "I saw the reporters, Mrs. Behan. It must be a nightmarish situation for you. Could I talk to you for a few minutes? Maybe over a cup of coffee?" She seemed flustered. "I don't know. This is a very difficult time for me." Stone remained unperturbed. "This concerns your husband's death. I wanted to ask you about something he said at the funeral." She froze and then asked suspiciously, "What do you know about his death?" "Not nearly as much as I'd like to. But I think it might have some connection to Jonathan DeHaven's death. It seems very mysterious, after all, that 2 next-door neighbors should die under such unusual circumstances." She suddenly looked very calculating. "You don't think DeHaven died of a heart attack either, do you?" "Either? Mrs. DeHaven, can you spare a few minutes? Please, it's important." They had coffee at a nearby deli. Sitting at a back table, Stone said bluntly, "Your husband mentioned something to you about DeHaven's death, didn't he?" She sipped her coffee, pulled her hat down lower, and said quietly, "CB didn't believe he'd had a heart attack. I can tell you that." "Why not? What did he know?" Marilyn Behan hesitated. "I'm not sure why I should tell you anything." "Let me be honest with you, in the hopes that you'll return the favor." He told her about Reuben and why he was in the house, though he tactfully didn't mention the telescope. "He didn't kill your husband, Mrs. Behan. He was only there because I told him to watch the house. There are a lot of strange things going on Goodfellow Street.
Like what?
Like the person in the house across the street, she said nervously.
I didn't know anything about that. And CB never mentioned it. I know that he felt that people were spying on him.
You said he didn't say anything directly to you about Jonathan's death, but at the funeral he seemed to want assurance that it was indeed a heart attack that killed him. He mentioned that autopsies are sometimes wrong. She put down her coffee and rubbed nervously at the red lipstick on the rim of the cup.
I overheard CB on the phone one day. He was telling someone that he'd found out DeHaven had just had a heart workup at Johns Hopkins, and that he was in fine shape. And then he said he'd pulled some strings with the D.C. police and learned that DeHaven's autopsy results were not making people happy at all. They just didn't add up. He sounded worried and said he wanted to check more into it.
And did he?
Well, I don't usually ask him where he's going. I was flying to New York and was in a bit of a hurry, but for some reason, I don't know, maybe it was his concerned look, I asked him where he was going, if anything was wrong. I didn't even know he owned the damn company, to tell the truth.
Company? What company?
Fire Control Incorporated, I think it was. Something like that, anyway.
He went to Fire Control?
Yes.
Did he tell you why?
Just that he wanted to check something out. Oh, he did mention the library, or at least the place where Jonathan worked. Something about his company having the contract to protect it against fire and such. And that he'd learned that some cylinders had been recently removed from there. He also said there seemed to be an inventory screw-up.
Do you know if he found anything?
No.
Did he sound disturbed when you talked to him?
No more than usual.
She paused.
Oh, he did say he was going to check the pipes in our house. I thought he was joking.
The pipes? What was he referring to?
I don't know. I assumed our gas line pipes. I guess they can leak, and there could be an explosion.
Stone initially thought, like what happened to Speaker of the House Bob Bradley. But then something else occurred to him. Mrs. Bean, do you have a sprinkler system in your house?
Oh, no. We have a large collection of artwork, so water was out of the question. But CB was concerned about fire. I mean, look what happened across the street. He had another system put in, one that put out fire without using water. I'm not sure how it works.
That's all right. I think I know.
So you believe whoever killed Jonathan also murdered CB?
Stone nodded. They sat in silence for a minute or so.
You know, CB really did love me.
I'm sure he did, Stone said politely.
No, I know what you're thinking. But he did love me. The other women, they were just playthings. They came and they went. I was the only one who got him to walk down the aisle. And he left everything to me.
She took another sip of her coffee.
He loved me. A woman can tell, you know. And I loved him, with all his faults. I still can't believe he's gone. A part of me died with him.
She wiped away a tear from her right eye. Mrs. Bean, why lie to me?
What?
Why lie to me? You don't even know me, so why bother?
What the hell are you talking about? I'm not lying. I did love him.
If you really loved him, you wouldn't have hired a private detective to watch your house from across the street. Was he taking pictures of the comings and goings of the women your husband enjoyed?
How dare you? I had nothing to do with that. They were probably the FBI spying on CB.
No, the FBI would have been smart enough to have a team of agents there, at least one man and a woman, to make it seem like a normal household. They would have also taken the trash out and performed other ordinary tasks, and they wouldn't have let themselves be seen during the surveillance. He shook his head. I hope you didn't pay the firm a lot of money, since they were hardly worth it. She half rose from her chair.
You bastard.
You could have just divorced him, gotten half, and walked away a free woman.
After he humiliated me like that? Paraded those whores through my house? I wanted to make him suffer.
You're right. I hired a private detective and set him up in that house. So what? And the pictures he'd already taken of my husband and his paid bitches? Well, with those I was going to make old CB bleed and force him to turn over everything to me. Otherwise, it all comes out, and let me tell you, the federal government doesn't like his contractors putting themselves in compromising positions. But now I get everything, without even blackmailing him. It's the perfect revenge. You might want to keep your voice down. As you said, the police no doubt still consider you a suspect, and it's not smart to give him unnecessary ammo. Marilyn Behan looked around at the people in the cafe staring at her. She paled and sat back down. Now Stone stood. Thanks for your time. Your information was very useful, he added with a complete straight face. And I'm sorry for your loss. She hissed. Go to hell. Well, if I do, I surely won't be alone, will I? Annabelle was waiting for her connecting flight out of Atlanta. As she looked over her new itinerary, she inwardly seethed at Leo's stupid move. How could he have done that? If she had wanted Freddie to know who she was, she would have told him herself. Her flight was called. As she was walking up to the line to get on the plane, she glanced over at an airport TV tuned to CNN and stopped moving. Ruben's face peered back at her. She hurried over, closer to the TV, and read the subtitles. Vietnam vet Ruben Rhodes arrested. Defense contractor magnate Cornelius Behan and a woman murdered by shots fired from the home next door. Rhodes being held.
My God.
Over the PA came, Last call for Flight 3457 nonstop to Honolulu. Last call for passengers on Flight 3457 nonstop to Honolulu. Annabelle looked at the departure gate for her plane. They were about to close the door. She turned to look back at the screen. Shots from the house next door. Behan dead, Ruben arrested. What the hell was going on? She stood there frozen. Never before had she been so indecisive. Last call, doors closing for Flight 3457. She whispered desperately.
Go, Annabelle, damn it. Just go. You don't need this. It's not your fight.
She watched as the door to her flight from Jerry Bagger slammed shut. She watched 10 minutes later as the Boeing 777 pulled away from the gate. As it soared into the sky right on schedule, Annabelle was booking another flight north, taking her squarely within the vicinity of Jerry Bagger and his wood chipper. And she didn't even know why. Yet, somewhere in her soul, maybe she did. Stone had just returned from his visit with Marilyn Behan when someone knocked on his cottage door.
Hello, Oliver.
He exhibited no surprise at her reappearance, but simply motioned her inside. They sat in front of the fireplace in two rickety chairs. How was your trip? He asked pleasantly.
Come off it. I didn't go.
Really?
I heard what happened to Ruben. We have to get him out of jail.
We're working on that, and Ruben's doing fine.
But somebody got the drop on him at Jonathan's.
Yes, someone did.
Why do it? Why kill Behan?
Because he found out how Jonathan died. That was enough reason. Stone explained his conversation with Marilyn Behan.
So, they take out Behan and blame it on Ruben because he was ever so conveniently there? Pretty tough competition we're up against. So what do we do now?
For starters, we need to see the tapes of the reading room vault.
On the way back, I actually thought of how to do that.
After his revelation, Jerry Bagger had summoned the manager of the hotel across the street to his office and demanded details of every guest who'd taken a room on the 23rd floor on the side facing his building on a certain day. And in Atlantic City, when Jerry Bagger said to come, you went. An hour later, Bagger had all the information he'd requested and quickly culled down his list of potential suspects. Next, he questioned hotel personnel about some of the guests in question. It didn't take him long to hit the jackpot because of some extra services one of the guests had taken advantage of during his stay. Yeah, I gave him a massage, the young woman named Cindy said. She was petite and dark-haired with a cute face, alluring curves, and a streetwise manner.
Cindy gave him a physical description. Good-looking guy, but way too cocky. He really thought a lot of himself.
I bet. So this pretty boy, you only gave him a massage or something extra?
Cindy crossed her arms and stopped popping her gum. I'm a licensed professional, Mr. Bagger. In response, he pulled 10 $100 bills from his wallet.
This enough to buy your license?
Cindy eyed the money. I guess what I do on my own time is my business.
Can't argue with that.
He held out the money.
So, tell me about it.
Okay, he was all over me from the get-go. I was massaging him, and all of a sudden I felt his hand against my leg, and then his hand moved way past where it should have been.
Yeah, real animal. What happened next?
He started coming on to me really hard. At first I blew him off. Then he started talking high and mighty. Said he was making a big score and I should be nice to him.
A big score, huh? Keep going.
He flashed some money. Said there was a lot more where that came from. So anyway, we ended up in his room. I gave him a mouth job to get things going, but the asshole popped early. Let me tell you, I was pissed. I mean, I don't even know the jerk. Guy gave me $100. A lousy $100. Then he was in the bathroom puking for about 10 minutes.
What a jerk. What happened next?
Well, that was pretty much it. I mean, there wasn't any reason for me to stay after that, was there? It's not like we were on a date or nothing.
He didn't say anything? Where he was from, where he was going, what the big score was?
She shook her head. He studied her closely and said,
Okay, you look like an enterprising gal. Did you maybe rip off some cash from his wallet while he was puking in the john?
She said angrily, I'm not some kind of trash. Who do you think you are accusing me of that?
Let's do a little reality check here, Sin.
He touched his chest.
I'm Jerry Bagger. You're a lowlife who lets strangers shoot off in the mouth for chump change. So I'm gonna ask you one more time. Did you rip off some cash to bump the C-note he gave you?
Yeah, she said. But it was weird because he had a couple of IDs.
And
one was the name he gave me at the spa, Robbie Thomas from Michigan. The other one was a driver's license from California.
The name? Bagger said calmly.
Donnie Wallace. Annabelle and Caleb were walking down a hallway in the Jefferson Building. Annabelle had on a red, knee-length skirt, black jacket, and a beige blouse. She appeared professional, confident, and inspired. Caleb looked ready to slash his wrists.
All you have to do is act sad and depressed.
Well, that should be easy. Before they entered the security office for the library, Annabelle stopped and put on a pair of glasses attached to a chain around her neck.
Are you sure this will work?
Caleb hissed. He was starting to wheeze a bit. A few minutes later, they were sitting with the head of security in his office.
So, as I explained, Caleb has retained me as his psychologist to help him through the process.
The chief looked puzzled.
You say he's having trouble going into the vault?
Yes. As you know, he found the body of a dear friend and colleague in there. Now the venue that has represented so many positive memories for him has become a place of deep sadness, even horror.
But what does this have to do with my department?
My plan is to let Caleb watch the tapes of the reading room. People coming and going from the vault, everything normal, everything as it should be, as a way to empower him to navigate this difficult period and turn the reading room and the vault back into purely a positive experience for him.
Well, I don't know about letting you see the tapes, the chief said. It's a highly unusual request.
Annabelle looked at the chief and eyed his name tag.
Dale, I can call you Dale, can't I?
Well, sure, okay.
Dale, do you see the clothes I have on?
Dale looked at her attractive figure and said sheepishly,
Yeah, I noticed.
You see that my skirt color is red. That's an empowering, positive color, Dale. But my jacket is black, a negative vibe. And my blouse is beige, A neutral color? This represents that I'm halfway through my goal of helping this man back to a normal, healthy life. But I need your help, Dale, to finish the job. I want to be able to wear all red for Caleb, and I'm sure you want me to as well. I say let's finish the job, Dale. Let's just do it.
She ran an appraising eye over him.
I can tell you're with me, aren't you?
Dale looked at the miserable Caleb and said, "Well, okay. I'll get the tapes for you." Hours later, Annabelle and Caleb sat back after watching the comings and goings in the reading room before and after DeHaven's murder. "It's just the typical flow of traffic," Caleb said. "There's nothing there." They looked through some more footage. Caleb pointed at one scene. "That's when I got the notice about becoming Jonathan's literary executor."
Who gave you the notice?
"Kevin Phillips." Annabelle watched on the tape as Caleb stumbled and broke his glasses. "I'm not usually that clumsy. I wouldn't have been able to read the damn thing if Jewel English hadn't lent me her glasses."
Yeah, but why did she do a switch on you?
"What?"
She switched out the glasses she was wearing with another pair in her bag.
Annabelle rewound the tape.
See? It's a pretty first-rate move, actually. She'd make a good mechanic. I mean, she's very nimble-fingered.
Caleb watched in surprise as Jewel English palmed the glasses she was wearing and drew out another pair from her bag. It was this pair she gave to Caleb. "I don't know. Maybe that was a special pair. The ones she gave me worked well enough. I could read the message."
Who is this Jewel English?
"Just an elderly lady who's a book fanatic and reading room regular."
And she has hand moves like a Vegas blackjack dealer. I wonder why that is.
Stone was sitting in his cottage thinking about his conversation with Marilyn Behan. "Oliver?" He glanced up. Milton was standing in the doorway. He carried his laptop as usual and a small briefcase. He put them both down on the desk and drew out a folder. "Here's what I could find on Bradley's staff." Stone took the papers and read through them carefully. There were numerous documents highlighting Bradley's political career, including the House Intelligence Committee that he'd chaired for years. Stone started going through the backgrounds and photos of both Bradley's congressional office staff and his underlings on the Intelligence Committee. As soon as he finished, Annabelle and Caleb arrived. Stone told them and Milton about his encounter with Marilyn Behan. "Well, that certainly kills the theory about Behan's involvement in Jonathan's death," Caleb said. "Appears so," Stone said. "What did you two find out today with the tapes?" Annabelle explained about the sleight of hand pulled by Jewel English. "You're sure about this?" Stone asked, looking puzzled.
Trust me, I've seen that move 1,000,000 times.
"And done it yourself at least as often," Stone thought. He turned to Caleb. "What do you know about this woman?" "Just that she's an elderly widow, a regular patron, a lover of old books. Very nice and enthusiastic." "So why the glasses switch?" Caleb started to say something and then stopped. "I don't have an answer to that." "I don't either, but I'm starting to believe that we need to find an answer if we're going to find out what happened to Jonathan DeHaven." "You can't possibly believe that Jewel English had anything to do with Jonathan's death," Caleb protested. "We can't rule that out right now. And Behan was killed because he guessed how DeHaven died. I think he discovered that the gas cylinders at the library had been deliberately mislabeled."
In other words, the key isn't Behan, but DeHaven. And maybe something at the library.
"Possibly," Stone replied. "Or something in his private life." He looked at Caleb. "Is there any way we can get a look at the woman's glasses without her knowing?" Caleb said sarcastically. "Sure, we can burglarize her home in the middle of the night and steal them." Stone said, "Good idea. Can you find out where she lives?" Caleb sputtered. "Oliver, you can't be serious."
I might have a better way.
They all looked at Annabelle.
Does she come into the reading room on a regular basis?
"Fairly regularly."
If she sticks to that schedule, when is she due next?
Caleb thought quickly. "Actually, tomorrow."
Fine. I'll go to the library with you tomorrow. You point her out to me, and then let me handle it.
"What are you going to do?" Caleb demanded. Annabelle rose.
Give her a taste of her own medicine.
After Annabelle had left, Caleb said, I couldn't talk in front of her, obviously, but Oliver, what if all this has something to do with the Bay Psalm book? It's incredibly valuable, and we can't find out where Jonathan got it. Then why kill Cornelius Bean, or Bradley? Stone countered. They could have no connection with the Psalm book. Bean didn't even know DeHaven had a book collection. And there's no evidence that Bradley even knew your colleague at all. After Caleb had left, Milton and Stone sat talking while Stone flipped through the file on Bradley's staffers. He said, Michael Avery went to Yale, clerked for a Supreme Court justice. He looked at some of the other pictures and bios. Dennis Warren, another Yalee. Albert Trent was on Bradley's Intelligence Committee staff for years. A Harvard-educated lawyer and CIA employee for a time. It looks like Bradley had a first-rate team. A congressman is only as good as his staff, isn't that the old saying? Stone looked thoughtful. You know, one thing we've never really looked at were the circumstances of Bradley's murder. Stone and Milton arrived at the Federalist Club around 10 the next morning. They gave their request and were escorted into the manager's office. He looked at their crisp, official-looking identification cards that Milton had run off his laser printer the night before. You've been hired by Bradley's family back in Kansas to investigate his death? But the police here are handling it, and the FBI. The family wanted its own representation, as I'm sure you can understand, Stone said. He and Milton were dressed in suit jackets, ties, and dark slacks. Milton's longish hair was hidden under a fedora that he'd declined to remove. They don't feel as if adequate progress is being made. Well, since the police haven't caught anyone, I can't argue with that opinion. What would you like to know? Why was Bradley at the club that night? It was a private celebration for his election as Speaker of the House. I see. Who arranged it? His staff, I believe. Anyone in particular? Not that I can remember. We received instructions by fax. And he was killed in the front drawing room. We call it the James Madison Room. You know, the Federalist Papers thing. I can show you if you like. He led them to the large room fronting the street. Stone looked out the broad bay window at the upper story of the building across the street. To his skilled eye, it was a perfect shot trajectory, which clearly demonstrated not only advanced intelligence, but someone on the inside. Following through on this thought, Stone asked, And he came in here, why? The manager was wiping a speck of dust off the marble fireplace mantel. Oh, it was for the toast, in his honor. Who owns the building across the street? Milton asked. I don't know. I assume the authorities have found out by now. It used to be a private home and then an art gallery. It's just been sitting there for about 5 years now, a real eyesore. So who summoned Bradley into the room for the toast? Stone asked. The manager thought for a moment. It was one of his staff, I think. I helped pull people in from the other rooms, and then they went and got Congressman Bradley. Do you remember who it was? The staff person? No, not really. There were a lot of people. Stone held up a copy of pictures of Bradley's staff. Recognize anyone? How about him? He pointed to Dennis Warren. No, it wasn't him. Him, Stone said, pointing to Albert Trent. He was also high up on Bradley's staff. Nope. The manager ran his gaze down the photos, finally stopping at one. That's him. Now I remember. Really efficient. Stone stared at the photo of Michael Avery, who'd served on Bradley's staff at the Intelligence Committee. As they were leaving the Federalist Club, Milton asked, What now? Now we talked to some people who worked for Bradley. Not Avery? No, but Trent or Warren. But we can't tell them we're investigating on behalf of Bradley's family. They'd probably know we were lying. No, we're going to tell them the truth. What? We're going to tell them we're investigating the death of Jonathan DeHaven. Dennis Warren was at home when Stone called, after looking him up in the directory, and he agreed to meet with them. Although over the phone he'd said that while he'd heard about DeHaven's death, he didn't know the man. Milton and Stone rode the metro to Warren's Falls Church, Virginia home. Warren was a tall, portly man, with thinning brown hair and a wide, pockmarked face. His filmy, translucent skin bespoke of decades laboring for his country under fluorescent light. He led them through the hall to the living room. "Don't mind the mess," Warren said. "3 sons means your life and your home are not your own. I can stand up in a meeting and present a cogent argument on complex geopolitical intelligence strategies to the Joint Chiefs or the Secretary of Defense, but I can't seem to get any of my sons to bathe on a consistent basis or eat anything other than cheeseburgers." "We know you were on the Intelligence Committee staff," Stone began. "Right. I moved with Bradley when he became Speaker. Currently, I'm unemployed." "You couldn't stay with the Intelligence Committee?" Stone asked. "Not really an option. Bradley wanted me to come with him, so I did. Plus, the new chairman of the Intel Committee had his own people he wanted to move up." He paused and eyed them closely. "But you said you were investigating this DeHaven guy's death. What's that got to do with Bradley?" "Maybe nothing, or maybe a lot," Stone said vaguely. "You've heard about Cornelius Behan's murder." "Who hasn't? Pretty embarrassing for the wife, I'd say." "Yes, well, DeHaven lived next door to Behan, and the killer used DeHaven's house to shoot from." "Damn, I hadn't heard that. But I still don't get the connection to Congressman Bradley." Stone admitted. "I'm trying to connect the dots myself, frankly." "Were you at the Federalist Club that night?" Warren nodded slowly. "You actually saw it happen?" Milton asked. "I had that great misfortune. I was next to Mike Avery." "You know Avery well?" "I should. We worked together day and night for 10 years. "We understand that he was the one who put together the event at the club and arranged for the toast." "No, he didn't. Mike and I drove over there together. We were just part of the guest list." "We were told he was getting people in the room for the toast." "So was I. We were just helping out." "Who were you helping?" "Albert Trent. He was the one who suggested the toast. Albert was always thinking of stuff like that. I'm just a poor wonk with limited social skills." "Is he out of a job now, too?" "Oh, no. Albert stayed behind at the Intel Committee. Bradley wasn't happy about it, I can tell you that. Albert cut some deal with the new Intel chairman coming up to be his top aide. Albert has a way of making himself indispensable. But there's a lot to do at the Speaker's office, and not having Albert left us short-handed. I'm not telling tales out of school, that was public knowledge." "But Bradley let him have his way." Warren smiled. "You obviously didn't know Bob Bradley. The guy was incredibly decent, honest, hard-working. But you don't get to his position in life without being tough as hell and persistent. And the man didn't like having a subordinate buck him. Dollars to donuts, Albert was going to end up in the Speaker's office sooner rather than later." "But with Bradley dead, that became a moot point?" "Of course. Me and Mike tried to do the right thing, and we're unemployed. Albert bucks the old man, and he's sitting pretty." After they had left, Milton said,
"I know everything I can find on Albert Trent."
Stone nodded. "Everything." Inside the house, Dennis Warren picked up the phone and spoke with his friend and former colleague, Mike Avery. Then he punched in a second number.
"Albert? Hey, it's Dennis. Look, sorry to bother you at work, but some guys were here asking some weird questions. I called Mike Avery, too, to give him a heads up. It's probably nothing, but I thought I'd call you anyway."
Trent said,
"I appreciate that. What exactly did they want to know?"
Warren recounted the conversation and then added,
"I told them you'd organized the toast for Bob and that you'd stayed behind at the committee. What did they look like?"
Warren described Stone and Milton.
"Do you know them?" No, not at all." "That is weird."
Albert immediately left his office and made a call from a payphone and arranged to meet with Seagraves outside the Capitol later. When Seagraves arrived, Trent said,
"We've got a problem."
Seagraves listened and said, "Well, their next move is obvious."
"You'll take care of it?"
"I always take care of it." While Milton and Stone were making their investigative rounds, Caleb glanced up from his desk in the reading room as Annabelle walked in, wearing a black pleated skirt and matching jacket, white blouse, and low pumps. She had a tote bag slung over her shoulder and was holding her newly minted library card with her picture on it. Caleb approached her. "Can I help you, Miss?"
Charlotte Abruzzo? Yes, I was looking for a certain book.
"Well, you came to the right place. After all, this is a library." Caleb laughed. Annabelle didn't even crack a smile. She gave him the name of the book she wanted. Caleb retrieved the volume from the vault, and Annabelle sat down at a table with it. She was seated facing the door, and also where she could easily see Caleb. An hour later, Caleb jumped up. "Ah, Jewel, how are you? Jewel, it's so good to see you," he said, advancing quickly on the older lady after giving Annabelle a "that's her" look. At her seat, Annabelle gritted her teeth.
What a piece of work.
The man could not have been more obvious if he'd pulled out a pair of handcuffs and tackled the old woman. A few minutes later, Caleb gave Jewel a book from the vault, and she settled down with it. When Jewel was done an hour later, she packed her bag, said goodbye to Caleb, and left. Annabelle followed her a minute later and caught up with her out on the street, where the elderly woman was looking for a cab. Annabelle had wrapped a scarf around her head and put on a long jacket she'd carried in her bag. As a cab pulled up to the curb, Annabelle made her move. She bumped into Jewel, jostling the woman's bag. Her hand slipped in and out of it so fast, a person standing right next to them would have been unable to follow the move.
Oh, my God.
Annabelle said in a deep Southern voice.
Oh, honey, I am so sorry. My mama didn't raise me to run into nice ladies like you.
"Well, that's all right, dear," Jewel said, a little out of breath from the collision.
Y'all have a nice day.
"You too," Jewel said pleasantly as she climbed into the cab. Annabelle fingered the flowered glass case in her pocket as she walked slowly away. A few minutes later, she was back in the reading room. There was a different person working the front desk. Caleb hurried over to Annabelle. "Dawn," he said to the woman at the front desk, "I'm going to give Ms. Abruzzo a quick tour of the vault. She's in from out of town. I already cleared it with the higher-ups." The pair went inside the vault where they could talk in private. She held up the glasses.
Want to try them on? I did, and couldn't see much.
Caleb did so and then immediately pulled them off. "My God, that's weird. It's like looking through 3 or 4 layers of different glass with little sunspots. I don't understand. I could see through her other pair perfectly."
Which is why she gave you those glasses and not these. Otherwise, you would have been suspicious. Do you have the book she was looking at?
He held up The Beetle. Annabelle took the book.
Looks pretty cheap.
"That's the whole point. They're dime novels from the 19th century. Caleb slowly put the glasses on and, squinting, opened the book. As he turned the pages, he suddenly stopped. "What's that?"
What's what?
He pointed to a word on the page. "This letter is highlighted. Don't you see? It's glowing yellow, bright as day."
I don't see anything like...
She broke off.
Caleb, give me the glasses.
Annabelle slipped them on and looked at the page. The letter was now a vibrant yellow, literally jumping off the page. She slowly took the specs off.
These are really special glasses.
Caleb was staring at the page with his naked eye. No glow. He put the glasses back on, and the letter E glowed. "And there's a highlighted W and an H and an F." He flipped to the next page. "And there's another W and an S and a P and a lot more letters, all highlighted."
It's a code, Caleb,
Annabelle said. He looked astonished.
Do you know what other books she's looked at recently?
"They're all Beatles, but I can check the call slips." A few minutes later, he'd rounded up 6 books. He went through them page by page wearing the glasses, but there were no glowing letters. "I don't understand. Was it just the one book?"
It can't be.
Annabelle replied in frustration. She held up the book with the glowing letters.
Can I check it out?
"No, this is not a lending library."
Give me the book. I'll get it out of the building. I'm taking this to Oliver's place tonight. Meet me there after you get off work.
Soon Caleb had recovered enough to where he could at least pretend to work. That was interrupted a bit later when Kevin Phillips entered the reading room and came over to his desk.
"Caleb," he said quietly, "the police are outside. They want to talk to you."
Outside, Phillips handed him off to the police, represented by 2 detectives in baggy suits and sporting inscrutable features. The bigger of the 2 men parked his butt on a desk. The other man fished his hand in his pocket and pulled out a set of keys.
"These are to DeHaven's home, Mr. Shaw."
Caleb held out a shaky hand and took them.
"They were taken from your friend, Reuben Rhodes."
"I wouldn't call him a friend, more of a casual acquaintance." The 2 detectives exchanged glances. The big man said,
"Anyway, we also wanted to let you know that he's been released on his own recognizance."
"Does that mean you no longer consider him a suspect?"
"No, but we checked out his story and yours. For now, we'll leave it at that."
Caleb stared at the keys. "Can I go to the house, or is it off limits?"
"We've completed our evidentiary search at DeHaven's residence, so you're free to go in. But, just in case, stay out of the attic."
Caleb stood there for a bit, light-headed, and unable to believe his infinite good fortune. He realized there was one thing he wanted to do desperately. He left early to avoid traffic, drove as fast as he could to DeHaven's house, and went down to the vault. Inside, he made straight for the small safe behind the picture. He punched in the code and swung the door open. The Bay Psalm book wasn't there. When they congregated at Stone's place that night, they were joined by the newly freed Reuben. After they had all congratulated their friend, Stone wrote on a piece of paper that, "I'd rather not discuss things here." Then he jotted down a series of instructions while the others kept up a chatter of dialogue. 30 minutes later, Stone reconvened with the others in an alley in Georgetown. He unlocked a wooden door that was revealed behind a dumpster and motioned them all through. He locked the door behind them and turned on a small overhead light. Annabelle looked around the dank, dirty interior and joked,
"You sure know how to show a lady a good time. Is this place available for parties?"
"Let's hear your report," Stone said. She took a few minutes to fill everyone in on her and Caleb's discovery. She passed the glasses and book over to Stone, while Caleb remained uncharacteristically silent. Stone looked through the glasses and the book. "You're right. It does look like a code."
Who'd be putting codes in library books?
Stone put the book and glasses down. Milton picked up the glasses, put them on, and started reading through the book. Reuben stroked his chin.
"Does it tie into Bean's murder? He dealt in the defense and intelligence industry. God knows there are spies all over those sectors."
Stone nodded. "That would be a good guess, but I think it goes a bit deeper than that." He explained what he and Milton had found out at the Federalist Club and from their talk with Dennis Warren.
So this Albert Trent stuck at the Intelligence Committee. What does that mean?
Reuben spoke up.
"It means he'd have access to secrets worth selling, I can tell you that."
But how do you get from a mole like Trent to secret codes in rare books?
"I don't know," Stone admitted. "We have to find out more about this Jewel English. If we could get her to crack, we could trace it back to the source. She must know the glasses are missing by now."
"Get her to crack?" Reuben exclaimed. "Oliver, we can't splay her out on a rack and smack her around until she talks."
"But we can go to the FBI, show them the book and the glasses, tell them our theories, and let them take it from there," Stone suggested.
"Now you're talking," Reuben said. "The more distance we put between us and them, whoever they are, the better."
Stone looked over at Caleb, who hadn't spoken one word, and was sitting disconsolate in a corner. "Caleb, what's wrong?" He took one long breath and looked up. "The police came to the library today. They gave me the keys to Jonathan's house. The first thing I did was check on the collection." He paused, glanced at Annabelle, and leaned over and whispered into Stone's ear, "The psalm book's been stolen." Stone froze for an instant, while Milton and Reuben stared at Caleb.
"Not the book?"
Milton asked, and Caleb nodded miserably.
Hey, if 5's a crowd, I can always leave. I'm not really that into books.
"How could it have been taken?" Stone asked, putting up a hand to stop her from departing.
I don't know. They all sat silently until Reuben said,
It's bad news about the book, but let's not forget the main agenda. We go to the FBI tomorrow. At least that's something.
What about Jewel English? Milton asked.
Reuben said, If she is a spy, she's probably already out of the country.
It's possible she doesn't know the glasses are missing yet, Stone said.
Caleb said, So, if we get them back to her before she realizes they're gone, she might not get suspicious.
We'll need them for the FBI, but if we explain our plan, they might let us get them back to her, and they can set up surveillance, Reuben said. Then she gets more code, passes it on to somebody, and the FBI is there to nab them.
A good plan, Stone said.
Actually, it's not, Milton said. We can't take the book to the FBI. They all looked over at him. While they'd been talking, he'd gone back and reread through the slim volume, his hands flipping through the pages faster and faster. Why not? Caleb asked irritably. In answer, Milton handed the glasses and book to Caleb. See for yourself. Caleb put on the glasses and opened the book. He turned one page, and then another, and another. Stone, his eyes squinty with concern, said,
What is it?
Caleb said slowly, The highlighted marks are all gone. Stone put on the glasses and flipped through the book and sighed. The highlighting chemical wash they used had a time limit built in. Then it evaporates. Like vanishing ink? Milton said.
Somewhat more sophisticated than that.
He looked at Caleb.
Whoever put the chemical wash on had to know that Jewel English would have access to the book before the effect wore off. How could that be accomplished?
Caleb thought for a moment. Someone would have to go into the vault and doctor the book there, then contact her somehow and tell her which one to ask for. She comes to the library right away and asks to see it. Stone studied the cover of the book.
It seems that it would be quite a tedious process to mark each appropriate letter. If nothing else, it would take some time.
If one of the library staff were in there for hours on end, it would be noticed, certainly.
What about after hours? Stone asked.
Caleb looked uncertain. In the vault? That would be limited to a very few. The director and the Librarian of Congress are the only two I can think of.
So DeHaven would have had access to the vault after hours, Stone said.
Caleb nodded slowly. Yes, he would. Do you think he was part of the spy ring, and that's why he was killed? Annabelle started to protest, then seemed to think better of it.
I don't know, Caleb. Stone rose. What we need to do now is act. Caleb, call Jewel English and tell her you found her glasses where she dropped them in the reading room. Tell her you'll bring them by to her.
Oliver, that might be dangerous. What if she's still around and suspects something's up?
Caleb will wear a listening device. Milton will go with him to English's, but remain hidden outside. If something happens, he can call the police.
What if the something that happens is bodily harm to me? Caleb whined.
You described her as an elderly lady, Caleb, Stone reminded him. I think you should be able to handle this situation. However, I believe the more likely scenario is that you'll find she's gone. If so, try to get into her house and discover what you can.
Caleb was squeezing his hands nervously. But what if she hasn't left? And what if she has some big thug around who attacks me when I go to see her?
Stone shrugged. Well, of course, that would be unfortunate.
The librarian turned crimson. Unfortunate? That's easy for you to say. Pray tell, what will you be doing while I'm risking my life?
Breaking into Albert Trent's home.
He glanced at Annabelle.
Are you game?
Caleb pulled his Nova to the end of the quiet cul-de-sac and shut off the motor, glancing at Milton nervously. His friend was dressed all in black, with his long hair bunched under a knit ski cap. Caleb rubbed his arm under his jacket, where Milton had attached the listening device. He also had a power pack stuck in the back of his waistband. It's itching the crap out of me, and the power pack's making my pants so tight I can barely breathe. It's actually probably just nerves, Milton commented. Caleb glared at him. You think?
He slid out of the car. "Just make sure 911 is on your speed dial, burglar boy." "Roger that," Milton replied as he took out a pair of night binoculars and scanned the area. Jewel English had answered Caleb's phone call and seemed delighted that he'd found her glasses. Tonight would be fine, she'd said. As he walked toward her home, a cat snuck across one lawn, startling him. He took several deep breaths and muttered, "She's just an old lady who lost her glasses. Just an old lady who could be a spy with henchmen waiting to slit my throat." The lights were on in Jewel's home. He could see lace curtains in the windows. He rang the bell and waited. No one came. He rang it again. No footsteps reached his ears. He glanced around. He'd called her a little over an hour ago. What could have happened in the interim? He'd heard the bell buzz, but maybe she couldn't hear it. He knocked on the door hard. "Jewel?" He knocked again, harder, and the door swung open. He turned, poised to run. You never ever went into a house when the door just opened like that. The next sound nearly pushed his heart into defib. "Caleb!" He shrieked and grabbed the handrail on the front stoop. "Caleb, it's me, Milton." "Where are you?" he hissed. "I'm still in the car. I'm speaking to you through the wire. It has communication capability as well as being a surveillance device." "Okay, she's not answering. I just knocked on the door and it swung open. What would you suggest I do?" "I'd leave right now," Milton answered automatically. "I was hoping you'd say that." Caleb started to back down the steps. Then he stopped. What if she was lying on the bathroom floor with a broken hip or had suffered a heart attack? The thing was, despite the evidence, part of Caleb could not believe that the same sweet lady could be wrapped up in the spy business. "Caleb, have you left yet?" "No," he snapped. "I'm thinking." "Thinking about what?" "About whether I should go in and check on her." "Do you want me to come with you?" He hesitated. "No, Milton, just stay put. I'm sure it's nothing." Caleb pushed open the door and went in. The living room was empty, as was the small kitchen. On the way back through the living room, he picked up a heavy brass candle holder as a weapon and moved slowly down the hallway. The first bedroom was empty. There was only one room left. He hoisted the candle holder above his head and nudged the door open with his foot. It was dark inside, and it took a moment for his eyes to adjust. His breath left him in a rush. There was a lump under the bed cover. He whispered, "There's someone in the bed. The covers are over her face." "Should I call the police?" "Just hang on a sec." He looked down at his shaky hands. Okay. A dead body can't hurt you." He gripped the top of the bed cover and jerked it down. A dead man stared up at him. It was Norman Janklow, the Hemingway lover, and Jewel English's nemesis in the rare books reading room. Albert Trent lived in an old house with a broad front porch, set far back from a rural road in western Fairfax County. "Must be a hike for him to get into D.C. every day from here," Stone noted as he eyeballed the place with a pair of binoculars.
Does it look occupied?
He shook his head. "No lights that I can see from here."
The guy in the intelligence field probably has an alarm system.
Stone nodded. "I would be stunned if he didn't. We'll disable that first before we go inside."
You know how to do that?
The library is open to everyone. With no streetlights and just a dash of ambient light, Stone's night binoculars were working optimally. Through the green haze of the coated optics, he could see everything he needed to. "I'm not spotting any movement, but make the call anyway," he told Annabelle. Milton had gotten Trent's home phone number off the internet. Annabelle used her cell phone to call. After 4 rings, the voicemail kicked in, and they listened to a man's voice instructing them to leave a message.
Our spy seems to be out in the cold tonight.
"Okay. The phone box is hanging on a foundation wall underneath the deck. Let's move. Keep it nice and slow." They reached the phone box, and Stone spent 5 minutes evaluating the security system hardwired into it, and took another 5 minutes to disable it. After he'd rerouted the last wire, he said, "Let's try the window right here. The doors probably have deadbolts." Stone cut a circle of glass out, reached in, pulled out the pins, and popped the lock. A minute later, they were roaming down the hallway toward what looked to be the kitchen, with Stone in the lead holding a flashlight.
Nice place, but he appears to be a minimalist.
Trent's taste in interior decoration did tend toward the Spartan. A chair here, a table there.
Where do you want to start?
Let's see if he has an office here. They found the office, but it was nearly as bare as the rest of the house. No papers or files. There were some photos on the credenza behind the desk. Stone pointed to one. The big man is Bob Bradley. Trent's next to him.
Trent looks like a little weasel.
She stiffened.
What's that vibrating sound?
Damn, that's my phone. Stone unclipped his cell and looked at the screen. It's Caleb. I wonder what they found. He never got a chance to hear. The heavy blow from behind knocked Stone unconscious. Annabelle let out a scream an instant before a wet cloth held by a very strong hand covered her mouth and nose. As she breathed in the chemical fumes and started to collapse, her gaze fell on a mirror hanging on a wall across the room. In the reflection, she could see two men wearing black masks. One had her, and the other was standing over Stone. And behind them, she saw a third man. It was the man in the picture, Albert Trent. He smiled, not realizing she had seen his reflection. Within a few moments, her eyelids started fluttering, then closed, and she became limp. Annabelle regained consciousness first. As her eyes came into focus, she saw the two men working away. One stood on a ladder, while the other one was handing him things. She was lying, bound hand and foot, on a cold concrete floor. Directly across and facing her was Stone, his eyes closed. As she watched, his eyelids fluttered several times and then remained open. When he saw her, her gaze directed him to the two men. Their mouths weren't bound, but neither wanted to alert their captors that they were awake. As Stone took in the room, his belly tensed. They were being held in the storage room at Fire Control Incorporated. He squinted to see the label on the cylinder the men were preparing overhead. It was suspended from the ceiling by chains, which was why they were using a ladder to reach it. Carbon dioxide, 5,000 ppm. The men were going to kill them the same way Jonathan DeHaven had died. Stone looked frantically around for something, anything he could use to cut through his bindings. They probably wouldn't have much time after the men had left the room before the gas would shoot out of the cylinder and devour the oxygen in the air, leaving them to suffocate. He spotted it about the time the men finished their work. "I should do it," one of them said, climbing down. As the man stepped into the wash of the overhead light, Stone recognized him. It was the foreman from the team that had removed the cylinders from the library. When the men glanced over, Stone instantly closed his eyes. Acting on his cue, Annabelle did likewise. "Okay," the foreman said. "Let's not waste time. The gas release triggers in 3 minutes. We'll let it clear out and then get them out of here." They grabbed the ladder and left. The instant the two men shut and locked the door behind them, Stone sat up and slid on his butt over to the work table. He levered himself up, snatched a box cutter off the table, sat back down, and propelled back over to Annabelle. He whispered, "Quick, take this knife and cut through my ropes." As they lay back to back, Annabelle moved the blade up and down as quickly as she could from such an awkward position. Annabelle cut as quickly as she could until she felt her arms would drop from her shoulders. Sweat was leaching into her eyes from the effort. Finally, Stone felt the rope give way. Stone sat up, undid the bindings on his feet, and jumped up. He made no attempt to reach the cylinder. It was too high up, and even if he could get to it and figure out how to stop the countdown, the men would know something was wrong when they didn't hear the gas release. He grabbed an oxygen tank and face mask that he'd seen on his previous visit and raced to Annabelle's side. They had 30 seconds. He grabbed her bound hands and slid Annabelle to a far corner behind a pile of equipment. He threw a tarp over them, placed his head next to Annabelle's, strapped the large oxygen shield over both their faces, and turned on the feed line. A moment later, They heard a sound like a small explosion, followed by the roar of a waterfall up close. For 10 long seconds it continued, the CO2 coming out so fast and furiously that it covered the entire room almost instantly. They sucked deeply on the life-giving oxygen. Yet, on the fringes of the air pocket provided by the O2, Stone could feel the draining clutches of an atmosphere that was far closer to the moon's than Earth's. But Stone kept the mask crushed to their faces, even as Annabelle gripped him with the strength of extreme panic. Despite the supply of oxygen, Stone's thoughts still became muddled. He felt as though he were in a fighter jet soaring ever higher, the G-forces pulling his face back and up, threatening to rip his head off. Stone could only imagine the horror that Jonathan DeHaven, who'd had no oxygen to draw on, had endured in his final moments of life. Finally, the roar stopped, just as instantly as it had started. Then Stone heard what sounded like a ventilator fan come on. Time passed, and with each tick, Stone kept his eye on the door. Finally, he moved the mask from his face, but kept it on Annabelle's. He drew a careful breath, and then another. He tossed off the blanket, grabbed up the nearly empty oxygen tank, and stood behind the door to the room. He didn't have long to wait. A minute later, the door opened, and the first man came through. Stone waited. When the second man appeared, Stone swung the cylinder and caught him dead on the skull, crushing it. He dropped as though poleaxed. The other man turned in alarm, ripping at the gun on his belt. The tank hit him flush in the face. Stone slung the tank once more, catching the guy square on the temple. As the man fell to the floor, Stone dropped the tank, raced to Annabelle, and untied her. She rose on shaky legs and looked down at the two battered men.
Remind me never to piss you off.
Let's go before somebody else shows up.
Oliver, I saw Trent in the house, his reflection in the mirror.
You're sure? She nodded.
It was definitely him.
Stone glanced around. We have to get in touch with Caleb or Milton.
After what happened to us, do you think they're okay?
I don't know, he said shakily.
Is that how Jonathan died?
Yes. I'm sorry. She shrugged noncommittally, but wiped a tear from her eye. Look, Susan, I never should have let you get involved in this.
First of all, my name's not Susan.
Okay.
Second of all, tell me your real name, and I'll tell you mine.
Stone hesitated just for a second. Franklin, but my friends call me Frank. You?
Eleanor. My friends call me Ellie.
Franklin and Eleanor, he said, looking bemused.
You started it.
She smiled, even as her eyes filled with tears, and her body began to shake.
Oh, Jonathan.
She started to sob uncontrollably. Stone pulled her close as her legs failed. They both sank to the cement, and Stone kept holding her, as her fingers dug into him. Finally pushing away from him, Annabelle rubbed her swollen eyes.
I'm sorry. I never, and I mean never, lose control like that.
Crying because you lost someone you love isn't exactly unusual.
It's just not. I mean, you never...
Stone put his hand against her mouth and said quietly, My real name is John. John Carr. Annabelle tensed for a moment and then relaxed.
I'm Annabelle Conroy. It's nice to meet you, John.
She exhaled a deep breath.
Oh, that's not something I do very often.
Use your real name? I can sympathize. The last person I told tried to kill me. Annabelle and Stone made a phone call from a service station, reaching Caleb. Stone called Reuben, and all arranged to meet back at Stone's safe house. An hour later, they were reassembled, and Stone and Annabelle reported their experience first.
Damn, Reuben said. Good thing you thought of the oxygen, Oliver.
Caleb and Milton told their story next. Caleb added, We called the police from a payphone. Only took about an hour to find one in our cell-happy world.
What connection could this Norman Janklow have to all this?
Reuben asked. Stone answered. Janklow could have been a spy like English. That means the books he looked at could have been secretly coded too.
Okay, but why kill Janklow?
Reuben persisted.
If he was a spy, once we exposed English, maybe the whole thing started to unravel.
We should go to the police now. Milton said anxiously. And tell them what? Stone argued. The marks in the book have disappeared. And if we explain that we were almost killed tonight, we'd have to admit to having broken into Albert Trent's home.
So what do we do? Wait for them to come after us again?
Stone shook his head. No. Caleb will go to work tomorrow as if nothing's happened. The library will be in an uproar, having lost a director and a patron in such a short time. Caleb, find out what you can. The news will give us some hint as to what the police think. And if they've killed English too, the body might turn up. Milton said, I'll keep my eye peeled on the net for any of that. That's where it'll break first. Stone continued. Bob Bradley, Jonathan DeHaven, Cornelius Bean, and now Norman Janklow have been murdered. I believe Bradley died because he was forcing Albert Trent to leave the Intelligence Committee staff. Trent couldn't do that because, if I'm right, Trent was using that position to pass secrets. DeHaven was killed either because he was involved in the reading room being used to convey those stolen secrets, or he stumbled on the scheme and had to be silenced. That might be the same for Norman Janklow, or else he was also a spy like English. Bean was killed because he figured out that one of his company's equipment was used to murder DeHaven, and would no doubt have investigated further. Trent had a mole at fire control who probably tipped him off about Bean's suspicions, and he had to be eliminated. Caleb said, But you still have to get the secrets Trent was presumably stealing to the library somehow. It wasn't Albert Trent highlighting those letters in the books. And Jonathan couldn't have done it in the beetle we took from the library. He was dead by then. Agreed. And that's the part we still have to figure out. Milton said, We've already searched DeHaven's house and found nothing. And I looked through Jules, Caleb said, and only found a dead body. Stone nodded. Perhaps Norman Janklow's home may yield some results. Reuben interjected. The only problem with that is the police will be crawling all over it now. Same with English's place. Stone said, Things are getting very dangerous now, and we all have to be extremely careful. I suggest that we double up from now on. Milton and Caleb, you two can stay at Milton's house. It has a very good security system. Reuben, you and I can stay at your place, since certain people already know where I live. He looked at Annabelle. You can stay with us too.
I think I'll stick to my hotel, but I'll watch out for myself, don't worry.
Are you sure? Stone said.
I'm sure, but thanks for the offer.
As the meeting broke up, Stone stopped Annabelle on the way out. Are you game for another run at Albert Trent? She hesitated. I don't mean breaking into his house again. I mean tailing him. He woke, stretched, turned over, and gazed out the window. The weather today was just like it had been yesterday. Sunny and beautiful, with an ocean breeze apparently designed solely to inspire contentment in all it touched. He got up, wrapped a sheet around his waist, and strolled to the window. Situated on several acres of land that included a sandy beach pounded by the ocean, the villa was his, at least for a year, the length of the lease, but he was thinking about buying it outright. In the two-car garage sat a Maserati coupe and a Ducati for his driving pleasure. A cook, maid, and gardener came with the place for less money than he'd paid in condo fees back in L.A. He drew a deep breath and knew he could spend the rest of his life here. He hadn't exactly followed Annabelle's instructions about not flashing the cash, but this place had been immediately available for someone with the money. And once he had leased the house, he had to have the toys that went with it. He wasn't worried about Bagger finding him. The guy had never even seen him. Tony heard her coming up the stone stairs and retreated back to his bed. When she opened the door, he saw that she carried a tray with his breakfast only. It was funny. She'd slept with him after the second night, but wouldn't eat breakfast with him. It probably had to do with her being the maid. Dos huevos, jugo de naranja, tostada y café con leche, she said. Her Spanish accent was pleasantly lyrical. And you, he smiled, pulling her to him after she had set the tray down on the table next to the bed. She kissed him on the lips and let him slip off her strapless nightie, which was all she happened to be wearing. He scooted around and let her fall back on the bed. He took one of her shapely legs in each of his arms and stood poised between her thighs. She licked her fingers and then squeezed her breasts. Damn, you drive me loco, Carmela, he said. The door smashing back against the wall made the couple forget about screwing before breakfast. 4 big men came in, trailed by a smaller, broad-shouldered fellow wearing a 2-piece suit, an open-collared shirt, and sporting a devilish look of triumph. Jerry Bagger said, "Hey, Tony, nice place you got here. I really like it. It's amazing what you can buy with someone else's money, ain't it?" He sat down on the bed as the terrified Carmela tried to cover herself with the sheet. "Hey, honey, you don't have to do that," Bagger said. He motioned to one of his men. This gent picked up Carmela, carried her over to the open window, and tossed the lady out. They all listened to one long scream and then a thud. Bagger picked up the glass of orange juice on the tray and drank it down in one long gulp. Tony seemed paralyzed. Bagger feigned surprise. "Why so upset?" "Oh, because of the bitch going out the window? Don't worry about that." He looked at the man who'd done the tossing. "Hey, Mike, you aimed for the swimming pool, right? Like in that James Bond movie." "I didn't quite make the pool with the lady, Mr. Bagger," Mike admitted. "But you tried, Mike. You tried. That's the important thing." He turned back to Tony. "That's the most important thing, right, Tony?" Tony was obviously too horrified to speak. "Besides, it's better this way, because the 2 old folks downstairs, you're not gonna believe this, they just keeled over and died when we walked in. And there's no way a pretty little thing like that Bonita bitch could have kept up a big place like this all by herself. I look at it as a favor what we did, don't you, Tony?" Tony wailed. "Please don't kill me, Mr. Bagger. Please, I'm sorry. Bagger gave Tony's fingers a crushing grip and let them go. "Come on, don't do that. Apologies make a man look weak. Besides, it was a great scam, really first rate." He sat back down next to Tony and motioned to one of his men, who pulled a compact pistol out of his jacket holster, spun a suppressor on the muzzle, chambered around, and handed it to Bagger. "No, please, no," Tony whimpered before Bagger silenced him by jamming the pistol in the young man's mouth, breaking his 2 front teeth in the process. "Okay, Tony boy, here's the drill. You get 1 chance at this. 1 chance," he repeated slowly. "The bitch. I want her name and everything else you know about her. You tell me that, you get to live." He looked around the cavernous bedroom. "Not here, not on my dime, but you get to live. You don't tell me, well..." Bagger abruptly slid the pistol out of Tony's mouth, its muzzle covered in his blood and bits of teeth. "Oh, you thought I was just gonna shoot you," Bagger laughed. No, that's not how this works. That's way too fast." He gave the gun to another man and held out his hand. Mike slapped a serrated knife into his palm. "We do this stuff slow, and we have lots of practice." Bagger held out his other hand, and another one of his men slipped a plastic glove on it. Bagger reached his gloved hand down, grabbed Tony's crotch, and pulled hard. Tony screamed in agony, but the other men held him down. Bagger studied Tony's private parts and said, "Frankly, I don't understand what Bonita saw in you." He raised the knife up. "Okay, the bitch's name, where my money is, and everything else. Then you get to live. Otherwise, I start with your balls, and then it gets really painful after that. What's it gonna be, Tony? You got 5 seconds. And once I start cutting, I don't stop for nothing." Tony made a sound. "What was that? I didn't quite get it." And "Speak the hell up, you little asshole. My hearing's not that great." "Annabelle!" he screamed. "Annabelle? Annabelle who?" Bagger yelled so hard spit flew out of his mouth. "Annabelle Conroy! Patty Conroy's daughter!" At the sound of this last name, Bagger slowly lowered the knife and let go of Tony's privates. He handed the blade to one of his men and stripped off the glove. Jerry Bagger stood and walked over to the window and looked out. Annabelle Conroy? He'd never even known Patty had a kid. Yet now it started to make sense.
Patty Conroy's little girl had been in his casino, in his office, played him like a fool, and screwed him out of far more than her old man ever had. Okay, Annabelle. I did your mama. Now it's your turn. He cracked his knuckles, turned back around, and looked at bloody-mouthed Tony lying there on the bed weeping, a hand over his privates. What else? He said. Everything. And you get to keep breathing. And Tony told him, finishing up with Annabelle's instructions on keeping a low profile and not spending his money all in one place. Bagger said, Well, you should have listened to the woman. He snapped his fingers. Okay, guys, get to it. We don't have all day. One of the men opened a black case he'd brought with him. Inside were 4 baseball bats. He handed 3 to the other men and kept one for himself. As they raised the bats overhead, Tony shrieked, But you said if I told you, you'd let me live! You said so! Bagger shrugged. That's right. And after the boys finish with you, you'll still be alive. Barely. Jerry Bagger is a man of his word. The next morning, the library was in an uproar. Norman Janklo's murder, so soon after DeHaven's death, had sent shockwaves the length and breadth of the Jefferson Building. When Caleb arrived for work, the police and FBI were already interrogating everyone. Caleb did his best to answer the questions with short answers. Next, his thoughts turned to the beetle that Annabelle had taken. He had brought it with him today. It had been relatively easy, though Caleb was still a nervous wreck. He put the book away in his desk. When a conservator showed up with some repaired books to be returned to the vault, Caleb volunteered to do it. This would give him the perfect opportunity to reshelve the beetle. He put the dime novel in the stack with the others and went into the vault. He put away the repaired tomes and then headed to the section where the beetles were kept. However, when he started to slide the book onto the shelf, he noticed that Annabelle had torn a corner of the cover. Great. You'd have thought she could have been a little more careful, considering she stole the damn book in the first place, he muttered to himself. He'd have to take the beetle to conservation. He left the vault, filled out the necessary paperwork, and had the conservation request inputted on the computer system. Then he walked to the conservation department. He presented the book to Rachel Jeffries, a woman who did very thorough work and performed it promptly. After chatting briefly with her about the latest awful news, Caleb returned to the reading room and sat at his desk. Every time the door to the reading room opened, Caleb would tense. The place, so long a haven of peace and genteelness, was now like a recurrent nightmare. Realizing that he was famished, Caleb decided to run out and get a sandwich. Mr. Foxworth? Caleb said, as the tall, good-looking man approached him out on the street in front of the Jefferson Building. Seagraves nodded and smiled. Please. Bill, remember? I was coming by to see you today. Actually, Seagraves had been waiting for Caleb to come outside. I'm just going to get a sandwich. I'm sure someone else can help you find a book in the reading room. Well, I was actually wondering if you'd like to see my books. What? My collection. It's in my office. It's only a few blocks from here. I'm a lobbyist, specializing in the oil industry. It pays to be close to Capitol Hill in my business. I'm sure it does. Do you think you could spare a few minutes? I know it's a lot to ask. All right. Mind if I get a sandwich on the way? I haven't had lunch. Annabelle had picked Stone up before the crack of dawn, and they'd driven out to Trent's home and settled themselves down where they could see his driveway. They'd taken Reuben's battered pickup truck for the surveillance. Just as dawn was breaking, Stone tensed. Okay, something's coming. A car had pulled out from Trent's driveway. Annabelle looked around at the deserted area.
It might be a little obvious if we start tailing him.
We're going to have to chance it. Luckily, another car pulled past them, a station wagon with a mom driving and 3 small kids in the back seat. Trent pulled ahead of the station wagon. Stone said, Okay, hit it. Annabelle put the truck in gear and pulled into line behind the second car. They made it to Route 7 20 minutes later, through a series of back roads. As they did so, a few other cars joined the procession,
but Annabelle managed to keep behind the station wagon, which in turn was right behind Trent.
So where do you think Trent's headed?
I hope to work. 40 minutes later, Stone was proved correct, as Trent led them to Capitol Hill. As he turned into a restricted area, they had to break off surveillance, but they watched as an automatic security barrier lowered into the ground and a guard waved him in.
If only that guard knew the guy's a spy and a murderer.
Well, we have to prove that he is, otherwise he's not. That's the way it works in a democracy.
Almost makes you wish we were fascists in this country, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't, Stone said firmly.
So what now?
Now we wait and watch. Stone's phone rang. He recognized the number on the screen. It's Caleb. He put the phone up to his ear. Stone stiffened. A minute later, he put the phone down.
What's up? What did Caleb say?
It wasn't Caleb. It was the people who are holding Caleb.
What?
He's been kidnapped.
My God, what do they want?
They want to meet to discuss things. Any sign of the police, they kill him.
What do they mean they want to meet?
They want you, me, Milton, and Reuben to come. If we don't go, they'll kill Caleb.
How do we know he's not already dead?
At 10 o'clock tonight, they said they'd call and let him talk to us. That's when they'll tell us where and when the meeting is. Annabelle drummed her fingers on the worn steering wheel.
So, what do we do?
Stone studied the Capitol dome in the distance. You play poker?
I don't like to gamble.
She answered with a straight face. Well, Caleb's their full house, so we need at least that or better to be able to play this hand. And I know where to get the cards we need. Stone punched in the number, which he knew by heart. Alex, this is Oliver. I need your help, badly. Alex Ford sat forward in his chair at the Secret Service's Washington field office. What's going on, Oliver? It's a long story, but you need to hear it all. When Stone finished, Ford sat back and let out a long breath. Damn. Can you help us? I'll do my best. I've got a plan. I hope you do. It sounds like we don't have much time to pull this together. Albert Trent left Capitol Hill that evening and drove home. Leaving Route 7, he followed the meandering back roads to his isolated neighborhood. He slowed as he approached the last turn before his driveway. A pickup truck had run off the road and hit something. An ambulance and a utility truck were there along with a police car. A uniformed cop was standing in the middle of the road. Trent drove cautiously ahead until the policeman stepped forward with his hand up. Trent rolled down his window, and the cop leaned in. I'm going to have to ask you to turn around, sir. That truck skidded off the road and hit an above-ground natural gas pressure regulator and caused a major surge in the pipes. Damn lucky he didn't blow himself in the neighborhood sky high. But I live right around the bend, and I don't have gas in my house. Okay, I'll need to see some ID with your address on it. Trent dug into his jacket pocket and handed the officer his driver's license. The cop hit it with his flashlight and then handed it back. All right, Mr. Trent. How soon will they fix it? That's a question for the gas company. Oh, one more thing. He reached his other hand in the window and sprayed something from a small canister directly into Trent's face. The man coughed once and slumped over in his seat. On cue, out of the ambulance stepped Stone, Milton, and Reuben. With the cop's help, Reuben lifted Trent out of the car and into another car that pulled forward, Annabelle at the wheel. Alex Ford emerged from the ambulance and handed Stone a leather canvas knapsack. You need me to show you again how to use it? Stone shook his head. I've got it. Alex, I know this is a stretch for you, and I really appreciate it. I didn't know where else to turn. Oliver, we'll get Caleb back. And if this is the spy ring that people have been whispering about, and we can bust it, you guys all deserve medals. Stone climbed into the car with the others.
And now we play the hand.
Now we play the hand, Stone affirmed. The call came at precisely 10 o'clock. Stone and the rest of the group were in a downtown hotel suite. The man on the other end started to dictate the time and place to meet, but Stone cut him off. We're not going to do that. We have Albert Trent. You want him back? Then we'll do an exchange on our terms. That is not acceptable, the voice said. Fine. Then we turn your buddy over to the CIA, and they can coax the truth out of him, including naming names, and believe me, what I've seen of Trent, it won't take long.
How do we know this isn't a trick?
How do I know you're not planning to put a bullet into me when I show up? Simple, we have to trust each other.
There was a long pause. Where?
Stone told him where and when.
Do you realize what tomorrow will be like down there?
That's why I picked it. We'll see you at noon.
Stone clicked off and turned to the others. Milton looked fearful but determined. Reuben was examining the contents of the leather pack Alex Ford had given them. Annabelle's gaze was directly on Stone. Stone went over to Reuben.
How's it look?
He held up 2 syringes and 2 bottles of liquid.
Amazing stuff, Oliver. What will they think of next?
The next day broke clear and warm. Stone and the others left the hotel, transporting Trent in a large trunk that they loaded into a van. Inside the van, Stone squatted over Albert Trent and gave him an injection in the arm using one of the syringes. He waited 10 minutes and then injected Trent with the other syringe. A minute later, the man's eyes fluttered open. As he came to, Trent looked wildly around and tried to sit up. Stone pressed a hand against his chest and then took a knife out of his sheath on his belt. Holding the blade in front of Trent's quivering face, he slid it between the man's skin and the gag, severing the cloth. Trent said in a shaky voice, "What are you doing? I'm a federal employee. You could go to jail for this."
Save it, Trent. We know everything. And if you don't do anything stupid, we're going to give you up for Caleb Shaw in a nice, easy exchange. But if you don't cooperate, I'll kill you myself. Or would you rather spend the rest of your life in prison for treason?
I have no idea.
Stone held the blade up. That's not what I meant by being cooperative. We have the book and the code and the evidence that you set up Bradley to be killed. And we know about Jonathan DeHaven and Cornelius Bean. Stone unlocked the handcuffs around the man's hands and feet. We're doing a 1-to-1 exchange. We get Caleb, you go free. Now get up.
Trent rose on shaky legs. Reuben opened the van doors, and they all stepped out, with Trent in the middle.
My God, Trent said. What the hell is going on here?
He was looking at a sea of people.
Stone said, Don't you read the papers? It's the National Book Festival on the Mall.
And a march against poverty, Milton added.
200,000 people total,
Reuben chimed in.
Let's get going, asswipe. We don't want to be late.
The National Book Festival, an annual event, had grown to over 100,000 attendees. Circus-sized tents had been erected on the mall, emblazoned with banners reading fiction, history, children's literature, thrillers, and poetry, among others. On Constitution Avenue, the March Against Poverty was ramping up, with its destination the Capitol. After that, many of the marchers would join in the book festival, which was free and open to the public. Stone had carefully planned the exchange point, with input from Alex Ford. With thousands of people around, it would be nearly impossible for a shooter to get off a clean shot, even at a distance. In his knapsack, Stone carried the one device that would allow him to complete this mission the right way, for once he had Caleb back safely, Stone had no intention of allowing Albert Trent and his fellow spies to escape. Reuben said,
Up ahead, 2 o'clock, by the bike rack.
Stone nodded, and his gaze caught Caleb standing on a small grass plot, partially encircled by a waist-high hedge, with a large and elaborate fountain beyond that. It offered some privacy and a buffer from the throngs of people. Behind Caleb were 2 men, with hoods pulled up and wearing dark sunglasses. Stone eyed Caleb, trying to get his attention, but there were so many people around it was difficult. And that's when Stone saw the thing around Caleb's neck.
My God, he muttered. Reuben, do you see it?
The big man looked stricken.
Those bastards!
Stone turned to Milton and Annabelle, who were following behind.
Stay back.
What?
But Oliver, Milton protested.
Just do it,
Stone snapped. The 2 stopped. Annabelle looked particularly stung by Stone's order, and Milton seemed paralyzed. Reuben, Stone, and Trent moved on, until they came face to face with Caleb and his captors.
Caleb moaned over the sound of the fountain in the background and pointed to what looked like a dog collar around his neck. "Oliver?" "I know, Caleb, I know." He pointed to the device and said to the hooded men, "Take that off him, now!" Both men shook their heads. One held up a small black box with 2 buttons sprouting from it. "Only when we're safely away." "You think I'm letting you walk away, leaving a bomb locked on my friend's neck?" "As soon as we're away, we'll deactivate it," the man said. "And I'm just supposed to trust you?" "That's right." "Then you're not leaving, and if you detonate the bomb, we all die." "It's not a bomb," the same man said. He held up the black box. "I push the red button, enough toxin to kill an elephant goes right into him. He'd be dead before I let go of the button. I push the black button, the system is disengaged, and you can take the collar off without releasing the poison. Don't try to take the control from me forcibly, and if a sniper shoots, my reflex will involuntarily push the button." He let his finger hover over the red button as he smiled at Stone's obvious dilemma. "What exact point do you need to get to before you deactivate the poison?" "Not very far away at all. In 3 minutes we'll be gone. But if we wait too long, I push the red button." Stone gazed at Caleb, then at the furious Reuben, and back at Caleb. "Caleb, listen to me. We have to trust them." "Oh, God, Oliver, please help me." Caleb didn't appear willing to trust anyone. "I will, Caleb. I will." In desperation, Stone said, "How many loaded darts do you have in that damn thing?" "What?" The man looked startled. "How many?" "2. One on the left and one on the right." Stone turned and gave his knapsack to Reuben and whispered, "If we die, don't let us die in vain." Reuben took the knapsack and nodded, his face pale, but his manner rock steady. Stone turned back around and held up his left hand. "Let me slide my hand under the collar so the left dart will hit me instead of my friend." The man now looked totally flustered. "But then you both die." "That's right. We'll both die together." Caleb stopped shaking and stared directly at Stone. "Oliver, you can't do that." "Caleb, shut up." Stone looked at the man. "Tell me where to put my hand." "I don't know if this—" "Tell me!" Stone shouted. The man pointed to a spot, and Stone squeezed his hand in the narrow space, his skin now resting against Caleb's. "Okay," Stone said. "When will I know it's been disarmed?" "When the red light on the side there turns green," the man said, pointing to a small crimson glass bubble on the collar. "Then you can undo the clasp and it comes right off. But if you try and force it off before, it automatically engages." "Understood." He glanced at Trent. "Now take that scum and get the hell out of here." Albert Trent pulled away from Reuben's grasp and marched over to the hooded men. As they started walking away, Trent turned back and grinned. "Adios." Stone kept his eyes tight on Caleb's face. He was also talking to his friend in a low voice, even as onlookers slowed and pointed at what must have seemed a very unusual scene. One man's hand jammed under a collar on another man's neck. "Deep breaths, Caleb. They're not going to kill us. They're not going to kill us. Deep breaths." He checked his watch. 60 seconds had passed since the men had left with Trent. 2 more minutes and we're home free. We're good. We're in great shape. He looked at his watch. 90 seconds. We're almost there. Hang with me. Hang with me, Caleb. Caleb was holding Stone's arm in a death grip, his face flushed, his breath coming in mangled gasps. But he was standing firm, and finally said, "I'm okay, Oliver." Once, a suspicious park police officer started heading their way, but 2 men in white jumpsuits who'd been cleaning out trash cans intercepted the cop and sent him on his way. They'd already relayed the situation to the snipers, who'd stood down. 30 seconds, Caleb. We're almost there. Stone's gaze was now directly on the red light on the collar as he counted off the ticks. Okay, 10 seconds and we're free. Stone and Caleb together mouthed the final countdown, but the light didn't turn to green. Caleb couldn't see this and said, "Oliver, can you take it off now?" Even Stone's nerves began to fail now, yet he never once thought of pulling his hand free. He closed his eyes for a second, awaiting the sting of the needle and the poison right behind it.
"Oliver! Look!"
Stone opened his eyes, and and stared at the beautiful little drop of green in the bubble.
"Reuben, help me!"
he called out. Reuben shot forward, and together they unlocked the collar and slipped it off Caleb's neck. The librarian fell to his knees as the others crowded around him. When he finally looked up, he grabbed Stone's hand. He gushed, "That was the bravest thing anyone's ever done, Oliver. Thank you." Stone took the knapsack from Reuben and pulled from it a small flat object with a small screen on it. On the screen, a blob of red was moving fast.
"Now we finish this," he said. "They've gone into the Smithsonian Metro entrance,"
Reuben said, eyeing the small screen Stone was holding as the group raced across the mall.
"That's why we picked that exchange spot,"
Stone answered.
"But the metro will be jammed,"
Milton said.
"How will we find them in there?"
"We took a page from Trent and Company. You know the chemical wash they put on the letters in the book to make them glow?"
"Sure, so?"
Milton said. Stone said, "I injected Trent with a chemical provided by Alex Ford that transmits a signal to this receiver. It's like the man's glowing for us. Using this, we can pick him out of a crowd of thousands. Alex and his men also have a receiver. We're going to pin them down." Suddenly, screams poured out of the station below.
"Come on!"
Stone shouted, and they dashed down the escalator. While Trent and the two men were waiting for the next train, a pair of agents disguised as maintenance workers had approached from their rear. Before they had a chance to draw their weapons, both men fell forward with gaping bullet wounds in their backs. Behind them, Roger Seagraves, wearing a cloak, replaced the silenced pistols in his twin belt holsters. When the men fell, and the people saw the blood, the screams started, and panicked citizens began running in all directions. An instant before one of the agents died, he rallied, pulled his gun, and shot one of the hooded men in the head. A westbound train roared into the station and disgorged still more passengers, who ran headlong into the growing chaos. Trent and his remaining guard used this panic to jump onto one of this train's cars. Seagraves did likewise, but with the riptide of the crowd, he could only manage to scramble onto the next car down. Right before the doors closed, Stone and the others fought their way through the mass of people and clambered aboard. The train car was packed, but Stone checked his tracking device and saw that Trent was very close by. He scanned the interior and finally spotted him at the other end. A few moments later, Alex Ford and several other agents ran through the crowd, but the train was already pulling out. He yelled at his men, and they ran back out of the station. Inside the moving train, Stone ducked down and kept his gaze on Trent. He was talking to his bodyguard and holding his hands up to his ears for some reason. Facing the way he was, Stone couldn't see Roger Seagraves in the car behind him, watching him through the glass. Stone was now making his way through the crowd toward Trent. He palmed his knife, keeping the blade tucked against his forearm under his sleeve. He would kill the guard, but Stone had no intention of cheating Trent out of spending the rest of his life in prison. Stone was closing in on his target when his plans were foiled. The train rocketed into Metro Center, came to a stop, and the doors burst open. Trent and his guard jumped through the open door. In the next car down, Seagraves did likewise. Stone and the others pushed their way out and into a crush of passengers. Stone kept his gaze on Trent and the hooded figure next to him. From the corner of his eye, he saw two men in white jumpsuits heading toward Trent. What he didn't see was Roger Seagraves slide a small metal object out of his pocket, pull a pin with his teeth, and let it fly, even as he turned his back and made sure his ears were plugged. Stone saw the oblong cylinder sail past him through the air and knew instantly what it was. He whirled around and screamed to Reuben and the others, "Get down and cover your ears!" A couple seconds later, the flashbang went off, and dozens of people around it collapsed to the floor, holding their ears, covering their eyes, and screaming in pain. Trent and his bodyguard had been unaffected by the explosion. They'd put ear protectors on and had averted their gaze from the flash part of the flashbang. Stone, woozy despite having put his face to the floor and jammed his coat sleeves into his ears, looked up and saw that Reuben had attacked the hooded man. Reuben put the smaller man in a half Nelson, lifted him off the floor, and slammed him head first into a metal pole. Then Reuben flung the man away, and he slid across the slick floor as people scrambled to get out of the way. As Reuben stormed toward him, Stone hit him from behind, knocking his friend down.
What the hell?
Reuben grunted as the shot fired by the man sailed by overhead. Stone had seen the gun and knocked Reuben out of the way just in time. The hooded man rose on one knee and prepared for a point-blank shot, but was dropped by the impact of 3 rounds in his chest, fired by 2 federal agents, who came running up, followed by uniformed police. Stone helped Reuben up and looked around for the others. Annabelle waved from a far corner, Milton and Caleb beside her.
Where's Trent?
Stone called out. Suddenly, Caleb screamed, "There, going up the escalator! That's the man who kidnapped me, Foxworth!"
"And Trent,"
Milton added. They all looked upward. At the sound of his alias, Seagraves glanced over his shoulder, and his hood fell away, giving them all a good look at him and Albert Trent, who was beside him. Up on the street, Seagraves pushed Albert Trent into a cab and gave an address to the driver. He whispered to Trent, "I'll meet you there later. I've got a private plane ready to take us out of the country. Here are your travel papers and new ID pack." Seagraves started to slam the cab door shut, and then abruptly stopped. "Albert, give me your watch."
"What?"
Seagraves didn't ask again. He ripped the watch off Trent's wrist and closed the cab door. It drove off, a panicked Trent looking back at him through the window. Seagraves planned to kill Trent later, and he had to have something belonging to him. He was very angry about having to leave his collection behind, because he couldn't risk returning to his house. "Well, I can always start a new collection." He ran across the street to an alleyway, climbed into a van he'd parked there, and changed his clothes. Then he waited for his pursuers to appear. And this time, he wouldn't miss. Stone and the others rode the escalator out of the metro, along with hundreds of other panicked people. While sirens filled the air and a small army of police converged on the area to investigate the rampage, they walked down the street aimlessly.
"Thank goodness Caleb's okay," Milton said.
Absolutely,
Reuben bellowed. He grabbed Caleb around the shoulders.
What the hell would we do without you to tease?
What do we do now?
"What I still don't understand is how the chemical wash was put in the books," Milton said. "Albert Trent works on the Intelligence Committee staff. He gets the secrets somehow and then passes them on to whom? And how do they end up in the books at the reading room, where Jewel English and presumably Norman Janklow see and write them down using their special glasses?"
While they were all mulling those questions, Stone used his cell phone to check in with Alex Ford. They were still looking for Trent, but Ford advised Stone and the others to pull back from the chase.
"No sense in putting yourselves in more danger," he said. "You've done enough."
After Stone had told them that, Caleb said, "So, where do we go? Home?" Stone shook his head.
"The Library of Congress is near here. I want to go there."
Caleb wanted to know why.
"Because that's where this all started, and a library is always a good place to get answers."
Caleb was able to get them into the library, but not the reading room, because it was closed on Saturday. Wandering the halls, Stone said to the others, "What confuses me most of all is the timing of events." He paused, marshaling his thoughts. "Jewel English came to the reading room 2 days ago, and the highlights were in the Beetle book. Later that night, when we had the book, the highlights vanished. That is a very tight time frame." Stone stopped walking and leaned against a marble banister. "How could they be so sure the timing would work? You wouldn't want the wash to remain on the pages very long in case the police got their hands on them. Indeed, if we'd acted a little sooner, we might have gotten the book to the FBI before the chemical evaporated. So logically, the highlighting had to have taken place close to the time English came in." Caleb said, "I'd been in and out of the vaults before Jewel came in that day. I didn't see anyone in there other than some of the staff, and none stayed longer than 10 or 15 minutes. While they were all standing there, Rachel Jeffries walked by. She was the conservator Caleb had brought the Beetle dime novel containing the highlights to for repair. She said, "Oh, hello, Caleb. I didn't think you came in on weekends anymore." "Hi, Rachel. Oh, while I have you, I wanted to let you know that the Beetle you gave me to work on had just recently been returned to the vault after repairs."
What? Caleb said, stunned. It had some back cover damage and a few loose pages. When I looked up its conservation history, I was really surprised because, like I said, it had just been brought back to the vault. Any idea how it was damaged again? When exactly had it been brought back to the vault? Caleb asked, ignoring her question. Why, the day before you gave it to me. Rachel, hang on a minute. Caleb started tapping on the computer keyboard again. He was looking for how many beetles had been sent to conservation in the recent past. His answer came back quickly as the software churned through the data. 36 beetles repaired over the last 2 years, he said to the others. Next, he checked the records for books Jewel English and Norman Janklow had requested, together with all books that had gone to the conservation department over the last 6 months. He found that Jewel English had requested 70% of the beetles that had been repaired in the last 6 months, and she'd requested them on the exact day they had come back from conservation. He found a similar pattern for Norman Janklow. Stone, whose mind had raced ahead of the others, looked at Rachel Jeffries. Can you tell us which conservator repaired that particular beetle? Oh, sure. It was Monty Chambers. Stone and the others started running down the long corridor. Do you know where Chambers lives? Stone asked Caleb as they ran out onto the street. Caleb nodded. It's actually not too far from here. They hailed 2 cabs and sped off. 15 minutes later, the cabs slowed as they turned onto a quiet residential street lined with old row houses. This area looks familiar for some reason, Stone said. They climbed out of the cabs, and Caleb led them up to one of the homes. Reuben and I will knock on the door, while you all stay back. The knock prompted no response. Stone glanced around. There was no one on the street. Give me some cover, Reuben, he said. Reuben turned around and placed his wide body between Stone and the street. A minute later, the lock clicked open. Stone went in first, followed by Reuben. The main floor revealed nothing of interest. The bathroom held the usual items, though Stone picked up a couple objects with a puzzled look. They found nothing that might indicate where Chambers had gone. When they got back downstairs, the others were standing in the foyer. Anything? Caleb asked anxiously. Stone answered, You mentioned a workshop? Lower level. They trooped down and searched through Chambers' workspace. It had all the things one would expect to see in a book conservator's arsenal, and nothing else. Dead end, Reuben proclaimed. The lower level was a walkout, and Stone glanced out the window. Opens into an alleyway with a row of buildings on the other side. So? Reuben said irritably. I doubt a fleeing traitor would be lurking in an alley waiting for the feds to show up. Stone opened the door, stepped out, and looked up and down the alley. Reuben was watching his friend closely. You remembered why this place looks familiar. You've been here before? We've all been here before, Reuben. Stone led them around the corner and down the street, along the front of the row houses that backed to the alley opposite Chambers' home. Stone stopped in the middle of the block and motioned the others to stay put as he stared upward at something on the building they were in front of. Good Lord, Caleb said, looking around and realizing where he was. I didn't recognize it in the daytime. Caleb, ring the bell, Stone instructed. Caleb did so, and a deep voice said, Yes, who is it? Stone motioned to Caleb. Oh, it's me, Mr. Pearl, Caleb Shaw. I wanted to talk to you about the Psalm book. A long moment passed, and then they heard a click. Caleb pulled the door open, and they all went inside. When Vincent Pearl appeared a moment later, he was not dressed in long robes, but in black pants, white shirt, and a green work apron. His long hair was disheveled, and his beard untidy. He appeared startled to see the others with Caleb, and said angrily, I'm very busy right now, Shaw. I cannot drop everything simply because you show up unannounced. Stone stepped forward. Where's Albert Trent? In the back room? Pearl gaped at him. Excuse me? Who? Stone pushed past him, kicked open the door to the back room, and went in. He came out a minute later. Upstairs, then.
"What the hell are you doing?" Pearl screamed. "I'll call the police!"
Stone darted past him for the spiral stairs and motioned for Reuben to follow him upstairs. "Watch out, Foxworth might be with him." The pair disappeared upstairs, and a minute later the others heard screams and a struggle. Then the noise abruptly stopped, and Stone and Reuben marched downstairs, holding firmly to Albert Trent. They threw the man in a chair, and Reuben stood next to him. Stone turned to face Pearl, who, unlike Trent, had lost none of his composure.
"I have no idea what you think you're doing," Pearl said, as he lifted the apron over his shoulders. "This man is a friend of mine, and he's here at my invitation."
"Where's Chambers?" Caleb blurted out. "Is he here at your invitation, too?"
"Who?"
Pearl said. Caleb looked exasperated.
Monty Chambers.
"He's right here, Caleb," Stone said. He reached over and tugged hard on Pearl's beard. It started to come off. With his other hand, Stone moved to grab a chunk of the bushy hair, but Pearl stopped him.
"Please, allow me."
He pulled first the beard and then the wig off, revealing a smooth, bald head.
I can't believe I never saw that you two were one and the same man.
"The disguise was very effective, Caleb," Stone said. "Hair and a beard and different type of glasses, the added weight, unusual clothes." Caleb nodded.
So which came first, he demanded. Vincent Pearl or Monty Chambers?
Pearl smiled weakly.
Monty Chambers is my real name. Vincent Pearl was simply my alter ego.
"Why have one at all?" Stone asked. At first Chambers appeared reluctant to answer, but finally he shrugged and said, "As a young man, I apprenticed with an excellent conservator and learned the trade. I was hired by the library and had the beginnings of a good career. But I also wanted to collect books, and the salary at the library didn't allow for that. So I became a rare book dealer. I certainly had the knowledge and the experience, but who would engage a humble conservator at the library for that? Not the rich, which was the clientele I was aiming for. So I invented someone they would pursue with vigor. Vincent Pearl.
Theatrical, mysterious, infallible."
How do you go from book dealer to spy? Caleb asked, his voice trembling.
Trent spoke up.
Don't say anything. They have nothing on us.
"We have the codes," Milton said.
No, you don't,
Trent sneered.
If you'd had them, you'd have gone to the police.
EWHFWSPJEMRTIZ. Shall I go on? Milton asked politely. They all looked at him, dumbfounded. Caleb said,
Milton, why didn't you tell us before?
"Oh, I didn't think it mattered, because we didn't have the proof in the book. But I read the highlighted letters before they vanished. And once I see something, I never forget it." Chambers looked at Trent and shrugged.
Albert's father and I were friends. Meaning friends with me as Monty Chambers.
Trent screamed at Chambers.
You old fool, shut up!
"Okay, that's it. Bedtime, Junior."
Reuben slugged Trent flush in the jaw, knocking him out. He straightened up and said encouragingly to the book dealer,
"Go right ahead."
Chambers eyed the unconscious Trent.
Yes, I wonder that I am an old fool. Little by little, Albert told me how there was money to be made in selling what he called minor secrets. He explained that it wasn't so much spying as just the normal course of business. He said in his position on the committee staff, he'd met a man who had contacts in all the intelligence agencies, and who was very interested in doing business with him. It turned out later that this man was very dangerous. But Albert said lots of people sold secrets on both sides. It was almost expected.
"And you believe that?" Stone said.
A part of me didn't. A part of me wanted to because book collecting is an expensive passion, and the money could come in handy.
And little old ladies and men coming in and reading rare books would never incite suspicion anyway, Stone added. They could take the secrets, put them in an old-fashioned letter to a relative living out of the country, and not even the mighty NSA, with all its supercomputers and satellites, would ever know. It really was a perfect plan. I would tell Albert which book was ready to go, and he would place little phrases on certain internet sites that would tell them when to come in and what book to ask for.
And you get paid very well, with the money sent to a foreign account.
Something like that, he admitted. But like you said, Vincent Pearl was a big success. Why not go with that identity full-time? Stone asked. I guess I wanted the best of both worlds, Caleb spoke up. Spying is bad enough, but murder! Bob Bradley, Cornelius Bean, Norman Janklow, probably Jewel English. And Jonathan? You had Jonathan killed. I didn't have any of them killed, Chambers protested fiercely. He pointed at Trent. He did that. He and whoever he's working with. Mr. Foxworth, Stone said slowly. But why Jonathan? Caleb asked bitterly. Why him? Chambers nervously rubbed his hands together. He came into the conservation room unexpectedly after hours one night and saw me doctoring a book. I was just applying the chemicals to the pages. I tried to explain it away, but I'm not sure he believed me. I immediately told Albert what had happened, and the next thing I know, Jonathan was dead. Albert told me later that because the reading room was our base of exchange, they had to make the death seem natural. If we lost the reading room, we'd be out of business. But you knew what had happened, and you still didn't come forward, Caleb said accusingly. Chambers exclaimed, How could I? I'd rot in jail. Which you will now, Stone said firmly. And him, he added, looking at the slumped-over Trent. A voice said, Or maybe not. They all whirled around and watched as Roger Seagrave stepped toward them, a pistol in each hand. Mr. Foxworth, Caleb said. Shut up, Seagrave said impatiently. His gaze settled on Trent, who was just coming around. When he saw Seagrave's, he said, Thank God, Roger. Seagrave smiled. Wrong deity, Albert. He fired, hitting Trent in the chest. The man gasped and slipped off the chair onto the floor. Seagraves aimed his other pistol at Stone and Reuben, who'd made a move toward him. I don't think so. He leveled his other pistol at Chambers. Your services are no longer needed either. As Chambers braced for the impact of the bullet, Stone stepped between him and Seagraves. I've already called the police. They're on their way. If you're planning to escape, now would be an excellent time. That's really touching. 1-666 looking out for another? Stone stiffened slightly. Seagrave smiled. So it's true. Then you know the first rule of our business. Never leave any witnesses. Stone started to ease his right hand toward his jacket pocket. Hold it, he cried out, and Stone's hand froze where it was, his fingertips near his jacket pocket. Hands up, old man. What? Stone said, appearing bewildered. Hands up, 666, where I can see them, now. Stone jerked both hands straight up in the air. Seagraves gasped and staggered forward. Dropping his pistols, he attempted to pull the knife out of his throat. But the blade Stone had tossed while throwing his hands up had severed the man's carotid artery. The blood was pouring out so fast, Seagraves was already crumbling to his knees. Then he was on his belly. He slowly rolled over on his back. As the others watched horrified, Stone calmly walked over to Seagraves and pulled the knife free. Stone looked down at the dying man without a trace of pity. If you're going to kill someone, kill him. Don't have a conversation with him. As Roger Seagraves quietly expired, they heard sirens in the distance. I called Alex Ford when I realized that Chambers' house backed up to the bookshop, Stone explained. That's why I did this, you know. Chambers said, finally pulling his gaze away from the now dead Seagraves. For books. To acquire them. Keep them safe for the next generation. With the money I've earned, I've purchased some amazing specimens. I really have. He looked up to see them all staring at him in disgust. Chambers slowly rose. I have something to give you, Caleb. A suspicious Stone followed him over to the counter. When he reached in a drawer, Stone grabbed his hand. I'll do that. It's not a weapon, Chambers protested. We'll see, won't we? Stone pulled out a small box, opened it, glanced inside, and closed it. He handed it over to Caleb. Inside was the first edition Bay Psalm book. Thank you, God! Caleb screamed in relief. Then he looked at Chambers in amazement. How did you get this? You didn't have the code or key to the vault. You recall that I felt ill as we were about to leave the vault, and you offered to fetch me a glass of water from the bathroom down there. As soon as you left, I opened the small safe. I'd watched you unlock it and saw what the code was, the number of the reading room. I took the book and put it in my jacket. When you came back with the water, you closed up the vault and we left. Reuben groaned. You dork! You left him in the vault all by himself? Caleb snapped. Well, I didn't expect him to steal the damn thing. Chambers stared down at his hands. It was just an impulse on my part. Once I'd taken it, I was both terrified and thrilled. I'd never done anything like that before. I'm scrupulously honest with my clients. But that book, to even hold it... Annabelle looked in the box.
Oh, that book. So he did keep it.
Caleb stared at her in disbelief. What? You know about this? He demanded.
It's a long story.
Alex Ford and an army of agents arrived a minute later. Surprisingly, Albert Trent was still alive, though badly wounded. His bundle of travel documents inside his jacket pocket had partially blocked the bullet. He was taken away in an ambulance. Chambers gave a detailed statement to the police, recounting all that he had already told the others. As Chambers was being led away, he said to Caleb, Please take care of the psalm book. Caleb's replies surprised everyone, maybe himself most of all. It's just a damn book, Monty or Vincent or whoever the hell you really are. I'd much prefer to have Jonathan alive and well over this lump of old paper. As the story unfolded over time, most of the deductions made by Stone and the others proved correct. Bradley was killed because he was about to force Trent to leave the committee staff, making it impossible for him and Seagraves to continue their seemingly innocent relationship. And Bean was murdered because he'd uncovered that Jonathan had been killed using the CO2 stolen from his company. They also learned from Chambers' account that one of Trent's men, who had gotten a job at Fire Control Incorporated, had gone into the reading room vault and placed a small camera in the air duct under the pretense of adjusting the gas nozzle located there. Annabelle and Caleb hadn't seen this on the tape they'd reviewed because it occurred on a Saturday when the room was closed and the tape machine wasn't turned on. A man had been posted in the basement Halon storage room waiting for DeHaven to draw into the kill zone. On the second day, he unfortunately had, and his life ended before he told anyone what he'd seen. Chambers had admitted to having gone into the vault later and retrieving the camera. Milton had given the coded letters to representatives from the NSA, and they had already decrypted it. Trent had recovered from his wounds and was busily talking, especially when he learned that the government was trying mightily to pin the death penalty on him. This information included Roger Seagraves' prominent role as the head of the spy ring. Now that they knew of Seagraves' involvement, the FBI was investigating everyone remotely connected to him. Other arrests seemed imminent. They'd also searched Seagraves' house and found his collection room. While they hadn't quite figured out what these items represented yet, when they eventually did, things would really get complicated, since many of them belonged to victims killed by Seagraves as part of his past CIA duties. After things had calmed somewhat, They all met at Stone's cottage. And that's when Caleb had held up the psalm book and demanded that Annabelle tell him the truth. She took a deep breath and started explaining.
I knew how much Jonathan loved books, and one day I asked him that if he could have any book in the world, which one would it be? He said the Bay Psalm book. Well, I read up on it and found that all of them were in institutions, but one seemed the best choice to hit.
Let me guess. Old South Church in Boston? Caleb prompted.
How'd you know?
Easier to crack than the Library of Congress or Yale, at least I hope.
Anyway, I went up there with a friend of mine and told them we were college students doing a paper on famous books.
And they let you look at it, Caleb said.
Yes, and take pictures of it, all that. Then I had another friend who was really good at making bad paper. Good at making things.
So he forged a Bay Psalm book? Caleb exclaimed.
It was great. You couldn't tell them apart.
Annabelle's excitement faded when she saw the furious look on his face.
Well, anyway, we went back up there and did a little switcheroo.
You did a little switcheroo? Caleb said, his face turning very red. With one of the rarest books in the history of this country, you did a little switcheroo? Why didn't you just give DeHaven the excellent copy? Stone asked.
Give a fake book to the man I loved? I don't think so.
Caleb collapsed into a chair. I don't believe what I'm hearing. Before he got more wound up, she hurried on with her story.
When I gave him the book, Jonathan was stunned. But of course I told him it was just a copy I'd had made for him. I don't know if he believed that or not. I think he might have called around to different places to check. And I believe he'd concluded that what I did for a living wasn't exactly on the up and up.
Really? What a stunner that must have been, Caleb snapped. She ignored him.
But since the church didn't know their book was a fake, and no psalm books were missing, I guess Jonathan finally assumed I was telling the truth. It made him so happy. And it was just an old book.
Just an old book? Caleb was really about to erupt when Stone put a hand on his shoulder. Let's not beat a dead horse, Caleb. A dead horse? Caleb sputtered.
I'll put it back.
Excuse me? Caleb said.
I'll take the book back and do another switcheroo.
You can't be serious.
I'm completely serious. I switched it once, I can switch it again.
What if they catch you? She looked at Caleb with pity.
I'm a lot better now than I was back then.
She looked over at Milton.
Want to help me do it?
Sure, Milton exclaimed enthusiastically. After the others had left, Annabelle joined Stone, who'd gone to work in the cemetery. As he washed off a tombstone, she gathered weeds in a plastic bag. So, what now?
Well, I have to return the book so Caleb will get off my back.
And after that? She shrugged.
I'm not one who looks that far ahead.
She grabbed another sponge, knelt down, and started helping Stone clean off the grave marker. Later, after they'd eaten a dinner that Annabelle prepared, they sat on the porch and talked.
I'm glad I came back,
she said, glancing at Stone. Stone said, I am too, Annabelle. She smiled at his use of her real name.
So, you ever think about going someplace other than here?
He shook his head. Here tends to grow on you, he said simply.
Maybe it will,
Annabelle thought. They sat in silence, staring up at the full moon. A 4-hour drive north, Jerry Bagger stood looking out his window at the same moon overhead. He'd called in every favor he'd ever earned, threatened and beaten up more people than he could remember, loving every minute of it. The result was he was closing in as her defenses and covers started falling away. Very soon it would be his turn. And what he'd done to Tony Wallace would pale next to what he had planned for the lady. The image of her slow destruction at his hands never failed to curl his lips into a smile. He was back in control. Bagger puffed contentedly on his cigar and sipped a finger of his bourbon. Get ready, Annabelle Conroy. Here comes big, bad Jerry.
This has been an Hachette Audio production of The Collectors by David Baldacci. Read for you by Tom Wopat and Maggie Meg Reed. Produced and directed by Paul Rubin. Production supervised by Linda Ross Korn. The Collectors is also available in print from Warner Books Hachette Book Group, USA. Warner Books is a trademark of Time Warner Inc., used under license. Text copyright 2006 by Columbus Rose Limited. Audio production copyright 2006 by Hachette Audio, all rights reserved. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.
Hachette Audio presents Stone Cold, written by David Baldacci and read by Ron McClarty. Harry Finn rose as usual at 6:30, made coffee, let the dog out into the fenced backyard for its morning constitutional, showered, shaved, woke the kids for school, and oversaw that complicated operation for the next half hour, as breakfasts were gulped, backpacks and shoes grabbed, and arguments started and settled. His wife joined him, looking sleepy, but nonetheless game for another day as a mother/chauffeur of 3, including a precocious, independent-minded teenage boy. Harry Finn was in his 30s, with still boyish features and a pair of clear blue eyes that missed nothing. He'd married young and loved his wife and 3 children, and even held sincere affection toward the family dog, a floppy-eared, golden labradoodle named George. Finn was an inch over 6 feet tall, with a long-limbed, wiry build, ideally suited for speed and endurance. He was dressed in his usual faded jeans and shirt-tail-out clothing. Although he was amazingly athletic, living by his wits was actually how he put bread on the table and iPods in his kids' ears, and he was very good at his work. Indeed, there were very few people who could do what Harry Finn could, and live. He kissed his wife goodbye, hugged his kids, even the teenager, grabbed a duffel bag that he'd placed near the front door the night before, slid into his Toyota Prius, and drove to National Airport on the Potomac River, right outside of Washington, D.C. Bag in hand, he trudged across a skywalk into the sleek interior of the airport. Inside a restroom stall, he opened his duffel, pulled on a heavy blue jacket with reflective stripes on the sleeves and a pair of blue work pants, slid a pair of orange noise mufflers around his neck, and clipped the official-looking ID badge onto his jacket. Employing a standard turnstile crash maneuver, he inserted himself into a herd of airport employees, trekking through a special security line. Once on the other side of the barrier, he bought a cup of coffee and casually followed another airport worker through a secure door to the tarmac area. Finn skittered down the metal steps and walked over to a 737 that was being prepped for a short-haul flight to Detroit with continuing service to Seattle. He passed several people along the way, including a fuel man, 2 baggage loaders, and a mechanic inspecting the wheels of the Michigan-bound plane. No one confronted him, because he looked and acted as though he had every right to be there. He made his way around the aircraft as he finished his coffee. He next walked over to an Airbus A320 that would be on its way to Florida in about an hour. A baggage train was parked next to it. In one practiced motion, Finn pulled the small package from his jacket and slipped it into a side pocket of one of the bags stacked on the train. Then he knelt next to the plane's rear wheels and pretended to check out its tire tread. A minute later, he was chatting up one of the ground crew, analyzing the prospects of the Washington Redskins and the deplorable state of employment for those toiling in the aviation industry. Finn noted that the rear cargo hatch of the Detroit flight was now open. He waited until the handlers left with their train of luggage carts to fetch the bags, and then climbed up on the lift parked there. He slipped into the cargo hold and inserted himself into his hiding place. He'd already picked it by studying interior cargo schematics of the 737 series, which were readily available if one knew where to look, and Finn clearly did. While he lay curled in his hiding place, the plane was loaded with fat bags and stressed passengers, and then it was wheels up to Detroit. Finn rode comfortably in the pressurized cargo hold, although it was a bit cooler here than in the main cabin, and he was glad of the thick jacket he wore. About an hour after takeoff, the plane landed and taxied to the gate. The cargo door was opened a few minutes later, and the baggage offloaded. Finn patiently waited for a bit after the last bag was removed before he came out of concealment and peered through the open aft door. There were people around, but none looking his way. He climbed off the plane and dropped to the tarmac. He entered the terminal, went to a restroom, took off his jacket, ear mufflers, an ID badge, made a quick phone call, and marched to the airport security office. "I put a bomb in a bag that was loaded onto an A320 at National Airport this morning," he explained to the officer on duty. "And I just rode in the cargo hold of a 737 from D.C. I could have downed the plane any time I wanted." The stunned officer was not wearing his weapon, so he leaped over the desk to tackle him. Finn neatly sidestepped this attack, and the fellow sprawled on the floor, screaming for help. Other officers poured out of the back room and advanced on Finn, guns drawn. Yet Finn had pulled out his credentialing letter before the pistols had even appeared. At that instant, the door to the office flew open and 3 men strode in, their federal badges held high like the scepters of kings. "Homeland Security," one of the men barked at the guards. He pointed at Harry Finn. "This man works for us, and somebody's in a shitload of trouble." "Great job, Harry, as usual," the head of the Homeland Security team said later, clapping Finn on the back. People had been screamed at and reports filed, emails fired off, and cell phone batteries sucked dry as the clear lapses in airport security revealed by Harry Finn had been broadcast to all appropriate parties. Ordinarily, Finn would not have been tasked by the Department of Homeland Security, or DHS as it is commonly known, to execute an airport security breach because the FAA kept a stranglehold on that field. However, folks at DHS had managed to get authorization to do this one, and picked him to pull the trigger. Finn wasn't an employee of DHS. The firm he worked for had been retained by the agency to test the security strength of both government and sensitive private facilities around the country. They did this using a hands-on, head-on approach. They tried to breach the places any way they could. DHS did a lot of this type of outsourcing. They had roughly a $40 billion annual budget and had to throw the money somewhere. Finn's firm got a little out of this business. But then, even a little slice of billions was a nice revenue stream. The DHS man added, "We'll get these people in shape somehow, some way." "I'm not sure it'll be in my lifetime, sir," Finn said. "You can wing it back to D.C. with us," the man said. "We have an agency Falcon standing by." "Thanks, but I have someone here I've been meaning to visit. I'm going back tomorrow." "Right. Until next time." Until next time, Finn thought. The men left, and Finn rented a car and drove into the Detroit suburbs, stopping at a strip mall. From his knapsack, he pulled out a map and a file with a photo in it. The man in the picture was 63 years of age, bald, with several distinguishing tattoos, and went by the name Dan Ross. It wasn't his real name. But then, neither was Harry Finn's. arthritis, and on top of that, the damn lupus. They were a lovely duo, perfectly synchronized to make his life a painfully throbbing hell. Every bone creaked, every solitary tendon shrieked. Each movement sent a mule kick right to his gut, and yet he kept going, because if you stopped for good. He eased himself into his car and drove to the store. Along the way, the meds kicked in, and he felt okay, or at least he would for a couple hours. "Thank you, Mr. Ross," the sales clerk said, glancing at the name on the credit card before handing it back along with his purchases. "You have a good day." "I don't have good days anymore," Dan Ross replied. "I only have days left." The clerk glanced at the hat covering the hairless head. "Not cancer," Ross said, reading the man's thoughts. "Might be better if it was. Quicker, you know what I mean?" The clerk, who was in his early 20s and of course still immortal, didn't look like he knew what Ross meant at all. He gave an awkward nod and turned to help another customer. Ross left the store and debated what to do next. Home to do nothing? Or lunch at the local deli where he could fill his belly, watch ESPN, and flirt with the pretty waitresses who wouldn't give him the time of day. Not much of a life, he had to admit. He thought this as his gaze discreetly eased in all directions. Even to this day, he could not overcome the impulse to check whether he was being followed. You got that way when people were always trying to kill you. Unfortunately for Ross, while his observation skills were good, they were no longer infallible. Down the block in his rental car, Harry Finn sat and studied the inimitable Mr. Ross. "Where to, Danny? Home or the deli? Deli or home? What a long fall it's been for you." During the times Finn had observed this internal debate, Dan Ross had picked the deli over home about 3/4 of the time. This ratio held true today as he turned and walked down the street and into the Edsel Deli. Going strong since 1954, the sign over the door said, making it far more popular than the dismal car after which it was named. Ross would be in there eating and watching every move of the cute waitresses for at least an hour. Then it was 20 minutes by car, back to his house. Ross went through his usual litany of triviality that evening, finishing it off with 3 fingers of Johnny Walker Black, and ignoring all label warnings, combining it with a potent pop of meds for the pain. He barely made it to his bed before the paralysis set in. At first he assumed it was the drugs, and he actually welcomed the numbing feeling. Yet as he lay on the bed, it occurred to him with slight panic that it might be the lupus moving to a higher, more aggressive stage. When he suddenly found it difficult to breathe, he knew it was something else altogether. Heart attack? But where was the elephant on the chest, the shooting pain down the left arm? Stroke? He could still think, still talk. He said a few words, and none of them constituted a mumble. His face didn't seem lopsided. He had felt no pain beforehand, other than as usual. That was the problem. He could feel nothing in his limbs now, nothing at all. His gaze ran down his arm until it reached his left hand. He tried to rub the fingers together, but his mind's command apparently was not reaching the digits. Yet earlier there had been something on his fingers. It had felt slick, like Vaseline. You could rub and never get it to feel dry. He had washed his hands when he got home, and that seemed to do the trick. The fingers didn't feel slick anymore. He didn't know if it was due to the soap and water, or to whatever it was having evaporated. Then the truth hit him like a .50 caliber round. Or absorbed. As in, absorbed into my body. Where had his fingers become wet? He strained his mind to think. Not this morning. Not at the store or the deli. After that, perhaps. Getting in the car. The car handle. The door handle of his car had been slicked with something that was now killing him. In the darkness, the figure appeared beside his bed. The man wore no disguise. Ross could make out his features even in the weak light. He was young and normal-looking. As Ross's breathing became more labored, the fellow pulled something from his pocket and held it up to him. It was a photo, but Ross couldn't make out who it was in the picture. Realizing this, Harry Finn flicked on a small penlight and shone it on the photo. Ross's gaze ran up and down the image. Still recognition didn't come until Finn said the name. "Now you know," Finn said quietly. "Now you know." He put the photo away and stood silently looking down at Ross as the paralysis continued to wend its way through. He kept his gaze on the other man until the chest gave one last erratic heave and the pupils turned glassy. 2 minutes later, Harry Finn was walking through the woods at the back of Ross's house. The next morning, he was on a plane, this time in the main cabin. He landed, drove home, kissed his wife, played with his dog, and picked the kids up from school. That night, they all went out to dinner to celebrate his youngest child, 8-year-old Susie, being named to portray a talking tree in a school play. Around midnight, Harry Finn ventured downstairs to the kitchen, where George the faithful labradoodle rose from his soft bed and greeted him. As he sat at the kitchen table and stroked the dog, Finn mentally crossed Dan Ross off his list. He focused on the next name, Carter Gray, the former chief of America's intelligence empire. Annabelle Conroy stretched out her long legs and watched the landscape drift by outside the window of the Amtrak Acela train car. She almost never took the train anywhere. Her ride was typically at 39,000 feet, where she popped peanuts, sipped watered-down $7 cocktails, and dreamt up the next con. Today she was on the train because her companion, Milton Farb, would not set foot on anything that had the capacity and intent to leave the ground. "Flying is the safest way to travel, Milton," she'd informed him. "Not if you're on a plane that's in a death spiral. Then your chances of dying are roughly 100%, and I don't like those odds." It was hard to argue with geniuses, Annabelle had discovered. Still, Milton, the man with a photographic memory and a budding talent for brilliantly lying to people, had done good work. They had left Boston after a successful job. The item was back where it needed to be, and no one had thought to call the cops. In Annabelle's world of high-stakes cons, that was equal to perfection. 30 minutes later, as Amtrak's only bullet train service wound its way down the East Coast and pulled into a station, Annabelle glanced out the window and involuntarily shuddered when the conductor announced they were arriving in Newark, New Jersey. Jersey was Jerry Bagger land, although thankfully the Acela train didn't stop at Atlantic City, where the maniacal casino boss had his empire. If it did, Annabelle wouldn't have been on it. Yet she was smart enough to realize that Jerry Bagger had every motivation to leave Atlantic City and come looking for her wherever she might be. When you ripped off a guy like that for $40 million, assuming that Bagger would do his best to tear thousands of pieces of your flesh off one at a time was hardly irrational thinking. Bored, Annabelle rose, went to the cafe car, and purchased a beer and a bag of chips. On the way back, she spied a New York Times lying discarded on one of the cafe tables. She sat down, drank her beer, and munched her chips as she idly turned the pages, looking for that one bit of information that might spark her next adventure. Once she got back to Washington, D.C., she had some decisions to make, chiefly whether to stay put or flee the country. She knew what her answer should be. A no-name island in the South Pacific was the safest place for her right now, where she could just wait out the tsunami named Jerry. Bagger was in his mid-60s, and her long con against him had without a doubt considerably raised the man's blood pressure. With a little luck, he'd soon croak from a heart attack, and she would be scot-free. However, she couldn't count on that. With Jerry, you just had to figure that all your luck would turn out to be bad. It shouldn't have been a difficult decision, and yet it was. She had grown close, or as close as someone like her could get, to an oddball collection of men who called themselves the Camel Club. She smiled to herself as she thought about the foursome, one of whom was named Caleb Shaw and worked at the Library of Congress. He reminded her remarkably of the Cowardly Lion from The Wizard of Oz. Then her smile faded. Oliver Stone, the head of this little band of miscreants, was something altogether more. He must have had one hell of a past, Annabelle thought, a history that might even surpass hers in the unusual and extraordinary department, and that was saying something. She didn't know if she could say goodbye to Oliver Stone. She doubted she would ever run across another one like him. Annabelle sipped her beer and idly read the newspaper. Now it was her turn to have the blood drain from her face. An American, tentatively identified as Anthony Wallace, had been found nearly beaten to death at a Portugal seaside estate. 3 other people had been found murdered at the home on a remote stretch of shoreline. Robbery was thought to be the motive. Although Wallace was still alive, he was in a coma after suffering extensive brain injuries, and doctors were not hopeful for a recovery. Annabelle tore out the story and walked unsteadily back to her seat. Jerry Bagger had gotten to Tony, one of her partners in the con. An estate? She'd expressly told Tony to lay low and not flash the cash. He hadn't listened, and now he was brain dead. Jerry typically didn't leave any witnesses behind. But what had Jerry managed to beat out of Tony? She knew the answer to that question. Everything. Oliver Stone managed to lift the old, mossy tombstone to an upright position and packed dirt around it to keep it there. He sat back on his haunches and wiped his brow. He had a portable radio beside him on the ground, turned to the local all-news station. Stone craved information like others needed oxygen. As he listened to the radio, he got an unexpected jolt. There would be an awards ceremony at the White House that very afternoon, where none other than Carter Gray, recently retired chief of the nation's intelligence agencies, was scheduled to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor. Gray had served his country with distinction for around 4 decades, the announcer read, and quoted the president as saying that Carter Gray was a man that all of America should be proud of, a true patriot and public servant. Stone didn't exactly agree with this assessment. In fact, he'd been the reason Carter Gray had abruptly resigned from his post as the nation's intelligence czar. Stone thought to himself, if only the president knew that the man he's going to be presenting that medal to is the same man who was prepared to put a bullet through his head. The country would never be ready for that truth. He looked at his watch. The dead could certainly exist without him for a little while. An hour later, showered and dressed in his best clothes, which consisted of second-hand issue from Goodwill, he walked out of his cottage, where he was caretaker of Mount Zion Cemetery, a stop on the Underground Railroad and the final resting place of notable African Americans from the 19th century. The trip from the outskirts of Georgetown to the White House was eaten up quickly by the long strides of Stone's lean 6'2" frame. At age 61, he had lost very little of his energy and vigor. With his close-cropped white hair, he looked like a retired Marine drill sergeant. He was still a commander of sorts, though his ragtag regiment, called the Camel Club, was completely unofficial. It consisted of himself and 3 others, Caleb Shaw, Reuben Rhodes, and Milton Farb. And yet Stone might have to add another name to the roster, Annabelle Conroy. She had nearly died along with the rest of them in their last adventure. The truth was, Annabelle was as nimble, capable, and nervy a person as Stone had ever met. Yet his gut told him the woman, who was attending to a piece of unfinished business with Milton Farb's help, would be leaving them soon. Someone was after her, Stone knew. Someone Annabelle actually feared. And under those circumstances, sometimes the smartest move was to run. Stone understood that concept very well. The White House was dead ahead. He would never be allowed to enter the hallowed front gates and lacked even the right to stand on that coveted side of Pennsylvania Avenue. What he could do was wait in Lafayette Park across the street. He passed the time chatting with a couple of uniformed Secret Service agents he knew. When the White House gates started to open, he broke off his conversation and watched the black sedan coming out. He couldn't see through the tinted glass, but for some reason, he knew that Carter Gray was inside the town car. Perhaps it was the man's smell. His hunch proved right when the window came down, and he found himself eye to eye with the ex-intelligence chief, new Medal of Freedom winner, and Major Oliver Stone hater. As the car slowed to make the turn onto the street, Gray's wide, bespectacled face stared impassively at him. Then, smiling, Gray held up his big, shiny medal so Stone could see it. Not having a medal of his own, Stone opted for giving Gray the finger. The man's smile turned to a snarl, and the window zipped back up. Stone turned and walked back to his cemetery, feeling the trip had been damn well worth it. When Carter Gray's car turned onto 17th Street, another vehicle followed it. Harry Finn had driven into D.C. that morning. He too had heard of Gray's big day at the White House, and like Oliver Stone, had come down to see the man. While Stone had ventured here to show defiance to a man he loathed, Finn had come to continue devising a suitable way to kill Gray. The drive took them out of D.C. and into Maryland, up to the waterfront city of Annapolis, situated on the Chesapeake Bay. It was famous for, among other things, its crab cakes and for being home to the U.S. Naval Academy. Gray had recently traded his remote Virginia farm for an isolated place on a cliff overlooking the bay. Since he was no longer with the government, his security detail was much smaller than it had been. Yet because he was a former director of Central Intelligence, he still received daily briefings, and he had 2 guards assigned to him because his past work had angered a number of America's enemies, who would love nothing better than to put a slug right between Gray's close-set eyes. Finn knew killing Gray would be far more difficult than bagging someone like Dan Ross. Because of the complexities, this was one of countless trips he had made reconnoitering Gray. Each time he had used a different vehicle, rented under fake names, and worn disguises to avoid any profiling. And even if he lost the town car in traffic, he knew where it was going. He only broke off the tail when the car pulled onto a private gravel road and headed toward Gray's house and the cliffs, where 30 feet down, the waters of the bay boomed against solid rock. Later, using long-range binoculars while perched in a tree, Finn saw the thing in the rear of Gray's house that would enable him to kill the man. He actually smiled as the plan swiftly came together in his mind. That night, he took his daughter Susie to swim practice. As he sat in the bleachers and proudly watched her small body glide in perfect form across the pool, he imagined the last few seconds of Carter Gray's life. It all would be worth it. He drove his daughter home, helped put her and her 10-year-old brother Patrick to bed, had an argument with his teenager, and then shot hoops with the boy in the driveway of their home until both were sweating and laughing. Later, he made love to his wife Amanda, whom everyone called Mandy, and, restless, got up around midnight and packed school lunches for the next day. He also signed a permission slip for his oldest, David, to go on an upcoming field trip to the U.S. Capitol and other downtown sites. David would be attending high school next year, and Finn and Mandy had taken him to several school open houses. David liked math and science. He would probably end up being an engineer, Finn thought. Mechanically inclined, too, Finn had almost gone that route before his life had taken a bit of a detour. He joined the Navy and quickly worked himself to an elite status. Finn was a former Navy SEAL, with special ops experience and combat duty on his resume, and he possessed unique foreign language skills from immersion school in California, where he'd spent a chunk of his life learning Arabic, and later acquired the dialects the school hadn't taught him when on the ground in that part of the world. With his current job, he traveled a good deal, but he was also home a lot. He almost never missed a sporting or major school event. He was there for his children, in the hope that they would be there for him later. That's the best a parent could shoot for, he felt. The rental car pulled up to the gates of the cemetery as Oliver Stone was finishing some work. As he brushed off his pants and glanced that way, he had a feeling of déjà vu. She had done this to him before, but had eventually come back. Somehow, Stone didn't think the lady would let that happen again. He would have to see what he could do about that, because he didn't want to lose her. Annabelle Conroy got out of the car and walked through the open gates. Stone closed the door on the small storage shed near his cottage and padlocked it. He said, "Milton told me your trip to Boston was a great success. I don't believe I've heard the words brilliant, amazing, and unflappable used that many times in describing a person. I hope you recognize yourself. Milton would make a great Khan. Not that I'd recommend that life to anyone I actually cared about. He also said you looked troubled on the way back. Did something happen?" She glanced at his cottage. "Can we talk inside?" Describing the interior of Stone's cottage as Spartan would have been generous indeed. A few chairs, a number of odd tables, sagging shelves of books in multiple languages, and an old worm-eaten partner's desk, together with a small kitchen area, bedroom, and tiny bath, all outlined in roughly 600 square feet, constituted the man's entire domicile footprint. They sat near the empty fireplace on the two most comfortable chairs, meaning the only ones with padding. "I came here to tell you I'm leaving, and after everything that's happened, I feel like I owe you an explanation," she said. "You don't owe me anything, Annabelle." "Don't say that," she snapped. "This is hard enough as it is, so hear me out, Oliver." He sat back, crossed his arms, and waited. She pulled the newspaper article from her jacket pocket and passed it across to him. "Read this first." "Who is this Anthony Wallace?" he asked after he'd finished. "Someone I worked with," she said vaguely. "Someone you worked a con with?" She nodded absently. 3 people killed? Annabelle rose and started pacing. "That's the thing that's driving me crazy. I told Tony to lay low and not flash the cash. But what did he do? He did the exact opposite. And now 3 innocent people are dead who shouldn't be." Stone tapped the paper. "Well, from the looks of it, your Mr. Wallace will soon be making it a quartet." "But Tony wasn't innocent. He knew exactly what he was getting into." "And what exactly was that?" She stopped pacing. "Oliver, I like you and I respect you, but this is a little—" "Illegal? I hope you realize that comes as no great shock to me." "And that doesn't bother you?" "I doubt anything you could have possibly done would surpass what I've seen in my life." She cocked her head. "Seen or done?" "Who's after you and why?" "That's no concern of yours." "It is if you want me to help you." "I'm not looking for help. I just wanted you to understand why I have to leave." "Do you really think you'll be safer on your own?" "I've been in plenty of jams before, and I've always managed to get myself out of them." "Out of a jam this tight?" He glanced at the paper. "This person doesn't seem to fool around." "Tony made a mistake, a big one. I don't intend on doing that. I lay low for as long as it takes and as far away from here as I can get." "But you don't know what Tony might have told someone. Did he have any information that could be used to track you down?" Annabelle perched on the edge of the fireplace's raised hearth. "Maybe," she said tersely. "Probably," she corrected. "Then all the more reason for you not to go this alone. We can help protect you." "Oliver, I appreciate the sentiment, but you have no idea what you're getting into. Not only is this guy the scum of the earth with a lot of money and muscle behind him, but on top of that, What I did was illegal. You'd be harboring a criminal on top of risking your life." "Not the first time on either count," he replied. "Who are you?" she asked pointedly. "You know all you need to know about me. And I thought I was a world-class liar. We're wasting time. Tell me about him." She rubbed her long, thin fingers together, drew a deep breath, and said, "His name's Jerry Bagger. He owns the Pompeii Casino, the biggest in Atlantic City. He was run out of Vegas years ago because he was a whack job. He would literally rip out your intestines if you tried to steal a $5 casino chip." "And how much did you, relieve him of?" "Why do you need to know?" "It's important to know how much motivation the man has to come after you." $40 million. Think that'll motivate him?" "I'm impressed. You have no reason to believe that he's aware you're in D.C.? "No. Tony had no idea I'd be coming here, neither did the others." "So there are others on the con team. Bagger might get to them." "He might, but like I said, they don't know I'm here either." Stone slowly nodded. "Of course, we can't be sure of what Bagger really knows or doesn't know at this point. I'm sure that the public details of our little adventure involving the Library of Congress didn't include your name or picture. However, we can't be absolutely certain there isn't something out there that would help him track you down." "My original plan was to head to the South Pacific." Stone shook his head. "Fugitives always head to the South Pacific. That's probably the first place Bagger will check." "You're kidding me, right?" "Partly, yes, but only partly." "So you really think I should stay here?" "I do. I'm assuming you've covered your tracks well. No trails leading here? Names? Travel arrangements? Phones? Friends?" She shook her head. "Coming here was pretty much a spur-of-the-moment thing, and all under an alias." Stone looked thoughtful. "The smart thing to do would be to find out as quietly as possible what Bagger knows." "Oliver, you can't possibly get anywhere near that guy. It would be suicide." "I know how to look. So let me start looking." "Do you think I'm stupid?" screamed Jerry Bagger. The casino chief wedged his arm against the other man's windpipe as he mashed him against the wall in Bagger's luxurious office on the 23rd floor of the Pompeii Casino. The man didn't answer Bagger's question chiefly because he couldn't breathe. However, Bagger wasn't waiting for a reply. His first blow caught the guy flush on the nose and broke it. The second one knocked a front tooth out. The man fell to the floor, weeping. For good measure, Bagger kicked him in the gut. That made the beaten fellow vomit on the carpet. The guy was carted away, crying and bleeding, and mumbling that he was sorry. Bagger sat down behind his desk and rubbed his cracked knuckles. Glaring at his security chief, he growled, "Bobby, you bring me any more piss ants like that one, who say they know something about Annabelle Conroy and end up trying to shake me down while feeding me a sack of shit, I swear to God, I will kill your mother. And I like your mother, but I will kill her. Do you hear me?" The burly black security chief took a step back and swallowed nervously. "Never again, Mr. Bagger. I'm sorry, sir. Really, really sorry." "Everybody's sorry, but nobody's doing a damn thing to get me to bitch, are they?" Bagger roared. "We thought we had a lead on her. Good one." "You thought? You thought? Well, maybe you should stop thinking then." The contact Oliver Stone proposed using was an honorary member of the Camel Club named Alex Ford, a Secret Service agent. The two men trusted each other fully, and Stone knew it was the one place he could turn to for discreet intelligence. "Does this have something to do with that woman you were working with? Her name was Susan, right?" Alex said, when Stone called and relayed his request. "It has nothing to do with her," Stone lied. "She's actually leaving town soon. This has to do with something else I'm involved in. For a cemetery worker, you get around a lot. It keeps me young. The Bureau can help out, too. After what you did for them last time, they owe you. When do you need to know?" "As soon as you can get something." "Just so you know, I've heard of this Jerry Bagger guy. The Justice Department has been trying to get something on him for a long time. I'm sure the attention is well-deserved. Thanks, Alex. Later that night, Reuben Rhodes and Caleb Shaw visited Stone at his cottage. Caleb was in a high state of indecision. They asked me, but I don't know if I should accept or not. I just don't know, he wailed. So the Library of Congress wants you to become the director of the Rare Books Division, Stone said. That sounds like a great promotion, Caleb. What's to decide? Caleb said stiffly, Well, considering the fact that the position became available only because the former director was horribly murdered on the premises and the acting director after him suffered a nervous breakdown from what happened there, it does give one pause. Reuben growled, Hell, Caleb, go for it. I mean, who's gonna mess with a fine young buck like you? Caleb, who was in his 50s, of medium height and a bit pudgy, with not a trace of athleticism or personal courage, was not amused by this comment. You said it is more money, Stone reminded him. In fact, a good deal more. Yes, but if that only means I can afford a much nicer funeral, I'm not sure I'm interested. Reuben added gruffly, But when you die knowing that you have more to leave your friends. Now, if that's not true comfort, I don't know what is. Why I even bother to ask for your opinion, I don't know, Caleb said hotly. Reuben turned his attention to Stone. You seen Susan lately? Only Stone knew Annabelle's real name. She came by the other day, but only for a few minutes. She successfully completed her task with Milton. The item is back where it belongs. I have to admit, Caleb said, she did what she said she was going to do. Reuben said, Now, if I could just get her to go out with me. She keeps having other plans. I'm not sure if she's trying to brush me off or not, but I don't get it. Look at me. What's not to love? Reuben was nearly 60, with a full beard and dark curly hair mixed with gray down to his shoulders. He was 6'5", with the build of an NFL left tackle, a highly decorated Vietnam War vet and former military intelligence officer. He had burned many professional bridges and nearly succumbed to pills in the bottle before Oliver Stone had brought him back from the edge. He now worked on a loading dock. I saw where your friend Carter Gray received the Medal of Freedom, Caleb said, after giving Reuben an incredulous look. Talk about your ironies. If that man had his way, you two would be dead and the rest of us would be getting water dunked in some CIA-run torture chamber. Reuben roared, For the 100th time, it's waterboarding, not water dunking. Well, whatever it is, he's a nasty man. Someone banged on his door. Stone rose to answer it, thinking it might be Milton or perhaps Annabelle. The man at the door was dressed in a dark suit and had a pistol under his jacket, Stone observed. He handed Stone a piece of paper and walked off. Stone opened the note. Carter Gray wanted Stone to visit him at his house 2 days from today. A car would pick him up. There did not seem to be an opportunity to decline the command. When he told the others, Caleb said, Oliver, you're not going. Of course I am, Stone said. Stone and Alex Ford met at a familiar place for both men, Lafayette Park across from the White House. Here the 6'3" Alex had guarded the occupant of the Oval Office for years, and Stone had respectfully protested against this same inhabitant as he had against the man's predecessors from across the street. The two men sat on a bench near the statue of a Polish general whom history remembered as a sound ally of the Americans in their war for independence. What do you have for me? Stone said, eyeing the manila folder Alex pulled from a trim black leather briefcase. I wasn't sure what you were looking for, so I thought I'd cast a broad net. That's perfect, Alex, thanks. As Stone looked over the file, Alex studied his friend. Like I told you on the phone, the Justice Department has been interested in Bagger for a long time, but can't make anything stick. I talked to Kate about it. She said Justice hasn't given up, but if they can't pin something on him soon, they're going to have to move on. Even Uncle Sam has limited resources. "How is Kate?" Stone asked, referring to Kate Adams, the justice lawyer Alex had been dating. "Things didn't work out. She's seeing someone else." "I'm sorry to hear that. She's a wonderful woman," Stone replied. He closed the folder and stood. "I appreciate this. It will be a big help." Jerry Bagger, Jersey casino operator. "So you thinking about doing some gambling?" "Maybe, just not the way you probably imagine it." "From what I've heard, Bagger is a real psycho with a mean streak, not a guy to mess around with." "I have no intention of doing anything like that." Alex rose too. "Even so, should I be expecting another 11th hour phone call for the cavalry?" "Let's hope it doesn't come to that." Jerry Bagger never ventured much out of Atlantic City anymore. He had his own Learjet but seldom used it. The last trip on it had been the deadly visit to the unfortunate Tony Wallace in Portugal. He once had a yacht but sold it when he discovered he easily became seasick, an embarrassment for a man who prided himself on toughness. Indeed, he rarely left his casino anymore. It was really the only place he felt comfortable these days. Bagger left his penthouse and took the private elevator down to the casino floor. There he walked through a sea of slots, gaming tables, and sport betting rooms, where gamblers from the novice to the experienced dropped far more money than they would ever get back. He stopped at one of the bars and raised an eyebrow at a waitress who rushed to bring him his usual club soda with a lime. He never drank alcohol on the casino floor, nor did any of his employees. He perched on a bar stool and watched the Pompeii operate at maximum efficiency. All age ranges were represented here. He eyed a newlywed couple still in their wedding clothes. The Pompeii offered a cut-rate, tips-not-included deal for those wanting to get hitched, which provided a standard room with a sturdy new mattress, a cheap bouquet of flowers, the services of a properly licensed minister, dinner, drinks, and twin massages to work out the kinks from all that screwing. And, most importantly, the deal provided $50 worth of casino chips. Bagger had no interest in promoting love. He knew from experience that those $50 of free chips typically turned into a $2,000 profit for the house by the end of a long weekend, even taking into account the freebies. The couple he was watching seemed to be trying their best to swallow each other's tongues. Bagger grimaced at this public display. "Get a room," he muttered. "It's the cheapest thing you'll find in this town other than the booze and the sex." Bagger had never married, chiefly because he had never met a woman who could hold his interest. Annabelle Conroy had captured and held his interest. She was beyond mesmerizing. He wanted to spend all his time with her. In fact, before he found out she'd conned him, he had wondered if after all these years he'd finally found a lady he could escort down the aisle. It seemed crazy now, considering what had happened, how she'd screwed him over. And yet with all that, Bagger just had to grin. What a picture that would have made. He and Annabelle as husband and wife. What a hoot. And then, as was often the case, Jerry Bagger had a brilliant idea while he wasn't even trying to. He finished his club soda and headed back to his office to make some phone calls, to find out one thing. When she'd been conning him, Annabelle had told him she'd never been married or had children. But what if in reality Annabelle Conroy had been married? Because if she ever had said, "I do," it was a golden way to track the lady down. Stone refused Gray's offer of a drink. The two men settled down in Gray's comfortable study, which held as many books in as many languages as there were in Stone's cottage, although here they were kept in much finer style. Stone looked out the long window that faced the cliffs overlooking the water. "Tired of Virginia farm country?" he said. "My ambition as a young man was to be a sailor, to see the world from the deck of a ship," Gray said, cradling his scotch, his wide face strangely offset by a pair of narrowly placed eyes. There was a lot in that head, Stone well knew. Gray was not a man that one could ever reasonably overestimate.
A young man's ambition. Can there be a more fleeting prospect?
Stone said idly. The darkness outside the window was complete. No moon, no stars. An approaching storm had hidden the sky.
I never thought John Carr would be given to lapses and to philosophizing.
Goes to show how little you really knew me. And I don't go by John Carr anymore. He's dead. I'm sure you were briefed on it years ago. Unperturbed, Gray continued.
This place used to belong to another former director of CIA, who went on to become vice president. It has everything I need to be comfortable and secure in my old age.
I'm so happy for you, Stone said.
I'm actually surprised you came, after your little gesture outside the White House.
How is the president, by the way?
Fine. Did you feel any homicidal impulses when he plunked that medal on you?
Or are you over wanting to kill the man?
Without directly answering your ridiculous questions, circumstances change. It's never personal. You should know that as well as any man alive.
The point is, I wouldn't have been alive if you'd had your way. Before Gray could respond, Stone said, I have some questions I want to ask you, and I'd appreciate answers, truthful ones. Gray put down his scotch.
All right.
Stone turned from the window to look at him.
That easy? Why waste what time we have left playing games that don't matter anymore? I take it you want to know about Elizabeth.
I want to know about Beth, my daughter.
I'll answer what I can.
Stone sat down opposite him and asked question after question for about 20 minutes. His final one was articulated with some trepidation. Did she ever ask about me, about her father?
As you know, Senator Simpson and his wife raised her after they adopted her.
But you told me you brought them Beth when Simpson was still at CIA. If she had said something, surely...
Gray put up a hand. She did. It was actually after Simpson had left CIA and begun his political career. Understand, she may have mentioned something about it before, but this was the first I'd heard of such a query. They had told her years before of her adoption. It's not something Beth seemed to dwell on. In fact, I'm not sure she told many people about it.
Stone leaned forward. What did she say about her real parents?
In all fairness, you should know that she asked about her mother first. Girls, you know, they want to know.
Of course she should know about her mother.
They had to be delicate, considering the circumstances of her mother's death.
Of her murder, you mean? By people who were looking to kill me?
As I told you, I had nothing to do with that. I sincerely liked your wife. And if truth be known, she'd be alive today if you had...
Stone rose and stared down at him with a look that chilled even Gray, who well knew how many ways John Carr could kill another human being. And no man he'd ever employed had been better at it.
I'm sorry, John. I mean, Oliver. I admit that was not your fault.
He paused while Stone slowly sat back down.
They told her a little about her mother, all positive, I can assure you, and that she had died in an accident.
And me?
She was told her father was a soldier who was killed in the line of duty. I believe they even took her to your grave at Arlington. To your daughter, you died a hero.
Gray paused and added,
Does that satisfy you?
The way he said it made Stone wonder something.
Is this the real truth or the truth Carter Gray style, meaning a load of bullshit to appease me? What possible reason would I have to lie to you now? It doesn't matter anymore, does it? You and me, we don't matter anymore.
Why did you ask me here tonight?
In answer, Gray went behind his desk and picked up a file. He opened it and held up 3 color photos of men in their 60s. He placed them one by one in front of Stone. This first man is Joel Walker, the second, Douglas Bennett, and the last, Dan Ross. Those names mean nothing to me, and neither do these pictures.
Gray pulled 3 more photos from the file
all much older and in black and white. I think these will look far more familiar to you, and the names as well. Judd Bingham, Bob Cole, and Lou Cincetti. Stone barely heard the names. He was staring at photos of men he'd lived, worked, and nearly died beside for over a decade. He looked up at Gray. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because in the last 2 months, all 3 of these former comrades of yours have died." "Died? How?" "Ross was found in his bed. He had lupus. The autopsy found nothing unusual. Cole hanged himself. At least it appeared that way, and the police have officially closed that case. Cincetti apparently got drunk, stumbled into his pool, and drowned." "You think they were killed?" "Of course. And you invited me here to what? Warn me? It seemed like the most prudent thing to do. But like you said, John Carr is dead. Who looks to kill a dead man?" "These 3 fellows had excellent cover. Cincetti was particularly deeply buried. If someone could find him, they could find out John Carr isn't really in that box at Arlington, that he's actually a man very much alive who calls himself Oliver Stone." "And what about you? Carter Gray was the master strategist for our little group, and you've had no cover all these years." "I have protection. You don't." "Then you've given me fair warning." Stone rose. "I'm sorry things ended up as they did. You deserved better. You were prepared to sacrifice me and my friends not too long ago, for the good of the country. Everything I ever did was for the good of this country. At least how you defined it, anyway. Not me. We can agree to disagree on that." Stone turned and walked out the door. Carter Gray's mail was screened at an off-site center run by the FBI and then delivered to him in the evening. The courier duly drove up and the mail was given to one of the men assigned to protect Gray. These men lived in a cottage about 100 yards from the main house. Gray would not agree to anyone living with him in the house, which was protected by a latest-generation security system. Gray opened the letters and packages, not really focusing on any of them until he reached the one letter. The envelope was red and had been postmarked from Washington, D.C. There was only one item in it, a photo. He looked at the picture and then over at the file on his desk. His time had come, it seemed. He turned out the lights in his study and went to his bedroom. He kissed the pictures of his wife and daughter that had places of honor on the fireplace mantel. In a grotesque twist of fate, both women had perished at the Pentagon on 9/11. He knelt, said his customary prayers, and then turned off the light. Outside, about 500 yards away from the house, Harry Finn lowered his long-range nightscope. He'd seen Gray open the letter. He'd gotten a good look at the man's face as he stared at the photo. Gray knew. The climb up the sheer rock cliff had been a challenge even for Finn, but it had allowed him to get this far, and he only had a little farther to go. Finn waited another hour to allow Gray to fall asleep and then slid over to the gas regulator post. A natural gas line had been placed here specifically because Carter Gray preferred gas heat and cooking. 10 minutes later, the gas pressure going into Gray's home blew out all the pilot lights and overwhelmed the built-in safety systems. In seconds, the house was full of the deadly gas. Finn loaded one bullet into his rifle. It looked rather ordinary, except its nose was green-colored. He took aim and fired at the long window in the back of the house. It was not a difficult shot. The slug cracked the glass, and the small amount of flame-creating powder in the incendiary bullet he'd chambered ignited. The roof was blown 10 feet into the air, while the walls were knocked outward a dozen feet on all sides. What was left of the roof came back down, landing squarely on a raging fire. Within seconds, it was hard to believe a house had actually been there at all. Finn had turned to flee on his planned escape route when he heard a scream and looked back. One of the guards had come out of the guest house, been hit with a chunk of flaming debris, and was on fire. There was no sign of the other guard. Without really thinking about it, Finn ran forward, tackled the man who was flailing around, and rolled him on the ground, putting out the flames. Then he leaped up and ran full tilt back to his gear near the gas regulator post. He'd already turned the pressure setting back to normal and relocked the access door. He grabbed his bag and gun, sprinted to the cliffs, and flung his rifle and other equipment over the edge. The tide would soon carry them far out to sea. Finn took a few steps back and sprinted toward the cliff. He flew out into space and plummeted down, his body unfolding into classic high dive form. He hit the water cleanly, went under, and then resurfaced. He struck out with a strong, practiced stroke and made it to shore about a half-mile down. In a small wooded area here, he had covered under a layer of leaves a small motorcycle. He cut through myriad back trails to a main road, then finally pulled off on a small side street where a van was parked. He rolled the bike into the rear of the van, hopped into the driver's seat, and sped off. The van and motorcycle were left at a private garage Finn maintained about 10 miles from his house. He drove home in his Prius and changed in the garage before coming into the house, putting his dirty clothes into the washer and turning on the machine. A few minutes later, he headed quietly upstairs, looking in on his kids. Mandy was asleep. A book she'd been reading was still lying across her chest. He closed the book, put it away, and turned off the lamp on her nightstand before slipping into bed. Finn mentally crossed Carter Gray off his list and moved on to the next name. "Bagger got to Tony," Annabelle said. She hadn't slept all night and had called her former partner Leo Richter at the crack of dawn. She had no idea what time zone he was even in and didn't really care. On the other end of the phone, Leo sat up straight and felt his last meal start to come up on him. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Tony screwed up. Flashed the cash and Bagger tracked him down. Bagger killed 3 people and left Tony for dead after turning his brains to mush." "Well, you can bet the little weasel ratted us out then. Why can't somebody just kill Bagger? Is it that hard?" Annabelle said, "What if Tony found out my last name? You told Freddie, maybe Freddie told Tony. Or the kid might have overheard." "I don't know what to tell you, Annabelle. We both might be screwed regardless. There are only so many Annabelles and Leos in the con world who operate at that level. If you know where Freddie is, you might want to warn him." "I'll do my best. Look, you want me to hook up with you? Try to get us out of this mess? And make it easier for Jerry to bag 2 for the price of 1? Just stay where you are, Leo, and dig as deep as you can." She clicked off the phone and sat back on her bed. Maybe she should put her millions to work for her right now. Just use it to run like hell. Private plane, private island, plenty of guards. It sounded tempting, but her gut told her this would be like waving a flag in front of a bull. She was still pondering what to do when her phone rang. It was Oliver Stone. "I hope I didn't wake you," he said. "I'm an early riser," she lied. "I have news. We can meet at my cottage later," he said. "Why don't you come my way, Oliver?" she said. "We can have some breakfast. There's a place around the corner from where I'm staying." She gave him the address. 30 minutes later, they took a corner table in the back away from the other customers. After they ordered, he told Annabelle what he'd found out. "I'm not sure how that helps," she said, spooning sugar into her coffee. "The best defense is a good offense. The government would love to nail him to a wall. If we can help them do that, I doubt he'd have time for you. Actually, if we can simply distract Bagger with a government investigation, that may be enough to keep you safe." Annabelle looked uncertain. "You don't know Jerry. He has 40 million reasons to devote every second of the remainder of his life to killing me." Stone nodded knowingly. "I do know Jerry. At least men like him. It's not just about the money, of course. It's about loss of face, of respect. He has to seem invincible to everyone. Otherwise, he's not Jerry Bagger. You sized him up right away. As I said, I've known many men like Bagger, even worked for some. She said cautiously, "So if we were going to go after Jerry, how would we do it?" "We have to find out where he's vulnerable. There's the point of least resistance, of course. He killed 3 people in Portugal and put a 4th in a coma. If we can pin that on him, he goes away forever." Stone was about to say something else when his cell phone rang. It was Alex Ford, and his voice was strained. "Oliver, did you see Carter Gray last night?" "Yes, I did." "What time did you get there and what time did you leave?" Stone told him. "I'm sure the driver can verify that. What's this all about?" "I can't believe you haven't heard." "Heard what?" "Somebody blew up Carter Gray's house last night with him in it. I know this is going to be awkward, but I think the FBI will want to talk to you about your meeting with Gray." Stone clicked off. The FBI will want to talk to me about Gray. Annabelle said sharply, "Trouble?" "A little," he said slowly, as his thoughts raced ahead. "Maybe more than a little, actually." She tapped her coffee cup against his. "Welcome to the club." Oliver Stone stared at the wall opposite him, while the 2 30-something men in shirt sleeves with their guns and badges hanging on their black belts hovered around like vultures over roadkill. His voluntary appearance at the FBI's Washington field office had not earned him any brownie points, even with Alex Ford of the Secret Service accompanying him to the interview. Alex had told the agents in charge of Carter Gray's homicide investigation about Stone's recent heroics in foiling an espionage ring. However, the agents had brushed that off. One of them said to Alex, "I deal with murder and I got a big one hanging around my neck and a lot of pressure from upstairs to get results." He plopped down in front of Stone at the small table. "Now, let's try the name thing one more time. What's yours?" "Oliver Stone, like I told you the last 4 times you asked." "Let me see some ID." "And as I told you 4 times before, I don't have any." The other agent said incredulously, "How does anybody in the 21st century not have ID?" Stone looked at him bemused. "I know who I am, and I don't really care if no one else does." "So you come all the way down here to tell us what? Nothing other than the fact that you're apparently a famous film director who dresses like a bum?" "Actually, I came down here to tell you that I visited Carter Gray at his home last night at his request. I arrived around 9 and left about 45 minutes later. He sent his driver for me. The man can certainly vouch for the fact that when I left, the house was still standing, and the man inside that house was still alive." Alex interjected, "Have you talked to the driver?" The 2 agents glanced at each other. One said to Stone, "What'd you 2 talk about?" "It was private. I'm certain it had nothing to do with what happened to Mr. Gray." Stone, of course, had every reason to believe that what Gray had told him about the other 3 men dying was very much tied to Gray's death. "I sense uncooperative behavior," the same agent said. His partner added, "And I sense an obstruction charge coming. You like to sit in a jail cell, Mr. Stone, while we run down who you really are?" Stone said calmly, "If you believe you have enough to charge me, then charge me. If you don't, I'm late for another appointment." "You're a busy man, are you, Mr. Stone?" one of the agents remarked sarcastically. "I try to stay productive, but I'll make a deal with you." "We don't do deals." "I'll go with you to the crime scene. If I see anything that strikes me funny, I'll let you know." "Strikes you funny? What the hell is that supposed to mean?" the first agent said. "Just what it sounds like. No way in hell are we taking you to the crime scene. If you kill the guy, you might be looking to screw up some evidence," the other agent said. Stone sighed. "Call the director of the FBI, please." "Excuse me?" one agent snapped, looking incredulously at him. "Call the head of the FBI. He sent me a commendation letter recently, By coincidence, I brought a copy of it with me. I called his office before coming down here. I told him if I had any trouble, I'd give him a call." Stone handed the letter across to the agent. With his partner looking over his shoulder, they read it word for word, then glanced at Alex, who merely shrugged. Stone said, "Do you call, or do we choose not to bother the director and just go to the crime scene? I don't have all day." "No reason to bother the director," one of the agents said finally. Stone rose. "Delighted to hear it." Stone walked near the wreckage of Carter Gray's house with one of the FBI agents and Alex Ford. "Gas explosion?" Alex asked the agent. "That's what it looks like, although I'm not sure how it was possible. The place wasn't that old, and it had all the latest safety features." Stone was staring at what was left of the house he'd been sitting in only last night. "Where was his body found?" "Sorry, can't say. The remains of a body were found in the bedroom." "Positive ID?" "Suffice it to say that we consider this a homicide investigation regarding the owner of the property." "Did you find the driver to confirm Oliver's story?" The agent shook his head. "The man's gone missing. He was with the CIA. Not sure what the story was there. Of course, that means we just have your word for it that he drove you home," he added, eyeballing Stone. "If I were going to blow up the man, I wouldn't have told anyone I was meeting with him, especially a United States Secret Service agent. And I certainly wouldn't have done the deed on the very night I did meet with him. The fact that the house blew up right after he met with you is the reason you're a suspect," the agent countered. "And it's also the reason I'm out here," Stone said, "because the faster you find the real killer, the sooner I'm off that list." "Anyone else around?" Alex asked. The agent nodded, his gaze still on Stone. "A guard. He came out of the guest house over there and got hit by some debris and was actually on fire. He says he remembers somebody knocking him down and putting out the fire. He passed out, and the next thing he remembers is being put in the back of an ambulance. He's in the burn unit at a hospital in Annapolis. He'll be okay." Alex said, "So there was somebody else out here last night?" The agent was still staring at Stone, who raised his hands and said, "You can check me for burns if you like." "It wasn't the other guy, the driver?" Alex said quickly, while giving Stone a knock-it-off look. "The guard was in so much pain he could only see it was a guy," the agent admitted. "But if it was the driver, why should he have run off?" "He would if he had something to do with the explosion," Stone noted. "And the fact that he's gone missing now? Not to tell you how to run your investigation, but it is something to think about." "We have thought about it," the agent said gruffly. "Find anything useful in the house?" Stone asked. "If we did, you would not be on the list of people we would inform." Stone smiled, turned away and saw it. He said slowly, "Well, since I'm not in the loop, you won't mind if I just take a walk along the cliffs. Be sure to keep me in your line of sight in case I make a run for it." As he walked away, the agent said to Alex, "Okay, Fed to Fed. Who the hell is that guy?" "Someone I would trust my life with. Someone I have trusted my life with." "Care to share?" "No, it's national security stuff, and you'd never believe me anyway." The agent stared at the rumpled Stone. "National security? The guy looks borderline homeless." "Actually, he works in a cemetery," Alex said helpfully. The agent just shook his head and then followed Stone, who was over near the cliffs. What had caught Stone's eye was the gas regulator post. As he headed toward it, the same agent called out, "We've checked that out already. Obvious point." And it was working fine and no forced entry. There wouldn't be any sign of forced entry if the person knew what he was doing. But the gas pressure can be manipulated from here? Presumably, but we checked the box and the pressure hadn't been changed. Stone recalled the long window of Gray's house looking out onto the cliffs. There was something gnawing at his memory. He turned back to the agent. "Well, if you can change the pressure, you can change it back." "Okay, anything else strike you funny?" the man asked. "Let's say you greatly increase the gas pressure going into the house. which blows out the safety overrides. In seconds, the place is filled with gas. But you need something to ignite that gas. Turning on a light would create enough of a spark to do it. True, we've got some bomb-sniffing dogs coming out. Unless they turn up some dynamite or C4, we might have to look at the gas angle more closely. Stone suddenly remembered what he needed to. He left the agent and rejoined Alex. "Anything occur to you?" Alex asked. "You fill the house with gas by manipulating the pressure. A light spark will ignite the gas. But if Gray is asleep, you count on that. And you don't want him to smell the gas and escape. So you have a man standing about 200 yards from the back of the house, near the cliffs over there. He fires an incendiary bullet through the window. The bullet passes through the glass, igniting on impact and triggering the gas explosion. If they find a colored bit of metal in there, it may be from the bullet's nose. Incendiary rounds are typically colored, so people don't mix them up." Annabelle stood outside the gates of the cemetery where Stone was caretaker. After her talk with Leo and her conversation with Stone, she had made up her mind. This was not Oliver Stone's fight. Friend or not, she could not allow him to get involved. If Bagger somehow killed him, Annabelle knew she could not live with that guilt. The gates were locked, but with a tension tool and lockpick, 2 minutes later they were open, and she was on the front porch of the cottage. She slipped the note she had taken nearly an hour to compose, despite its brevity, under the door. A minute later, she was back in her car. 3 hours later, she was riding into the sky inside a United Airlines jet. As the plane tracked the Potomac River on the climb out, Annabelle glanced out the window. Georgetown was directly below them. She thought she could see the little well-tended cemetery, his cemetery. Perhaps he was down there amid the hallowed ground, working away at his tombstones, attending to the dead and buried, atoning for past sins. "So long, Oliver Stone," she said to herself. "Goodbye, John Carr." "I love this internet crap," Bagger bellowed, as he stared at the papers one of his IT guys had just handed to him. "We are very efficient, Mr. Bagger," the young bespectacled man began in an immodest tone. "And quite frankly—" "Get the hell out of here," Bagger roared, and the terrified man fled. Bagger sat down behind his desk and studied the papers again. He'd retained an internet search organization. He didn't know what their sources were, and he didn't really care. They had delivered. That's all that mattered. Annabelle Conroy had walked down the aisle over 15 years ago with a guy named Jonathan DeHaven. They had been married, ironically, Bagger thought, in Vegas. The downside was there were no pictures of the happy couple, only the names. It had to be the same Annabelle Conroy. How many people getting married in Sin City would have that name? But he had to be sure. So Bagger picked up his phone and called a PI firm he had used in the past. These folks worked right on the edge of the envelope, and occasionally skirted past that barrier. He loved them for it, and also because they got results. The next morning, Bagger met with Joe from the PI firm. The man was trim with calm gray eyes. Though soft-spoken, Joe was not intimidated in the least by the casino king. It was one of the things Bagger loved about him. He sat down across from Bagger and opened a file. "We've got some quick results on this one, Mr. Bagger." He scanned the pages and then looked up. "I've got a written report for you, but let me just give you the essentials." He handed a photo across. "We had an associate of ours in Vegas check out the wedding chapel where Conroy and DeHaven were married. It's a typical mom and pop. The same couple run it today, in fact. After a little financial encouragement, they let us take a peek at their records, and that's where we got a copy of that photo. Apparently they take pictures of all the people they marry and put them up on the wall. I'm assuming from the look on your face, Mr. Bagger, that that's our girl." Bagger was smiling and nodding as he stared down at a photo of a much younger Annabelle Conroy and her brand-new husband, Jonathan DeHaven. "That's my little friend. Good work, Joe. What else you got?" "Well, this has the potential to make our job easier. I'm just not sure yet." Bagger looked up from the photo. "What has the potential?" In answer, Joe handed Bagger a newspaper clipping. The name DeHaven rang a bell for me, but I didn't know why at the time. Then I did some digging and bingo. "He was murdered," Bagger exclaimed, reading the headline. "Very recently. Found in some vault at the Library of Congress in D.C. It was all tied to some spy ring going down in Washington." "Are we sure it's the same DeHaven?" Joe handed Bagger another photo of DeHaven from a newspaper article detailing his death. "You can see it's the same guy, only older." "So Annabelle's hubby was a spy and got whacked?" "Her ex-husband. We also found out that the marriage was annulled a year later." "Annulled? Doesn't that mean they didn't have sex or something? For a whole freaking year?" Bagger stared down at Annabelle's wedding picture. The lady was a stunner. Bagger, of course, hated the woman for ripping him off, but how in God's name did her husband keep from jumping her the minute the I-do's were said? Was this DeHaven guy secretly gay or something? I don't know the details of why the annulment took place, but it did, and was made a matter of record in Washington, D.C., where the couple presumably came back to live. And DeHaven wasn't part of the spy ring. Details are still coming out, and some of it's being buried because of national security interests, but it looks like he was an innocent guy who got killed because he stumbled onto something he shouldn't have. Bagger rose and looked out the window onto his empire that occupied nearly an entire block on the boardwalk. Making up his mind, he picked up his phone and called his chief of security. "Warm up the jet, we're heading out." "Where to, Mr. Bagger?" "My favorite city, Washington, D.C." The next morning, Harry, Finn, and 2 team members were surveying a parcel of land near the United States Capitol. Their uniforms were perfect, their equipment spot on. Most importantly, they exuded the confident air of people who had every right to be where they were. When 2 Capitol police officers approached them, Finn calmly pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and showed the pair his official-looking orders. "I just go where they send me, guys," he said apologetically. "We won't be here much longer. It's the damn visitor center project." "You mean that taxpayer hell pit?" one of the cops growled. The project had become DC's version of the Big Dig fiasco in Boston. Finn nodded. "You know, in this town, everybody thinks somebody else has jurisdiction. So we have to do the same thing 10 times because somebody's panties got in a wad." "Tell me about it," the other cop said. "Just make it quick." "Roger that," Finn said, turning back to his work. The surveyor's apparatus they were using was actually a video camera, currently filming 2 entrances to the Capitol building and detailing the rotation of security guards and other essential elements for a successful penetration later. Back at the office, Finn spent the next 2 hours phone freaking. This was a complex exercise involving phoning one person after another and building on the intelligence with each call to elicit more specific information from each new person called. As Finn went about his work, he kept an eye on the internet for news of Carter Gray's death. As expected, the authorities were keeping a tight lid on all of it. Finally, Finn couldn't take it anymore. He went for a walk. And then he decided on impulse to visit his mother. He would catch a flight that very night after the kids were in bed. He could see her the next day and be back home that same night. He both loved and hated to see his mother. The routine never varied. It couldn't, actually. Yet since it had all begun with her, Finn had to return to that touchstone from time to time. It wasn't like he was reporting in, but in a way, that's exactly what he was doing. Stone punched in Annabelle's phone number.
4 rings went by, and he assumed she wasn't going to answer when her voice said, "Hello?" "Where are you?" he said. "Oliver, I left a note." "The note is bullshit. Where are you?" "Oliver, I left town so you wouldn't get involved." "Then come back, because we are involved." "I can't come back. I won't come back." "Then just answer one question for me." "What?" she said wearily. "What did Jerry Bagger do to you to make you rip him off for millions?" "I ripped him off because that's what I do. I'm a con." "If you keep lying to me, I'm going to get really upset." "Why do you care?" "You helped us. Now it's our turn to help you." "I helped myself. You guys were just in the way." "So be it. But you still need us. And we're wasting time. If Bagger's as good as you say he is, you may not have much time left." "Thanks for your vote of confidence." "I'm just being practical. Where are you?" "Forget it." "Then let me guess. But if I guess correctly, you have to tell me where you are. Deal?" "Whatever makes you happy." "I said deal?" "Fine. Deal." "Okay. You've taken my advice and you're trying to pin something on Bagger. And what you're trying to pin on him is the reason you ripped him off. And that's where you are right now. At a place where he did something so bad to you or yours that you had to come back at him. And do it damn hard. Am I right?" Annabelle was dead silent. He said, "Now since I won the bet, you have to tell me where you are." "You didn't give me a specific location." "I didn't say I'd give you a specific location. In fact, what I told you was far more than just naming a town. But if you want to welch on a bet—" "I never go back on a bet." "Then tell me." There was a very long pause. "I'm in Maine." "Where in Maine?" "A little south of Kennebunk, on the coast." "Is that where it happened?" Stone waited through another long pause. "Yes." "And what was it that did happen?" "He killed my mother." "What did your mother do to Bagger?" "Nothing. It was my father, Paddy. He ripped Jerry off for $10,000 and it cost my mother her life." "Did he kill your father, too?" "No, somehow my old man slipped away and forgot to tell my mother that homicidal Bagger was coming to town." Stone let out a long breath. "That's a lot of baggage to have to carry around. I'm sorry, Annabelle." "I don't need sympathy, Oliver. I just need a way to take this animal down once and for all, because to tell the truth, stealing $40 million from him didn't even come close to squaring things with that bastard." "Tell me exactly where you are. I can be there tonight." "How are you going to get here? Fly?" "I don't have the money to fly." "I can get you the plane ticket." "Unfortunately, I don't have any ID, and without that, I can't get on an aircraft." "I wish you'd told me. I could get your stuff so good the FBI couldn't spot it as fake, much less TSA grunts." "I may take you up on that one day. For now, I'm driving." She told him where she was. "You sure about this? You can still walk, no questions asked. I'm used to going it alone." "I'll see you in Maine, Annabelle." Carter Gray walked slowly down the long corridor that was for some reason painted a salmon color, perhaps to induce calmness, he thought. However, this was not a building that inspired calm, only crisis. At the end of the underground hall was a solitary room housed behind a bank vault glass door. He entered his security codes and let the biometric readers sweep over him. The door noiselessly swung open. Gray walked over to the wall of locked miniature vaults and slid his electronic key in one while he simultaneously rubbed his thumb across a fingerprint reader. The door slid open, and he took the file out, sat down in a comfortable chair, and began to read. A half hour later, Gray had finished perusing the file. Next, he took out the photo he'd received in the mail, comparing it with the one in the file. It was the same man, of course. He'd known him very well. In many ways, he'd been Gray's closest confidant. For decades, he'd feared that the unfortunate matter of Rayfield Solomon would come back to haunt him. Now it had. Cole, Cincetti, Bingham, all dead, and Carter Gray had almost joined them. And he would have, except for the safe room built underneath the house by the former CIA director and VP who had lived there before him. an underground room that was both fire and bomb-proof. When Gray had explained to Oliver Stone that he was both comfortable and secure in his new home, he was being quite literal. And his home included a fortified tunnel that had carried him safely off the property and to the other side of the main road, where a car driven by one of his guards had picked him up. Gray had been gone from the house for over an hour when it exploded. He left minutes after receiving the photo. Still, it had been a relatively close call. The FBI had initiated a homicide investigation, publicly acknowledging that a body had been found in the wreckage. Gray had put this in motion behind the scenes. He wanted people to think he was dead. As Jerry Bagger was being driven through Washington, he passed by the Justice Department building. On noticing this, he immediately gave the finger to the entire federal agency.
Talk about a great place for a nuclear strike. And maybe they could take out the FBI at the same time. I mean, lawyers and cops. Who needs them? Not me.
He looked at one of his men.
Mike, you need him?
No, sir, Mr. Bagger.
Good thinking.
Bagger had received a more detailed report from his PI after arriving in D.C. That's why he was now climbing out of the car and walking into a library. It wasn't any library. It was, for many erudite folks, the library of Congress. His men made some inquiries, and 2 minutes later, Bagger and his entourage walked into the rare book reading room where the late Jonathan DeHaven, who was also Annabelle's ex-husband, had once been director. It was also where Caleb Shaw currently worked. The man himself came out of the vaults as Bagger walked in. To his credit, Caleb did not start vomiting on recognizing Bagger from the picture Milton had shown him, although his gurgling stomach made that a clear possibility. Instead, he simply stood there as a smile spread across his face.
"Can I help you?"
he said, walking over to the group of big young men in dark suits surrounding the very fit 66-year-old, broad-shouldered, white-haired, and deeply tanned Bagger, with his broken nose and hideous scar running down his cheek. Bagger put an arm around Caleb's shoulders.
You look like a guy who can help me. What's your name?
Caleb desperately tried to think of an alias, but all that came out was, "Caleb Shaw."
Caleb? Whoa, you don't hear that one every day. You Amish or something?
"No, I'm a Republican," Caleb said in a small voice, as Bagger's muscular arm clenched tighter around him.
Okay, Mr. Republican. Is there someplace we can talk in private? I mean, this is a big building. Must be someplace we can do a little mano-a-mano.
Caleb led them to a small office down the hall from the reading room.
"Sit,"
Bagger ordered Caleb, and he quickly sat in the only chair in the room.
"Okay, now I understand that the guy who used to run this place got whacked."
"The director of the Rare Book and Special Collections Division was killed, that's correct."
"Jonathan DeHaven?"
"That's right." Caleb added in a low voice, "He was murdered. Right in this very building."
"Wow," Bagger said as he eyed his men. "In a freaking library. I mean, is this world we live in violent or what?"
He turned back to Caleb.
"Thing is, I got a friend who knew this DeHaven character. She was actually married to him at some point."
"Really? I never knew Jonathan was married."
"Well, he was. Kinda short-lived, though. I mean, he was a book geek. No offense. And the woman wasn't. She was sort of like a, how do you say?"
"A tornado and a hurricane all wrapped into one?" Caleb offered.
Bagger shot him a suspicious glance. "Yeah. What makes you say that?"
Realizing he had come dangerously close to giving Bagger adequate reason to torture him for further information, Caleb said smoothly, "I was married once too, and my wife left me after only 4 months. She was a hurricane and a tornado, and, like you said, I'm a book geek." It was stunning how easily lying came to him.
Right. You get the picture. Anyway, I haven't seen the woman in a long time and wanted to catch up with her. so it occurred to me that she might have heard about her ex's death and come for the funeral." He looked expectantly at Caleb. "Well, I went to the service, but I didn't notice anyone I didn't know. What does this woman look like, and what's her name?" "Tall, nice curves, a real looker. Little scar under her right eye. Hair color and style depends on the day of the week, you know what I mean? Her name is Annabelle Conroy, but that also depends on the day of the week." "Doesn't ring a bell at all. I'm sure I would have noticed someone like that. Most of the people at the funeral were pretty average looking, you know, like me." "Yeah, I bet," Bagger grumbled. He snapped his fingers and one of his men produced a card that Bagger handed to Caleb. "You'll remember something useful, call me. I pay well. I mean really well. 5 figures. Caleb's eyes widened as he clutched the card. "You must really want to find her." "Oh, you got no idea how bad, Mr. Republican." Harry Finn quietly entered the room, sat down in the chair and stared at her. The woman looked back at him, or through him. Finn was never sure. She had once spoken fluent English without trace of any accent, but the multilingual lady had, perhaps out of growing paranoia, decided to mash 4 languages into one, creating a confusing amalgam of chaotic communication. She muttered in his direction, and he answered her blunt greeting in a few words. As a child, he remembered his mother's tall, strong body, with the hands of a pianist. Now she was shrunken, withered. "I have heard the news," she said in her strange talk. "It is done, and it is good. You are good." He stood and looked out the window at the grounds of this place that he thought they still called a sanatorium. "And now you move on to the next," she said, in a higher voice, as though she feared her words might not reach him from across the room. He nodded and said, "Yes." "You are a good son." Harry resumed his seat. "How's your health?" "What health?" she said, smiling and swaying her head. "I have no health. I sit here and I rot a little more each day." "You can leave. You're not like the others here." "And where would I go? Tell me that. Where would I go? I am safe here. So here I will stay until they take me away in the bag and burn me. Those are my wishes." Finn held up his hands in mock surrender. "And how is your wife and those beautiful children?" "They're fine. I'm sure they miss seeing you." "There's not much left to see. Your little one, Susie, she still has the bear I gave her?" "It's her favorite. She's never without it." "You tell her never to let it go. It represents my love for her. She must never let it go. I have not been a proper grandmother to them, I know this. But it would kill me if she ever let go of the bear. Kill me." "I know, and she knows. Like I said, she loves it." She rose on shaky legs, went to a drawer, and pulled out a photo. In twisted fingers, she clutched the item before handing it across to him. "Take it," she said. "You've earned it." He slipped the photograph out of her hands and held it up. It was the same picture that Judd Bingham, Bob Cole, and Lou Cincetti had seen before they died. Carter Gray, too, had gazed on this image before he was blown to the next world. Finn traced the delicate line of Rayfield Solomon's cheek with his index finger. In a flash, the past came racing back to him. The separation, the news of his father's death, the erasing of the past and meticulous creation of a new one, and over the years, the devastating revelations of a wife and mother telling her son what had happened. "And now, Roger Simpson," she said. "Yes, the last one," Finn replied, a hint of relief in his voice. It had taken him years to track down Bingham, Cincetti, and Cole, yet he had finally located all of them, and that's when the killing had started a few months ago. Simpson was next in line. "Let me tell you a story, Harry." He sat back in his chair and listened, though he had heard it all before. In fact, could have told it as well as she could now. "Calm down, Caleb," Stone said, "and tell me exactly what happened." Stone had pulled off the road on the way to Maine when he'd received Caleb's frantic call. He listened for 10 minutes to his friend's breathless recounting of his face-to-face with Jerry Bagger. "Caleb, are you sure he didn't know you were lying? Really sure?" "I was good, Oliver. You would have been proud of me. He gave me his card. Said to call if I had any other information. He offered to pay 5 figures. Caleb paused. "And I found out her real name is Annabelle Conroy." "Don't tell that to anyone." "What do you want me to do now?" "Nothing. Do not contact Bagger. I'll give you a call later." Stone put his phone down and continued driving. Hours later, the night well established, Stone crossed from New Hampshire into Maine. Stone found the B&B where Annabelle was staying, parked in the small lot, grabbed his duffel bag and went in. She was waiting in the parlor for him, standing in front of the fire that flickered pleasantly behind her. "I got the owner to save us some supper," Annabelle said. They ate in the small dining room, and a hungry Stone wolfed down the chowder, thick buttered bread, and crispy cod, while Annabelle merely picked at hers. Finished, he said, "Where can we talk?" "I got you a room next to mine." She got a carafe of coffee and 2 cups from the kitchen and led him upstairs, first to his room to drop off his small bag, and then to hers, which had a small sitting room off the bedroom. There was also a fire crackling in the fireplace. They sat and drank the hot coffee. Annabelle reached in her bag, pulled out an ID and a wad of cash, and tossed them to Stone. The ID had his picture on it and other pertinent information making him a citizen of the District of Columbia. "It'll pass muster at the airport, but don't get stopped by the cops on the highway." "Thank you. But what's the money for?" "Again, don't go there." Annabelle just stared into the flames while Stone studied her, debating whether to tell her or not. "Annabelle, put your cup down." "What?" "I have something to tell you, and I don't want you to spill hot coffee." A rare look of fear crossed her features as she slowly put down the cup. "Caleb had an unexpected visitor today at the library." Annabelle seemed to stare right through him as she said, "Jerry?" Stone nodded. "Caleb apparently played his part well. Bagger offered a lot of money for information on you." "How did he know to come to the library?" "He found out you were married to DeHaven." Annabelle slumped back against the small sofa. "I should have just followed my damn exit plan. God, I'm so stupid." "No, you're human. You came to pay your respects to a man you were married to and cared for. It's normal. Not when you've ripped off a homicidal nutcase like Jerry Bagger for $40 million, it's not. Then, it's just stupid," she added bitterly. It was a late-stage probe and penetration mission, which was the only reason Harry Finn was standing in a queue early in the morning after having flown in the night before from visiting his mother. While he listened to the man in the front of the group drone on, Finn's thoughts kept going back to his frail mother with a resolute spirit. The story she had told him, as she had hundreds of times before, concerned Rayfield Solomon, who was Harry Finn's father. Solomon had been a man of inexhaustible intellectual curiosity and possessed an unassailable integrity. He had labored on behalf of his country for decades, building a reputation as not only a true patriot, but a man who could fix things with his ideas, who could see the answer when no one else could. Then, later in life, he'd fallen in love with Harry Finn's mother and married her. Finn was born, and then things began to change, or, more accurately, implode. And then his father was dead. By his own hand, it was claimed, in a fit of guilt. Yet Finn's mother knew better. "It was all lies," she had told him over and over. "None of it was true. Not about me or him. They killed him for their own reasons." Finn knew what these reasons were, because his mother had drilled them into him. Raphael Solomon's career as a servant of his country had been forgotten, his good name besmirched. It wasn't the unjust shame that hurt Finn's mother so much. It was the fact that she had lost the man she loved far sooner than she should have. "He deserved none of this," she had told Finn, "and now there must be retribution." He broke free from these thoughts and concentrated on the task ahead. In the crowd with him were 3 other members of his team. 2 were college students pulled out of his office for a little adventure in the field. The 3rd was a woman who was nearly as accomplished at her work as him. With some wrangling and sleight of hand, they had garnered tickets for a VIP tour of the almost completed U.S. Capitol Visitor Center. The nearly 600,000 square foot, 3-level complex was located beneath the East Capitol grounds. This was so because its footprint was larger than the Capitol building, and the planners didn't want it to detract from the historic structure. Finn was most intrigued by 2 elements. First, the connecting tunnel from the visitor center to the Capitol itself, and second, a service tunnel for truck deliveries. The delivery he had in mind was one that no member of Congress ever would have envisioned. Each member of the team carried a buttonhole digital camera and surreptitiously snapped bite after bite of the underground site. Unfinished tunnels and hallways veered off in interesting directions that would come in very handy to Finn and his people later. Finn asked several questions of the guide, innocent enough on the surface. Yet just as he did with phone phreaking, these queries were subtly designed to elicit information that the guide would never have knowingly revealed. On cue, other members of Finn's team asked tag-along questions that revealed even more. He and his team strolled through the Capitol's nearly 60 acres of grounds, compiling still more useful data. They congregated at an empty deli off Independence Avenue to go over their results and form new additions to their planned assault on the Capitol. He left them at the deli and headed to the Hart Senate office building, the newest and biggest of the 3 complexes devoted to taking care of America's 100 senators and their enormous staffs. While there were over 50 senators in the Hart building, Finn was only interested in one, Roger Simpson of the great state of Alabama. The security in the building, even post 9/11, was a joke. Once you passed through a metal detector, you could pretty much go wherever you wanted. Finn took the elevator up to the floor where Simpson's office was located. It was hard to miss. The Alabama state flag was standing at attention next to the man's portal. As Finn waited near the glass door, he took several shots of the office's interior with his buttonhole camera, focusing on the young female receptionist. He noted all other details on this floor and was about to leave when the door opened again, and the man himself came out, accompanied by a considerable entourage. Roger Simpson was tall, nearly 6'5" and fit, with blondish hair that had white infringing all over, and the calm, aloof air of a man used to having his personal boundaries respected and his commands followed. The elevator door down the hall opened, and a tall blonde woman stepped out. When he saw her, Simpson smiled and stepped forward, giving her a quick embrace. This was Mrs. Simpson, a former Miss Alabama, with an MBA from an Ivy League school. Stone rose early, but Annabelle was already downstairs having hot tea in front of the fireplace. He nodded to her as he came into the room, and then looked for others about. "We're it," she said bluntly. "You want some breakfast?" They ate in a chilly room off the small kitchen. Annabelle barely looked at her food while Stone chewed his eggs and toast and shot glances at her. As soon as he finished his cup of coffee, she rose. "You ready?" "Are we going to see the house?" "We can't. They knocked it down and put up a monster in its place.
but we can still check out the area." Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes looked unfocused. Stone wondered if she was ill. As though in answer to his thought, she said, "I'm fine. I just didn't sleep much." A half hour later, they were standing in front of the plot of land where Annabelle's mother had been murdered. Annabelle said, "That's it. Or at least where it was. My mom's place was just a little cottage." The current house wasn't a little anything. It was a 10,000 square foot, shingled and turreted Architectural Digest cover home wannabe, right on the ocean. "Okay, how do you want to do this?" he asked. "I suggest we're father and daughter, no offense, looking for someplace for you to retire. We grab a local realtor and start asking questions." Later that afternoon, Annabelle and Stone followed a short, dark-haired woman built like a keg of beer around the exterior of a large house for sale. It was 4 lots down from where Annabelle's mother had gotten a bullet fired into her brain courtesy of Jerry Bagger. "It's adorable, Dad," Annabelle cooed as they surveyed the tumble-down place. "I can't understand why no one has snatched it up." "First of all, it's not little, and second, it obviously needs some work," Stone said firmly. "Come on, Dad," Annabelle said. "It's oceanfront. You've been looking a long time and never found anything worth writing home about. Can't you see yourself retiring here? Just look at those views." He turned to the realtor. "The place at the end of the street on the right is a real beaut and in great condition. Know whether they're interested in selling?" "The Macintoshes? No, I don't think they want to sell." Annabelle said, "Macintoshes? That doesn't sound familiar. But I did know some folks that used to live up here. Well, I didn't really know them. Friend of a friend thing. Visited them once. That's why we're up here looking, actually. I remember it being so pretty." "I've been here a long time. Do you remember their names?" Annabelle pretended to think. "Connor or Conway? No, Conroy. That's right, Conroy." "Not Tammy Conroy," the realtor said sharply. "I think so, yes. Now I remember. A tall, thin woman with red hair." The realtor looked flustered. "Tammy Conroy. Oh, dear. You're sure?" "Why, is something wrong?" Annabelle said. "How well did you know her?" "Like I said, friend of a friend. Why?" "Well, I guess you'll find out sooner or later. Some years ago, Tammy Conroy was killed in a little cottage that used to be at the end of the street before they knocked it down." "Killed?" Annabelle clutched Stone's arm. Stone said, "When you say killed, do you mean by accident?" "Actually, no. She was murdered." The woman added quickly, "But we've never had another murder since. This is really a very safe place." "Did they catch whoever did it?" Annabelle asked. The realtor looked even more uncomfortable. "Actually, no, they never caught the person." Stone said, "Hell, he could still be out there waiting to kill again. Maybe he has a fixation on this neighborhood. Stranger things have happened." "I don't think that was the case," the realtor said. "Before the woman who was killed owned it, an elderly widow lived there. She died of old age, and her son sold the place to Mrs. Conroy. In fact, I represented the seller in the transaction." "Maybe her husband did it," Annabelle suggested. "I mean, if she was married. So many murders are domestic in nature, it's awful." "There was a husband, can't recall his name offhand, but he was gone by the time she was killed, I believe. Leastways, the police never named him a suspect. Now, would you like to see the inside of this house?" After a quick tour of the house, they took the woman's card and said they would get back to her. As they drove off, Annabelle pulled out a brown scarf from her pocket and rubbed it gently. "What's that?" "A scarf my mother gave to me. It was for my birthday. It's the last thing she ever had a chance to give me." "I'm sorry, Annabelle." She sat back against the car seat and closed her eyes. "I couldn't even attend the funeral. I'd heard rumors in the con world that Bagger was involved and that my father had gotten off scot-free as usual. I knew Bagger would be watching. I've never even been to her grave." "And you think your father is dead?" "Let's put it this way. If my dream came true, he is. As they were driving down the street, the light changed, and Stone stopped. Annabelle idly glanced at a tall, thin man coming out of a bar, and her face froze. Stone noted her look and said, "What is it?" "The man, coming out of that bar across the street," she whispered as she stared. Stone glanced over. "What about him?" "He's my father, Paddy Conroy." "Pull over, Oliver," Annabelle barked. "What are you going to do?" "Right now I'm trying hard not to throw up." She rested her chin on the dashboard but kept her gaze on her father. "God, it's like I'm seeing a damn ghost." "What do you want to do?" he asked. "I don't know. My mind pretty much just shut down on me." "Okay, I'll make the call. We follow him. It might lead to something useful." They both looked out the window where Paddy Conroy was climbing into a beat-up pickup truck parked on the street. The drive only took 10 minutes. By that time, they were well away from the small downtown area and out in the country. When the truck turned in through the wrought iron gates, Annabelle snatched a breath. Stone waited a few moments, and then pulled through the gates into Mount Holly Cemetery. A few minutes later, they were out of the car and slipping stealthily toward a stand of trees. They watched from this concealment while Paddy shuffled along until he came to a flat grave marker on the ground. He produced a few flowers from inside his shabby overcoat, knelt down, and placed them on the sunken earth. He took off his hat, revealing thick white hair, put his hands together, and seemed to be praying. Once they heard a long, loud moan come from the man. He reached in his pocket, pulled out a handkerchief, and wiped his face. "Your mother's grave?" Stone asked. She nodded curtly. "Like I said, I've never been to see it, but I looked up the location." "He seems to be grieving." "He's only doing it to make him feel better about what he did, the asshole. He's never changed." "People do change," Stone said. "Not him. Not ever." She grabbed him as he stepped past her. "Oliver, what are you doing?" "Putting your theory to the test." Before she could stop him, he walked out into the open and headed toward Paddy. Stone slowed and seemed to be reading the grave markers before stopping at one 2 down from where Paddy was kneeling and crying. Stone said softly, "I don't mean to intrude on your privacy. I haven't been by to see my aunt's grave in a few years. I wanted to pay my respects." Paddy looked up, rubbed his wide face with a cloth. "It's a public cemetery, friend." Stone knelt down in front of the grave marker he'd picked out, though he was also keeping Paddy in his peripheral vision. "Graveyards just seem to take all the energy out of you, don't they?" he said quietly. Paddy nodded. "It's penance, you know, for the living, and a warning to us all." "A warning?" Stone turned to look at him. And now he knew. Paddy Conroy was terminal. He could see it in the gray tinges around the white sunken face, the emaciated body, and the trembling hands. Paddy nodded. "Look at all these graves." He held up a shaky arm. "All these dead people waiting for the Almighty to come down and tell them where they're headed. Waiting in the dirt or in purgatory, if you believe that way. Waiting for the man to come down and tell them. For all eternity. Heaven or hell," Stone said, nodding. "You a betting man?" Stone shook his head. "I spent all my life betting on one thing or another. But if you were a betting man, how many of 'em you reckon are going up, and how many going down?" "Hopefully far more going up than down," Stone said. "You'd lose your money, you would. More people evil than not, is that it? Take me. I might as well pick out a nice sunny spot in the pit right now. Ain't no question where this old boy's headed." "You have things you regret." "Regrets? Mister, if regrets were dollars, I'd be Mr. Bill Gates himself." Paddy bent forward and kissed the grave marker. "Goodbye, me darling Tammy. You rest easy now, girl."
He rose to his feet on shaky legs and put his hat back on. He turned to face Stone. "Now this one here she'll be getting into heaven. You know why?" Stone shook his head. "Because she's a saint. She's a saint because she put up with the likes of me. And for that reason alone, old St. Peter will welcome her with open arms. I only wish I could be there to see it." Stone filled Annabelle in on his conversation with her father at the gravesite. "He looks like he's dying." "I'm delighted to hear it." "And he seems sincerely guilty about what happened to your mother." "I highly doubt that." "Do you want to follow him?" "No, I want to kill him." "Okay, what now? More sleuthing around town?" "No, let's just go back to the inn. I need to drink, and I want to do it in the privacy of my own room." Stone dropped her off at the inn and headed back out. He drove through the town's few streets until he saw Patty's truck parked at the curb. Father and daughter had had the same idea. He parked and went inside. The bar was dirty and dark. At this time of the afternoon, there was only one man at the bar, a pitcher in front of him. Stone sat down next to Patty, who barely looked up. "I guess cemeteries make people thirsty," Stone said. Patty gave him a sideways glance and took a sip of his beer. "Never needed a reason to have a pint or two," Patty replied, his speech a little slurred. "My name's Oliver," Stone said, extending his hand. Patty didn't take it. He studied Stone warily. "You run into a man once, no problem. You run into a man twice in the span of an hour. It makes a body wonder. Town's not that big. Big enough to let a man have his space. I can move." Patty's gaze burned into him for another second or two. "Forget it. What are you having? I'm buying." 2 hours later, Stone and Patty left the bar, Stone holding Patty up. "You're a good bloke, you are," Patty blubbered. "A good friend." "Glad you feel that way. I don't think you're in any shape to drive. Tell me where you live and I'll drop you off." Patty fell asleep in Stone's car. It was for the best, because Stone was taking father to see daughter. Annabelle had stared at the bottle of gin for at least an hour without touching a drop. She only drank when a con demanded that she do so. She had enough memories of her drunken father saying and doing incredibly stupid things to swear her off the stuff forever. The knock on the door barely made her look up. "Yeah?" "It's Oliver." "Door's unlocked." It opened. Annabelle didn't glance over until she realized she was hearing the sounds of 4 feet instead of 2. "What the hell are you doing?" she screamed. Stone half-carried Patty over to a sofa and let him drop onto it. However, the sounds of his daughter's voice had managed to pierce right through the wall of booze. Patty half sat up. "Annabelle?" Annabelle moved so fast that Stone had no chance to stop her. She lunged at Patty, hit him right in the gut with her shoulder, and they both toppled to the floor. She pinned the old man to the floor and started slapping his face. Stone wrenched her away, holding her off the floor as she tried to kick and punch her father. Stone pushed Annabelle up against the wall, holding her there. When she wouldn't stop thrashing, he slapped her. She froze, stunned. Then she looked over at her father lying there on the floor in time to see his face turn white, and he threw up. In the next instant, she had ripped free from Stone and had fled the room. 2 hours later, Patty opened his eyes and stared around. Then he sat up and immediately felt Stone's hand on his shoulder. "Just take it easy," Stone said. "You had a nasty shock." "Annie? Annie?" Patty scanned the room. "She'll be back," Stone said. "She had to, step out for a minute." He'd already cleaned up Patty's sick and had waited for the man to awaken. "Was it really Annie?" Patty asked, a shaky hand gripping Stone's arm. "Yeah, it was really Annie." When Stone heard Annabelle's footsteps on the stairs, he put himself between Patty and his daughter. The door opened, and she stood there, her face white, her expression, well, expressionless. For a terrifying moment, Stone wondered if she'd gone out and bought a gun. She closed the door behind her, pulled a chair out from the small dinette set in one corner, and sat down facing the two men. She stared between Stone and her father before settling her gaze on Patty. "You done puking?" He nodded dumbly. "Annie?" She held up a hand. "Just shut up. I didn't say you could talk, did I?" He shook his head and sat back against the sofa, a hand over his flat stomach. She turned her attention to Stone. "Why the hell did you bring him here?" "I figured it was time the two of you talked." "You figured wrong." "I didn't get a chance to tell you before you stormed out. When your mother was killed, your father was in a federal holding cell in Boston on a counterfeit check-kiting charge." Stone sat back next to Patty and studied Annabelle. "How do you know that?" she finally said, her gaze never leaving his. "I checked with my friend Alex on the way over here. The stuff's all computerized now." "How did you even know to check?" she asked dully. "Because the bloke asked me about your mother's death when we were sitting at the bar," Patty broke in. "I told him. I was in that damn cell for nearly a month. They didn't have enough to convict me, but I couldn't afford a lawyer. By the time I got out, your mother was long since buried. That doesn't change the fact that you're the reason she died in the first place. I never said it did. Not a minute goes by that I don't wish it was me in the ground instead of her." Annabelle stared over at Stone. "And you bought that sob story? That's Con 101. "No, it's the truth. And I don't give a damn if you believe it or not," Patty exclaimed, rising unsteadily to his feet. "He comes all the time to see her grave," Stone added. "Who cares?" Annabelle snapped. "But for a lousy $10,000 that this scum ripped off Bagger, she'd be alive today. I never thought he'd come after your mum. I don't know who tipped Bagger off where she was. If I did know, I'd have killed a bastard. Save it for someone who cares. And not a day goes by that I don't think about having my hands around Jerry Bagger's neck." "Really? So why haven't you? It's not like you don't know where the guy lives." "He's got a damn army around him." "Tell me something I don't know." Patty stared at her curiously. "I heard Bagger ran into some trouble recently. Scuttlebutt around the con world. Was that you?" Annabelle rose and opened the door. "Get out." "Annie, get out!" Patty left, stumbling against the wall as he did so. Annabelle looked at Stone. "I'll never forgive you for this." "I'm not looking for forgiveness." He stood. "So why did you really bring him here?" "Why don't you think about it, and see if you can come up with the answer on your own? It might mean more to you that way." Stone walked out the door, and Annabelle kicked it shut. Carter Gray was briefing the current CIA director on the matter of Rayfield Solomon. "I think it's someone close to Solomon," Gray told the director. "The picture that was sent, they wanted me to know why I was being killed." "Did Solomon have any family?" the director asked. "I know about the case, of course, but it was before my time here." "Solomon was involved with a Russian. That's what started the whole thing. We only knew her first name, Lacia." "And after Solomon died, what happened?" "She disappeared. Actually, she disappeared before he died. We believed it was prearranged. They knew we were closing in. We got him, but not her." "And this was how long ago?" Gray said, "Over 30 years. "Well, that means if she's still alive, I doubt it's her running around killing people." "I don't believe that it is, but that doesn't mean she's not involved. She was always very good at manipulation." "What specifically do you know about the woman?" "She was one of the best counterintelligence agents the Soviet Union ever produced. I've never seen her in person, only photo images. Tall and beautiful, she hardly fit the model of a spy because she tended to stick out. But she proved that stereotype wrong. She had more sheer nerve than just about anyone in the field. Indeed, she was aptly named, as Lacia means bravery in Russian. She didn't work directly for the KGB. She was a cut above that. We always believed that her chain of command went right to the Soviet leadership. She worked in this country for a time, then England, France, Japan, China, and all the other typical high-level assignments. She did her best turning others. She recruited Solomon, secretly married him, and turned him against his country. His treachery cost America dearly. How do you know they were married? Let me correct that. We believe that they were married. It was based on facts uncovered at the time, largely circumstantial, but taken together, it looks like they walked down the aisle. And he killed himself. That's what the file says, yes. I believe it was both from guilt at what he'd done to hurt his homeland and also the fact that we were closing in on him. I looked at the file. There seemed to be some gaps in it. We didn't have reliable computers back then, and paper files are notoriously incomplete from that era, Gray replied smoothly. The director apparently gave up on this line of inquiry. He had actually worked under Gray years ago and wasn't nearly as smart as the man, and he knew it. Fine, Carter. And you've alerted Senator Simpson? Of course. He's well prepared. Anyone else? There was another man who was part of the team, a John Carr. But he's long dead. When Stone walked outside to the parking lot, Annabelle was sitting on the front steps. "What do you want from me?" she said bitterly. "Nothing. What do you want from yourself? Don't play shrink with me. Your father was in jail when your mother was murdered. He was still the reason she was killed. All right, but what's wrong with giving him the benefit of the doubt and believing that he never intended your mother to be hurt by Bagger? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that is that my father is a liar who has never cared about anyone except himself. So he was really bad to your mother? Beat her, starved her? Don't make this into a joke. I'm just trying to understand the situation. No, he never abused her. So he might have loved her. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you taking his side? I'm not taking sides, Annabelle. The man is dying. He was at your mother's grave paying his respects. You thought he'd set your mom up, but he didn't. Stone spread his hands. All I'm saying is you might want to reconsider the situation. Life is short. Family is not forever. I know that as well as anyone. Annabelle slouched against the car, hands tucked into her armpits. It took me 2 years to plan my hit on Bagger. 2 shorts and then the long. I put nearly every dime I had into it. Took more risks than I ever had before. One little mistake in front of Jerry and I'd be dead. And I loved every minute of it. Do you know why? Stone shook his head. Tell me. Because I was finally getting back at the son of a bitch who killed my mother. After all those years, he was finally going to pay. And I did it. I won. I conned more money from him than anybody ever had. Enough to really hurt him. And after I did it, I realized it was all for nothing. Jerry was just being Jerry when he killed my mother. Jerry took his pound of flesh. That's the law of the street we all live on. Don't get me wrong. I'll always hate the bastard for what he did, but the man I hated most of all was my father. And today you found out he was innocent, at least of that. She pointed to the scar under her eye. Some innocent. He gave me this when I was just a teenager for blowing a claim in a casino. He said it was the only way to learn. And he's the reason my mother's dead. And what's happened to him? Nothing, not a damn thing. Everything just bounces off the son of a bitch. He just goes along like the bullet in her brain never even happened. I'm not seeing it that way, Annabelle. It doesn't look like life has been kind to him. And he was here grieving over your mother. It doesn't sound like a guy who got off scot-free. I can never forget it, Oliver. I can never forget what he did. I'm not asking you to forget. I'm just asking you to maybe think about forgiving. People do bad things all the time. It doesn't necessarily make them bad people. So what do you want me to do? Run and give him a hug? This is something you need to deal with inside yourself, before it destroys you. Because if we manage to nail Bagger, you still won't be satisfied because you have all this hate inside for Patty. If you really want to get on with your life, you need to deal with that. Annabelle pulled her car keys out of her pocket. Well, you know what? I don't want to. She drove off in a spit of gravel.
There was really only one place for Annabelle to go: the graveyard. She had never had the opportunity to pay her respects to her mother. She was going to take care of that tonight. She parked her rental, slipped through the gate, and walked along the darkened pathways. The location of her mother's grave was seared into her head. However, when she arrived there, she found that her mother already had a visitor. She ducked behind an evergreen and watched. He was stretched out on the ground next to the grave. As Annabelle listened, she could hear the words floating to her from the prone figure. He was singing an Irish ditty to the dead woman. It was a song that Annabelle had heard him sing to her mother when she was a little girl. The lyrics had to do with dreams and a green, lush land, and a man and a woman very much in love. As she continued to listen, tears started sliding down her cheeks, though she didn't want them to. The sounds grew fainter, and she finally realized her father had fallen asleep next to the grave of his wife, her mother. Annabelle stepped out from behind the tree, strode quietly over to the burial plot, and knelt down on the other side of the grave from where her father lay quietly snoring. Then she did something she hadn't done since attending Mass as a little girl. She crossed herself and prayed over her mother. More tears poured down her face as she spoke to God and tried to talk to her mother, telling her how much she missed her, how much she wanted her to be alive. She prayed and spoke until her heart was nearly bursting. Then she rose, crossed herself again, and staring down at her slumbering father, made up her mind. He was painfully light as she gripped him under the armpits, lifting him to his feet. He awakened slightly. She half carried him to her car, put him in, drove back to the inn, and got him to bed in her room. The next morning, Annabelle had breakfast sent up to the room. When her father came out of the bedroom, hot coffee was poured and eggs and bacon were on the plate. "You look like you could use some food," she said. He looked around. "How the hell did I get here?" "You were at the grave last night, so was I." He nodded slowly, rubbing his tangled hair down with one hand. "I see. Come and eat." He sat and managed to down a few bites and drink a bit of the coffee. "How bad is it?" she asked, studying his gaunt gray face. "Bad enough. 6 months without treatment, a year with. But who wants to go out sick all the time? Do you need anything? Money? A place to live?" He sat back and wiped the napkin across his lips. "You owe me nothing, Annie, and I ain't taking nothing from you. There's no reason you have to be in pain or sleeping in the back of a truck. I have money. I've got whiskey for the pain, and that old truck of mine is what they call a low-end recreational vehicle. I'm fine." "You're obviously not fine." His expression darkened as he pushed away from the table. "I don't want your pity, Annie, okay? I can deal with your hatred a lot easier." "Is that why you never found me and told me you were in jail when Mom was killed by Bagger?" "Would it have made a difference to you?" "Probably not," she admitted. "So there you go. Would have been a bloody waste of time." He rose and fumbled in his pocket, fishing out a cigarette pack and a lighter. "Do you mind, seeing how it's already killed me?" She shook her head, and he stepped to the window, opened it, and blew the smoke out that way. "So, did you hit Jerry up in Atlantic City?" "I did." "Did you hit the bastard hard?" "Millions." "Well, then you're a lock for heaven, 'cause there ain't no man what deserves it more than that bloke." "But it wasn't enough," Annabelle said in a low voice. Patty stared moodily out the window. "Course it wasn't. One thing Jerry has is lots of money. You can take all you want and he'll make it all back off the sorry types tramping through his casino every bloody minute." "So how do I hurt him enough?" He swung around to look at her. "You take away one of two things. Either his life or his freedom. Only way. There's no statute of limitations on killing someone." "You've got proof he murdered your mom?" "Nothing that will stand up in court, but I know he did it." "I do too." Father and daughter stared at each other for a long time.
He finally said, "There's only 2 people in the whole world who've conned that bastard and lived to tell about it. And they're both in this room." "So you want to con Jerry together?" "I want him to pay for what he did to your mum." "You think I don't?" "I know you do. You went after the bastard. I never had the balls to do it. Sure, I'm a good con, maybe one of the best. I've got nerve more than most." "And things have changed?" "I'm dying already. So what the hell does it matter to me? Better to get a bullet in the brain courtesy of Jerry than watch my insides dissolve on me." "And how exactly do you propose doing that?" "I've been thinking about it a lot, actually. Probably the only thing I've been thinking about. But your conning Jerry gives us a way to nail him." "Because he's coming after me?" "Right. You had a crew, of course. 2 people you know, or know of, 1 you don't." Patty flicked his smoke out the window and sat back down at the table. "Jerry hit any of them?" "1. He's a veg." "And maybe ratted you out?" "No maybe about it. He did. In fact, Jerry is in D.C. trying to find me right now." "That bloke with you, can you trust him?" "He's never let me down." "Good friend to have." Patty fell silent, staring down at his unfinished breakfast. "You think you're in shape to run a con on Jerry?" "I got away from him last time because I worked it to perfection. I'm not looking to walk in and get my head blown off because you fall on your face. I am ready for this. In fact, it's the only thing keeping me alive, and I've got the plan." "What is it?" "Basically to get Jerry to confess to killing your mum." "Oh, really? Is that all? Hell, I wish I would have thought of that one." "You have a problem with the concept?" "No, with the execution, as in yours and mine, because, correct me if I'm wrong, but getting someone to confess to a murder, wouldn't that involve getting up close and personal?" "Absolutely. The closest possible proximity." "Well, why don't we stop right there, then? I've done my FaceTime with Jerry. I have no desire to do it again. With my plan, the risk will be minimal to you." "Define minimal." "Just trust me, Annie." "You must be insane." "No, I'm just a dying man who's got to make peace with his God. And to do that, I have to make this right. I have to." This remark came so out of left field that Annabelle could only stare at him. "But there is a small problem with the plan," he said. "How small?" "We need access to the good guys, the cops. Not exactly my specialty." He glanced at her. "Any ideas on that score?" Annabelle sat back, not looking very confident. "You know this is suicide, don't you?" "I will never let you come to harm at the hands of Jerry. But I have to do this. I swear that to you on your mother's grave." This last remark did something to Annabelle she never thought any words could ever do. She actually started feeling something for her father. She wasn't sure if it was sympathy, pity, or maybe even something more. "Then maybe I can find the good guys to help us," she said quietly. Annabelle left her father and walked to Stone's room. "He wants to team with me to con Jerry into confessing to my mother's murder," she said bluntly, and then collapsed on the small couch. "You think you can trust him?" "Damn it, Oliver, you just spent all that time telling me to forgive the man." "Forgive him, yes, not trust him." "I have no reason to trust him at all." Stone looked at her warily. "I sense a but coming." "But with all that, I do trust him. I don't know why, just call it my gut." "But you need the cavalry." "That's what he says." "I might be able to help." "I thought so. I mean, they owe you after the last time." "They never owe you, Annabelle. Or at least they never think they do. But let me see what I can work. So what do you do with your father in the meantime?" "I was sort of hoping he could come back to D.C. with us." "And stay with you? That might be a little dicey with Bagger in the same town." "Any help there would be appreciated." "Tell your father to get his things together." Patty didn't have anything to get together. Everything he owned was already in his battered truck. He insisted on following them down. "Truck's all I've got left. I ain't letting it go."
With Patty behind them, Stone and Annabelle drove south to Reuben's house in one of the few remaining rural areas of Northern Virginia. It was dark when they arrived there, but Stone had called ahead. They pulled down a gravel drive that was more path than road and bracketed by thick woods. They passed leaning shacks and rotting cars as the wilderness and poverty grew with each click of the odometer. A few minutes later, the car's headlights flicked across a weed-filled yard and spotlighted a garage with its single overhead door open. The interior was bursting with tools and car parts. Parked beside the garage were 6 cars, 2 trucks, 3 motorcycles, and what looked to be a dune buggy, all in various states of being rebuilt. Next to the garage was a mobile trailer that was no longer mobile, being set firmly on cinder blocks. Reuben just moved here recently. Annabelle gazed back at the garage. Does he run a chop shop on the side? No, the man's a mechanical genius. I think he's closer to his machines than he is to most people. That's why he loves his motorcycle so much. He says it's far more reliable than any of his 3 wives ever were. Reuben met them at the door and then stared over at the pickup truck, Patty at the wheel. Who's that? A friend, Annabelle answered quickly. I thought he might be able to stay here, at least for tonight, Stone said. What the hell? He can have the presidential suite. It's right next to the bathroom. An hour later, Stone and Annabelle pulled into the parking lot of Caleb's condo building in D.C. and rode the elevator to the man's apartment. Stone knocked, and they heard footsteps approaching the door. It opened. Unfortunately, it wasn't Caleb standing there. This really is intolerable, Carter, Senator Roger Simpson said. The 2 men were in the CIA bunker, seated in comfortable leather armchairs and nursing glasses of Cabernet. Simpson continued, For something like this to raise its ugly head now, when in a few years I'll be sitting in the White House if things go according to plan. Roger, if this comes out, you won't be in the running. You might actually be in prison. Simpson flushed at Gray's stinger, but only stared moodily into his wine glass before saying, Ray Solomon. Who would have thought that would come back to haunt us? It was always a possibility. It was a calculated risk. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. I'm sure you did what you thought was right at the time. You sound like you weren't involved at all. You were up to your neck in it, same as me. Gray snapped. I didn't order Ray's death. He was my friend. You are the reason he's dead. The man committed suicide in Brazil. No, you sent John Carr and his team to kill the man because you were afraid if he found out the truth, he'd expose you. Simpson stared at Gray over the lip of his glass. Expose us, Carter. Don't ever forget that. Ray Solomon was a good man and a top agent, and now he's called a traitor. His memory has been besmirched. Sacrifices are necessary all the time for the greater good. Funny. Why do I think you'd never be willing to sacrifice your life for the greater good? Fate has a way of preserving those who can truly make a difference, Carter. The great men always persevere. Well, you should call upon the fates now, because someone clearly wants you dead. And you too, don't forget that. The fact that the killer thinks I'm dead gives me a certain latitude with which to operate. Yet in one sense you can't blame the person. Indeed, what you did was inexcusable in any context. Simpson flushed angrily. I did what I did for the right reasons, and it was a long time ago. The world was very different. I was very different. None of us are that different, and it wasn't really that long ago. In fact, it's not past, it's now the present. It's a lesson in never burning bridges or doing stupid things. Simpson said nervously, Donna will go ballistic if any of this comes out. And can you blame your wife? Your action could be seen as abominable. My action? You had people killed, Carter. Killed. We were running the 666 Division, Roger, not a preschool for wannabe spies. Every target we were given was duly authorized, often right from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
It was our duty to execute on those orders, because the other side was playing the game for all it was worth. Anything less on our part would have been akin to treason. Not every killing was authorized, Carter, you know that. Gray stared pointedly at the senator. Sometimes it's better that the politicians don't know everything. But Ray Solomon should not have been one of those times, Roger. You shouldn't have done it. Easy to say in hindsight, and it was the only time I did such a thing. Really? What about John Carr? He was the worst of the lot. Tried to resign from 666. I mean, come on. As usual, your judgment is simply stellar. Carr was actually the best of them all. That's your opinion. And that's why you ordered his death? Because he wanted to stop being an assassin? Simpson stiffened. I don't know what you're talking about. Kill one of our own men? Preposterous. You're a very bad liar, Roger. If you really want to make a run for the White House, you're going to have to improve your poker face. I did not have the man killed. About 4 years ago, I had a long chat with Judd Bingham. He told me. It was he, Cole, and Cincetti that did it. Carr's own team went after him on your orders. That is an outrageous comment. I didn't have the authority to order that. Authority? Back then? We ran a group of killers. Most of them, except for Carr, enjoyed their work immensely. Bingham said he and the other two were glad to do it for you. They were very upset that Carr wanted to quit the club. They took it as a personal affront. Well, since Bingham and the other two are dead, there's really no proof of that, is there? And Carr, too. He's currently residing at Arlington National Cemetery. Simpson took a sip of his wine. I know that. At least that's what the official record says. Simpson glanced at him sharply. What are you talking about? Carr isn't dead. Simpson sputtered. But Bingham said... He caught himself a second too late. Thank you for confirming what I already knew to be true. Bingham was always a liar. He didn't want to admit that Carr got away that night, and Carr managed to kill 3 of our operatives in the process. Bingham, Cole, and Cincetti barely got out alive, though apparently Carr didn't know it was them. Carr was in a class by himself when it came to killing. It was a costly mission, Roger, and one that you should have been taken to task for. You're lucky that Bingham and the other two kept their mouths shut all these years. But they would have been in just as much trouble as you if the truth had come out. Again, I don't know what you're talking about. Gray waited until Simpson had swallowed a mouthful of wine before saying, Jackie was Carr's daughter. Did I ever tell you that? You adopted his daughter? Simpson slowly set down his glass. Gray noted that the man's hand was trembling. No, you failed to mention that, Simpson said in a strained voice. You said she'd been orphaned, but you didn't say who the parents were. I didn't even know Carr had a daughter. You'd think when you tried to kill a man that you'd know those details. If you suspected my involvement, why did you give the child to us? Something had to be done with the little girl, and you and Donna couldn't have any children. Despite what some people think, I do have a conscience, Roger. It wasn't her fault what happened, and it wasn't mine. It was yours, Bingham's, Cincetti's, and Cole's. Do you sense a pattern? Simpson jerked straight up. You think Carr killed them? And tried to kill me. He must have thought, understandably, that I had something to do with his family's death. But why would he wait all this time to do it? There I can only speculate. But he must be considered a suspect. If he's still alive. Men like Carr are awfully difficult to kill, as you must surely admit now. A team of 666s couldn't get the job done. Stone, Annabelle, and Caleb were in the back of a van. Mike Manson, one of Bagger's men, sat next to them. Mike had been the one to open Caleb's door, gun pointed straight at them. Stone hadn't thought they would be following Caleb. It was a miscalculation that apparently was going to lead to their deaths. So how's Jerry? Annabelle asked casually. Run into any good scams lately?" Mike said, "Don't know what you're talking about." "I doubt we're going to the hotel where he's staying," Stone said. "A little too public." To this, Mike said nothing. An anguished Caleb had his face pressed to the window and seemed focused on not passing out. "I guess a bribe wouldn't do any good, would it?" Annabelle asked. Caleb wrenched his face away from the window. "Are you aware that you could go to prison for this?" Mike pointed his pistol at Caleb's head. "Shut the hell up." The van swerved to the side as another vehicle suddenly cut it off. As the driver fought the wheel, Mike took his gaze off Stone for only an instant. But that was enough. "What the—" Mike began before he slumped hard against the door. His gun clattered to the floorboard. Stone snagged the weapon and leveled it at his head. Mike's left side was in spasms after Stone had pressed his finger against a spot near the man's ribcage. "Come on, old man. Give me the pistol before you hurt yourself," Mike said, grimacing in pain. Stone cranked off a round, blowing away a tip of Mike's ear before the bullet shattered the window. Then he pointed the gun at the driver's head. "Pull it over now, before I put the next one in your brain." The van jerked to a stop on the dirt shoulder. Stone stared at the stunned and bleeding Mike. "Next time you kidnap someone, Sonny, tie them up. That way you won't look like an idiot again." "Who the hell are you?" Mike cried out. "Just hope you never really find out." The senator was not in today, having departed on a sudden fact-finding trip, taking many of his staff with him and leaving only a skeleton crew behind. Finn had found this helpful information out on Simpson's website, where the senator touted the trip as one that would benefit all Alabamans and Americans. How a first-class trek to the Grand Cayman Islands was going to accomplish that, Finn didn't know. What he did think was that Simpson had been warned about the other killings and had decided to get out of town. That was all right. He had to come back to D.C. at some point. Finn was dressed in government standard work clothes, his badge dangling from his neck, his case of tools swinging in one hand. His assured demeanor, dead-on photo ID, and polished story of work to be done here resulted in him being quickly allowed on his way. Getting off the elevator, Finn eyed the glass door of Roger Simpson's office, the Alabama state flag next to it. The banner was a crimson St. Andrew's cross on a white field, patterned after the Confederate battle flag. As it had over 150 years ago for the Union Blue, the flag represented a perfect target for Harry Finn. He walked up to the door and through the glass saw the young receptionist sitting at the front desk. He'd enlarged the photos he'd taken of the office and the woman on his previous visit here. They had clearly shown her nameplate on the desk. He poked his head in the door and held up his phony work order. "Hey, Cheryl, Bobby from Building Maintenance. I was called about your front door lock a few days ago. Sorry, I'm just getting to it, but we've had a backlog. Do you know what's wrong with the darn thing? We've had complaints from other offices about theirs, too." The harried young woman who was fielding phone calls in rapid succession cupped her hand over her phone receiver. "No idea." "I'll just take a quick look at it then. Just sit tight," Finn said. The receptionist smiled gratefully before turning back to her work. Finn knelt down, examined the lock, and slid a tiny piece of metal into the keyhole. He spent a couple more minutes pretending to fuss with the door and said, "You're good to go now, Cheryl." She gave him a grateful wave. As Finn packed up his tools, he glanced inside the office. He had already learned there was no alarm panel and no motion sensors, but it never hurt to check again. Out in the hall, there was a surveillance camera set up on the ceiling at the juncture of two halls. Finn had already timed it. It changed positions every 2 minutes, so it could sweep both corridors. He waited until the hall was clear and the camera pointed away from him. Then he quickly picked the lock of a room he knew was used to store holiday decorations and slipped inside. He wedged himself in the back, lay on the floor, and went to sleep. At 2 minutes after midnight,
Finn slipped a video wire under the door of the storage room and did a quick look-see up and down the hall. It was clear. The camera was sweeping the other corridor. He hustled to Simpson's office door. The piece of metal he'd inserted in the lock earlier performed only one function, but did it flawlessly. It made the door seem to be locked, when it actually wasn't, if you had one special piece of equipment, which Finn did. He inserted the magnetized end of his tool in the lock, pulled out the metal piece, and the door clicked open. Finn immediately went to work. He jogged through the anterooms and into Simpson's spacious office. He knelt down by the desk's keyhole and flipped the computer CPU around, revealing the back. He unscrewed the cover, slipped his device inside, and connected it to other components inside the computer. Finn had been able to get his device past security because it didn't have any explosive materials in it. Instead, the device had been designed to ignite a chemical reaction inside the components in the CPU. It was a reaction that would make the otherwise harmless CPU a bomb, something no one in the computer industry would want you to know. The device had attached to it a wireless receiver with a range of about 1,500 yards, more than enough, Finn had calculated. He replaced the CPU's cover and put the unit back under the desk. Next, he sat down at the computer and turned it on. He typed in the commands he needed and then shut the computer down. The last thing he did was place a miniature battery-powered surveillance device near a flower pot on a shelf by the senator's couch. The vines of the plant provided an ideal cover for the tiny camera. Now Finn had a direct video and audio link to Simpson's office. He would put it to good use. The next morning, Stone watched as a very irritable and wrinkled-looking Caleb came out of the bathroom, dressed in his clothes from the night before. "Caleb, when the men grabbed you last night, did they say anything?" Caleb scowled. "Oh, yes. They said if I made a sound, they'd kill me. And to think that when I was putting the key in my door, all I was contemplating was having a nice glass of sherry and rereading the opening to Don Quixote." "I meant, did they mention that they were working for Jerry Bagger?" "No, they didn't. Actually, they didn't really say anything. They didn't have to. They had guns." "Did they mention Annabelle?" "No, nothing like that. Why?" "Did they mention someone named John Carr?" "Who's he?" "Never mind. Did they say that name?" "No." Stone really had no way of knowing if the kidnappers were after Annabelle or John Carr. They could have tracked him down through Caleb, Stone reasoned. He had been to the library before to visit his friend. They had all just assumed that the men were with Bagger. But what if they were part of the team that had been killing 666s, that had killed Carter Gray? Yet if they were after him, surely they could have discovered his alter ego and also where he lived. "So what do I do now?" Caleb asked, breaking in on Stone's musings. "I should have left for work 10 minutes ago. I've got no clothes, no toiletries, nothing." Stone, annoyed at being interrupted, said curtly, "Call in sick." "That takes care of today. What about tomorrow and the day after that?" "Do you have vacation time?" "Yes, but I work for the federal government. You can't just up and take vacation time. You have to plan. You have to give notice." "We'll worry about that tomorrow. For now, just stay here and relax." "Relax? After being kidnapped and almost being killed? After being shut out of my home and job because some maniac is after me, you expect me to relax?" "Well, it's either that or slit your wrists. I'll let you make the decision," Stone snapped as he headed out the door. "Where are you going?" "To see our friend." As Stone walked quickly out of the graveyard, part of him was afraid that Annabelle would have fled again after the close call the night before. Yet half an hour later, he found her in her room at the new hotel. She'd just finished breakfast. She poured him a cup of coffee and perched on the edge of the bed in her hotel robe, looking tired and nervous. "How's Patty?" "He actually seems better this morning, more of a spring in his step." "It's because of the action last night. He thrives on that, always has." "We're lucky he was there last night. He saved our lives." "I know.
Annabel said in a not-so-pleased tone. "It pisses me off. Now I sort of owe him." Choosing his words carefully, Stone said, "Did you recognize the men last night? I mean, as definitely being with Bagger?" "No, but who else could it be?" "You remember that little problem of mine I mentioned?" "Yes." "Well, it might be possible that the men last night were after me, not you." "What? Who would be after you?" "Get dressed. We're going to take a little ride. There's something you need to know about me." "Where are we going?" "Arlington National Cemetery. There's something I have to show you."
"Oliver, don't you get tired of graveyards? I mean, it seems a little obsessive."
Annabel commented as they trudged along the asphalt at Arlington, the nation's most exalted burial ground for its military dead. Most of the graves were represented by a simple white marker, although some of the statuary over the tombs of the famous or else the very rich were extraordinarily ostentatious, and sometimes in rather poor taste. To Stone, it seemed the less grandiose the grave marker, the more the departed had actually done for his country. He said, "Come on, it's not much further." He led her down the familiar path, counting off the rows in his head. This was a quiet section of the cemetery, one that he had often visited just to have some peace. An instant later he felt himself stagger, his balance suddenly gone. The area was not so quiet and peaceful today. At the 39th grave marker in the 4th row of this section of dead, there was a great deal of activity, in fact. Men were digging. As Stone and Annabel watched, the coffin was raised out of the earth and carried past them to a waiting van that had been driven onto the path.
"Oliver," Annabel said, "what is it? What's wrong?"
She put a hand on his shoulder as he steadied himself against a tree. Stone finally found his voice. "Do not follow me out of here. I'll meet you back at the cottage."
"But
just go." He set off in the direction of the departing van. As the cemetery workers started to fill the hole back in, Annabel strolled casually by the grave.
I thought they were supposed to put coffins in the graves, not take them out," she said.
One worker glanced up at her but said nothing. He went back to his shoveling. She moved a bit closer, squinting to read the name on the marker.
Can you tell me where they do the changing of the guard here?"
she asked as she edged closer. As the worker told her, she glanced over his shoulder and finally made out the name chiseled on the marker.
"John Carr,"
she said to herself. On foot, Stone followed the van until it hit the main road and then shot out of sight, after passing around the traffic circle leading away from the cemetery. It didn't cross over Memorial Bridge into Washington. Instead, the van headed west, farther into Virginia. Stone had a good idea where it and the coffin were going. Langley, home of the CIA. He called Reuben on his cell phone. "I want you to contact every friend you have at DIA and find out why a grave was exhumed at Arlington National Cemetery today." "Whose grave?" Reuben asked. "A man by the name of John Carr."
"Did you know the guy?"
"As well as I know myself. Hurry, Reuben, it's important." Stone clicked off and made another phone call, this time to Alex Ford, the only living person other than Annabel Conroy who knew that Stone's real name was John Carr. "You saw them dig it up?" Alex said. "Yes. Please find out what you can." Stone walked back to his cottage, certain that Annabel, who'd driven them both over to Arlington National, would beat him there. She was standing by his desk when he walked in.
"You look good for a dead man."
He said, "Where are Patty and Caleb?"
"They went to the grocery store. You apparently don't keep much food here." Caleb was actually appalled.
She motioned to the papers on Stone's desk.
"You've got quite a file going on Jerry here."
"Jerry and you," he said, startling her.
"Digging up stuff on old friends?"
"No, my friend only pulled Bagger's file. The stuff on you is just conjecture." He sat down behind his desk. So the cemetery piece is bad, I take it.
Stone said, "Let's put it this way. When they open that coffin, they'll be surprised what they don't find in it, namely me."
Is there another body in the coffin?
He shrugged. "I didn't have any input in the decision. I was too busy avoiding being the body in the coffin."
Why would they be digging it up now?
"I don't know.
So, what was the problem you mentioned earlier?"
It's not something I can really talk about."
Her face flushed angrily. You're telling me that? After I spill my guts to you? And I've never done that with anybody, ever. Now I want the truth. Inwardly, Stone winced. For years, he'd kept a sign in Lafayette Park that had read, "I want the truth."
"Annabelle, it's not something I can talk..."
Don't try to make bullshit excuses. I took bullshit to an art form. Stone simply sat there while Annabelle tapped the heel of her shoe on the plank flooring. Look, Oliver, or John, or whatever the hell your real name is.
I told you my real name before. It's John Carr.
Good. That's a start. Keep going.
He rose. "No, I won't. And I can't help you now with Jerry Bagger. In fact, the faster you can get away from me, the better. Take your father and use all your money to run as far and as fast as you can. I'm sorry, Annabelle, I'm sorry. If you're anywhere near me, you'll die. I can't have that on my conscience, too." He gripped her arm, walked her to the front door, and closed it behind her. Harry Finn's mother rose early. The pain, the gnawing at her bones, always made her rise before dawn. She used the bathroom, shuffled back to her bed, and read through her newspapers with the discipline of a lifetime. The radio and TV news shows followed in her ritual of endless fact-finding. And that's when she found herself staring at his face up there on the screen. She clawed at the remote control, and his grinning, smug countenance disappeared. Her breaths coming in gasps. She looked down at the cell phone her son had given her. She had never called him on it. It was only reserved for emergencies, he'd told her. She kept it tied to a string that she wore around her neck. She only took it off to bathe. She needed to call him. She needed to know about the man, the face on the TV. Was it true? Could it be true? Before she had actually made up her mind, her fingers punched in the numbers. It was answered before the first ring was even finished. He had obviously recognized the number on the caller ID. Finn's voice was low but clear. "What's happened? Are you hurt?" he asked firmly. "No, I am fine." "Then why did you call?" "I saw in the news that he left the country. The man is going on vacation. This man can take a holiday? Is this true? Tell me." "I'll take care of it. Hang up now." "But he must—" "Don't say it. Hang up now." "No one can understand what we're saying." "Now." She clicked off and put the phone back around her neck. Harry was angry with her. She should not have called, but she could not help herself. All day and all night she sat here in this place, in this hell, rotting and thinking only of it. And then to see the man on the TV. She scuttled over to the window and looked out. It was a beautiful day, and it didn't matter to her. She did not belong to this world anymore. She belonged to the past, and that was nearly gone as well. Her family, her friends, her husband, all dead. Only Harry was left, and now he was angry at her. Yet he would get over it. He always get over it. He was a good son. A mother could have no better son than she did. She opened the drawer and pulled out the single remaining photo she had of her husband. She lay back on her bed, the photo over her heart, and dreamed of the death of Roger Simpson. Down the hall from Finn's mother's room, a man named Herb Dashiell yawned and stretched as he sat in front of a bed where another man lay unconscious. Dashiell had been here since midnight, and his shift did not end for another 4 hours. He nodded to an attendant as she came in to check the patient. It was at that instant that the man in the bed started moaning, and a few words rolled from his mouth.
Dashiell jumped up, grabbed the attendant by the arm, and pushed her out the door, slamming it shut behind her. He bent down to the man's face and listened intently. When he fell silent, Dashiell whipped out a telephone and made a call, repeating exactly what he had said. Then he went to the door and called out. The attendant came back in, looking a bit flustered, but this had happened before. "Sorry about that," Dashiell said politely as he resumed his seat. "You people are going to give me a heart attack," the woman said under her breath, but didn't dare say it out loud. No, she didn't dare. Not with people like that. "I'm grateful that Grigori was so helpful," Carter Gray said to the CIA director. The men were sitting in the study in the bunker. The former Soviet ambassador to the U.S. during the final years of the Cold War, Grigori Tupikov, was no longer serving the Russian people. He was doing quite well serving himself. He was now a fat and happy capitalist and a recent export from his homeland. He had joined an investment group that had taken over the formerly state-controlled coal industry and then sold it to another group of fellow Russians. Gray finished reading over the file report obtained from the meeting with Tupikov. "So Lesia and Raphael Solomon were married in Volgograd. Then the newlyweds managed to get out of the Soviet Union." The director nodded. According to what Grigori remembered and found out from old colleagues, they apparently made their way first to Poland, then to France, and from there to Greenland. "Was Lesia Jewish, by the way?" "I don't know. Solomon was, although he wasn't a practicing Jew. The spy business oftentimes put a cramp in one's religious obligations." "I make it to the Presbyterian Church every Sunday," the director said. "Congratulations. If Grigori knew that much back then, why didn't he do something about it?" Gray answered his own question. He assumed she was still working for the Soviets. "Well, wasn't she?" the director asked in a puzzled tone. "Of course," Gray said casually. "And after Greenland?" "Unfortunately, there the trail turns cold. And it might well remain cold. It was a long time ago, after all." "It can't remain cold," Gray said. "Where exactly was Solomon found dead? That part of the file is missing too." Gray looked up from the documents he was studying, pretending to recall the details. They were actually seared into his mind. "Brazil. São Paulo." "What was he doing in São Paulo?" "Not sure. He wasn't working for us then, of course. Lesia had turned him." "And he died there?" Gray nodded. "We were alerted by our contacts in South America. We did an investigation, but it was clear he'd killed himself." The director looked at Gray, and Gray looked at the director. "Of course," the director said. "And Lesia was left on her own." "Looks that way. Anything else?" "Grigori must have been in a good mood. As you suggested when our man met him in Paris, he fed him lobsters by the ton. And Moskovskaya vodka? That's his favorite. By the gallon. And we scrounged up a redhead or two. And he said that he recalled a rumor that Lesia had to get married." "Had to get married?" Gray said, looking puzzled. The director made a motion with his hand in front of his stomach. "She was pregnant?" Gray said immediately. "That's evidently what Grigori believes." Gray sat back. "It's the sun out there murdering people." "So, based on the rough timeline we're working with, the child would be in his or her mid-30s today." The director nodded. "But I highly doubt that the kid's last name is Solomon." "But if Lesia and Solomon married in Russia while she was pregnant and showing, where was the child born? If they left Russia immediately after the wedding, the birth could have been in Poland, France, Greenland, or, of course, Canada." "Canada? The last known stop of theirs was in Greenland. Where does Canada come in?" Gray studied the man who headed up the nation's premier intelligence agency. He had started out at the CIA, then gone into politics, and there he had stayed until a president of dubious judgment had tossed his friend a political bone and made him CIA director. God help this country. Why does one go westward to Greenland except on the way to Canada? Even back then there were numerous direct flights to the U.S., and it was a favorite stopping place for spies. When I was in the field, I always stopped in Greenland before coming home. You could always spot someone following you in Greenland. Humanity damn well stuck out in the frozen tundra. Okay, but maybe they came to this country to have the child. That would make him a U.S. citizen. It'd be easier. I don't think so. Not for the birth. And less complicated for her to sneak into Canada and have the baby there than in the U.S. The records could always be falsified later. Even with all that, it doesn't leave us much to go on. I disagree. From Greenland to Canada, the ports of entry are limited, and were even more so back then. Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa, perhaps Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. We can start there. Start there doing what exactly? We'll limit it to a single 12-month period. Gray named the year. And we will search the records of births in those places. Just boys for now. Why not girls, too? Just boys for now, Gray repeated. That's still an enormous search. And we have that disaster readiness drill on Capitol Hill coming up that DHS demanded and left us to do the lion's share of the work. It's requiring an inordinate amount of our time. The birth records should be computerized now. That should simplify things greatly. Yes, but still, the resources required to... Gray leaned forward and silenced the man with one of his most intimidating stares. The consequences of not doing so are potentially catastrophic to this country. Annabelle waited outside until her father returned from the grocery store with Caleb. Without a word of explanation, she told Patty to follow her back to her hotel in his truck. When they got there, she led her father up to her room. Annabelle's mind was racing. She'd been counting on Stone to help her, and now the man had simply abandoned her, literally closing the door in her face. She should never have trusted him. She should have learned by now that you could only count on yourself. "Annie," Patty finally said, "talk to me, girl. What the hell's going on?" She looked over at her father as though she'd forgotten he was even there. "What's going on is we just got screwed. The help I thought we were going to get with Bagger isn't coming." "No cavalry?" "No cavalry. The guy named Oliver. Reuben told me a bit about him. Is he the guy who was going to help us do it?" "Yes, but he's not going to anymore. He apparently has more pressing business." He slapped the arm of his chair. "Now what?" "Now we run. Bagger will have the airports and train station watched, but he doesn't have enough manpower to cover the roads. We'll need to dump your truck, then we'll be on our way." "On our way where?" "Does it matter? So long as it's not here." "And we just let Jerry walk away?" "Better than him carrying us away, don't you think? We live to fight another day." As soon as she said the words, she glanced at her father. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean... I don't have another day. I either do it now, or I don't do it at all." "I told you we don't have the cavalry." "Then I'll think of something else." "You can't take on Jerry by yourself." "I've got you, don't I?" She looked out the window, shaking her head. "Do you know how long it took me to plan my hit on Jerry?" "Probably longer than I've got left. But I'm not walking away from this. I can't walk away from this." "Yesterday you weren't doing anything to go after Jerry. What's changed?" He rose and gripped her arm. "What's changed is you. Now you know I was in jail when your mum got killed. I'm still a son of a bitch, but not as big of a one as you thought." "What are you saying? That you're doing this for me?" "No, I mean not just you. I'm doing it for Tammy because she didn't deserve to die like that. And I'm doing it for me because Bagger took the only person I ever really loved from me." Patty turned to find Annabelle staring at him. "I didn't mean it that way, Annabelle." She pointed to the scar on her face. "Let's just say I never had any delusions that you actually love me." Patty reached his hand out to touch her face, but she jerked back. "I had no right to do that," he said.
But I was teaching you a lesson I never wanted you to forget. You blew that claim at the casino. Sure, you were young, and the young make mistakes. But I'll wager you never made that mistake again, did you? No. I never gave a shit about any of the crews I worked with. Hell, I never bothered giving any of them a scar. If they made a mistake, I let them know it, sure. But I didn't give a damn if they screwed up down the road with somebody else and got their knees broken for the trouble. So my scar was what? Tough love? Your mom never wanted you to get into the con. But we were short-handed that summer, and it was my idea to use you. You caught on fast, faster than I did at your age. 10 years later, you were better than I ever was. Moved on to the long cons while I was still doing my 3-card Monte on street corners, for chump change. That was your choice. No, not really. Plain fact was, I wasn't good enough to do the long. They say you're either born to it or not. I wasn't. Okay. Where does that leave things? You can't do the long, and the long is what it'll take to get to Jerry. I can't do it without you, Annabelle. But if you won't help me, I'm going to try anyway. If you do, he'll kill you. I'm dead anyway, and I doubt even Jerry could come up with a more painful way to die than what I've got ahead of me. You are really complicating my life. Will you help me? Annabelle didn't answer him. Look, can't you talk to your friend again? Maybe he'll reconsider. Annabelle was about to say no, but hesitated. What she was thinking was she might go back to Stone's cottage. If he was there, she could make another pitch for help. But if he wasn't there, which she suspected was the case, Annabelle would just take all of the files that Stone had compiled on her and her problems with Jerry. She didn't want any of that just lying around for someone, cops or bad guys, to find. I'll give it another shot. As she walked down to her car, she realized she couldn't just leave her father to deal with Jerry alone, which meant they would both end up dying. Some choice. After Annabelle and Patty left, Stone put Caleb in a taxi with some old clothes of his and gave the driver the address of a hotel nearby. "Oliver, why can't I stay here?" Caleb said, obviously frightened. "That would not be smart. I'll call you later." It was only when the cab had driven away and he was finally alone that Stone started thinking about what he'd done to Annabelle. "I abandoned her," he said, "after I promised to help, after I told her to stay." Yet what could he do? And anyway, she'd probably be on a flight within a few hours on her way to that South Pacific island. She'd be safe there. But what if she didn't run? What if she stubbornly decided to go after Bagger anyway? With no support? She'd said she needed the cavalry. Could he still deliver that to her? The next instant the phone rang. It was Reuben. He said, "Nothing from my contacts at DIA, Oliver. They didn't know about the cemetery thing. But Milton did find something on the net. Here, I'll put him on." Milton's voice came over the phone. "It wasn't much, Oliver, but there was breaking news about a grave being dug up at Arlington. No one from the government would comment." "Did it mention the name on the grave marker?" "Someone named John Carr," Milton said. "Is that a problem?" Stone didn't bother to answer. He clicked off. After all these years, John Carr had suddenly come back to life. Ironically, Stone had never felt more dead than he did right now. Why now? What had happened? The truth struck him as he slowly walked back through the cemetery gates and sat down on his front porch. He'd been set up. If John Carr was no longer dead, then the person killing old members of 666 would now add him back onto his list of targets. "I'm bait," Stone said to himself. "They're going to use me to flush the killer. And if he murders me before they catch him, who cares? And even if I do manage to survive, it won't be for very long. All John Carr would be now was an embarrassment to the government. His own country would have many reasons to want him dead, and not a single one that Stone could think of to keep him alive. It was absolutely brilliant in its simplicity. His death warrant had been signed. And there was only one man who would have been capable of thinking it all up, Stone knew. Carter Gray. He is alive. He packed a small bag, locked up the cottage, and fled through the woods behind the cemetery. Harry Finn was carefully balancing a butter knife on a table where he was sitting, so the knife was standing up on edge. "Harry?" He looked up into the face of one of his team members. They had been discussing the Capitol building project over lunch at their office. "Did you get a chance to review the ventilation plans?" the woman asked. He nodded. "The plans indicated that it will hook into the Capitol building, but I need to confirm that. We're going tonight, in fact, to do it, and it should be accessible from the delivery tunnel, but I'm going to verify that too." He looked at the man sitting next to him, who was going over a set of drawings and specs. "How about the transport?" "All done." The meeting adjourned, and he went to his office and worked for the rest of the day. Later, he changed into a Capitol Police uniform, doctored his badge, and headed to D.C. that night, where he met up with a buddy similarly dressed. They made their way to the construction site of the visitor center and went in, pretending to make rounds. Work here went on 24/7, so he and his buddy jawed with some of the construction workers and then moved along. They passed a fellow officer whom they exchanged both pleasantries and gripes with. Finn and his friend headed on and finally arrived at the spot that was the only reason they'd come here tonight. It was right where the plans indicated it would be, ready access from the tunnel, and by the look of things it was already operational. That would make their task easier. Finn picked the lock of one door and they slipped inside it. He studied the instrument boxes on the wall and then snapped several pictures of the flow schematic. Next, he drew a diagram of the area on a notepad, listing all access doors, halls, and checkpoints they'd passed. Then they made their way through a series of hallways and into a small HVAC room. The ventilation return was in the ceiling. The opening was too narrow for Finn to get through, but his partner was smaller. Finn gave him a boost, and the fellow disappeared into the ductwork. 30 minutes later, he was back. "Like we thought, Harry. Goes right into the Capitol." The man gave Finn a detailed description of the route he'd just taken, and Finn drew it out on paper. They slipped back outside, walked away from the Capitol, and turned down a street toward the Hart Senate building. His partner went to the right and Finn to the left. He passed alongside the building where 9 stories up sat Roger Simpson's office. As Finn counted across the windows to the one he knew was the Alabama's senator's digs, he pointed his finger at the window and said, "Boom." He couldn't wait. He reached his car and drove off. Turning on the radio to the local news station, he heard the announcer talking about a grave being dug up at Arlington National Cemetery that morning, and yet no one knew why. "John Carr," the radio said. "That's the name of the soldier whose grave was dug up." "John Carr," Finn repeated in a voice brimming with disbelief. Surely his omniscient mother would have heard this news by now. And he started to wonder if his nightmare would ever end. Alex Ford sat at home worrying. He had been trying to reach Stone, but the man wasn't answering his phone. The story about the grave being dug up at Arlington was not front-page news, but it had people talking. Alex didn't know what had been found in that coffin. He knew, however, that it wasn't the body of John Carr. He had learned much about Stone's past when they both had nearly died at a place called Murder Mountain, not too far from Washington. And yet Alex felt that there was a part of Oliver Stone / John Carr that neither he nor anyone else would ever know. He tried to reach Stone by phone one more time, and then his own phone started ringing. He answered. It was the man himself. "Oliver, what the hell is going on?" "Not a lot of time to talk, Alex. You heard about the grave?" "Yes." "It was Carter Gray's doing." "But he's—" "No, he's not. He's alive and trying to set me up for a series of murders related to my past." "Oliver, what the—" "Just listen. I can take care of myself. Reuben and Milton are laying low. So is Caleb. But I need you to do me a favor.
What is it? My friend, Susan Hunter. You remember her? Tall, leggy, with a fast mouth? She's in trouble, and I offered to help her, but I can't now. Will you step in for me? Is she the reason we got called out last night? That was my fault, not hers. But if you do help her, you have to promise me something. What? Alex said wearily. Her past is not exactly perfect, but she's a good person with good motives. Don't dig too deep there. Oliver, if she's a criminal... Alex, you and I have been through a lot together. I would trust this woman with my life. I hope that means something to you. Alex sat back and let out a deep breath. What do you want me to do? Go to my cottage. On the desk are some notes. They will help you to understand the situation better. I'll give you Susan's phone number. You can contact her and tell her that I asked you to help. This is really important to you, isn't it? I wouldn't be asking this big of a favor if it weren't. Okay, Oliver, I'll do it. I appreciate it, Alex, more than you'll ever know. Alex drove to Stone's cottage. It looked empty, yet he still pulled his gun before unlocking the door, using a key Stone had once given him. It didn't take long for him to see that no one was there. Following Stone's instructions, he sat down at the desk and started going over the papers there, all in Stone's precise handwriting. There were names: Jerry Bagger, Annabelle Conroy with a circle around it, Patty Conroy, Tammy Conroy, and someone named Anthony Wallace. There were notes about Stone's recent trip to Maine, along with some lines detailing conversations with Reuben, Milton, and Caleb, and apparently Milton and Reuben had been to Atlantic City, to the Pompeii Casino, Bagger's place. Alex stuffed the notes in his pocket, rose and stretched out his lean 6'3" frame, massaging the muscles in his neck with his hand. The next instant he froze. Someone was coming. He slid over next to the bathroom door and waited. The intruder came in, went immediately over to the desk and seemed to be very upset that nothing was there. Alex stepped out and put his gun against the person's head. True to her unflappable nature, Annabelle Conroy didn't scream, but she did say, "I hope to hell you have the safety on." He lowered his gun and stepped back. Annabelle was dressed in a short skirt, sandals, and a jean jacket. Her long blonde hair was tied back in a ponytail and partially covered under a ball cap. She took off her sunglasses and stared up at the tall federal agent. "You're Secret Service, right?" He nodded. "Alex Ford. And I know you. You're unemployed." She looked around. "He's not here?" Alex was staring at the small hook-shaped scar under Annabelle's right eye. He caught himself and said, "No, he's not." "Any idea where he might be?" "Not really." "Goodbye, then." As she headed to the door, Alex said sharply, "Annabelle." She jerked around. Alex smiled. "Annabelle Conroy. Pleased to meet you. Let me guess, father is Patty, mother or maybe sister's name is Tammy." He pulled out the notes from his pocket. "And it seemed you might have been looking for these." She eyed the papers and said, "I thought Oliver was more discreet than that." "He is. I figured it out on my own." "Good for you. Well, I guess I'll be leaving." "You want me to tell Oliver anything, in case I see him?" Alex asked. "No. I don't think I have anything to say to him. Not anymore, anyway." "But you came to see him." "So? Why are you here?" she said. He handed her one of his cards. "Oliver called me and told me to help you while he was otherwise engaged." This news did startle her. "He asked you to help me?" "He insisted on it, in fact." "And you do what he tells you to?" she said. "He said he'd trust you with his life. There aren't many people he says that about. I happen to be one of them. We tend to look out for each other." She hesitated before slipping the card in her purse. "Thanks." Alex watched in silence as she walked back to her car. Camp David, though it was often used as a working retreat, was also a place that allowed the President of the United States to get away from the stresses of the most impossible job on earth. The White House press office had issued a notice to journalists covering the President
that this weekend was only for the president and his family. That was a lie, or at least a subterfuge, as statements issued by the press office sometimes were. The president was receiving a visitor, a very special visitor, and complete secrecy was necessary. "Thank you, Mr. President, for seeing me so swiftly," Carter Gray said, as he sat down across from the man in his private office at the camp. "I'm just glad you're all right," the president said. "A very narrow escape for you." "Well, I can't say it was the first time, but I hope it is the last. And I appreciate the latitude you've given me, on an unofficial basis, of course, to pursue this matter. I could sense its urgency when we spoke by phone, but I'd like a fuller understanding." "Of course." Gray gave the president a thumbnail history of Lacia, the treachery of Raphael Solomon, and the recent murders of the 666s. "And now we come to the last member of that unit, John Carr." "The fellow who they dug up at Arlington. I've been briefed on that." "Yes, well, that coffin did not hold the remains of John Carr." "Who was it then?" "Not important, sir. What is critical is that John Carr escaped 30 years ago." "Escaped? Was he a prisoner?" "No, a traitor. He worked for us, but we had cause to terminate his association with CIA because of his actions." "Terminate? Why not just prosecute him?" "There were extenuating circumstances, sir. A public trial would not have been in the best interests of this country, so we had to take matters in our hands. Duly authorized, of course, by your predecessor." The president sat back and fingered his teacup. "Different times back then, I suppose. Dirty business." "Yes, sir. That sort of thing is no longer done, of course," Gray said quickly. "However, the termination attempt failed, and now I think it's come back to haunt us." "How so?" "It seems clear that the man behind the deaths of the 3 former CIA agents is Carr." "Why do you think that?" "They were the ones who turned him in, and now he's exacting his revenge." "Why would he wait 3 decades for that?" "I can only speculate there, and that would hardly be a good use of your time, sir. However, there's only one man who had grievances against all 3, and that's John Carr." "And he tried to kill you? Why?" "I managed his unit. I was the one who brought him up on internal charges, in fact." "You ordered him terminated?" "My superiors did with, as I said, all appropriate authorization." "Are these superiors still around?" "No, all dead, as is, the president in office at the time." "How does this tie into Solomon and this Lacia person?" "That was the reason Carr was terminated. We believed he'd been turned by Solomon and Lacia." "But Solomon died. Suicide, I think the report said." "Yes, but presumably Lacia is still out there. And I recall that Carr and Lacia had grown especially close. They could be working together now." "Why would this Lacia help Carr kill the CIA's former 666s?" Inwardly, Gray sighed. This president was not as stupid as others he'd served under. "Let's put it this way, sir. Raphael Solomon officially committed suicide, but that's only the official version. It could be that he had help." "Help? From us?" "He was a traitor, sir. He cost many Americans their lives. He would have been executed in any event. He's on the wall of shame at Langley next to Aldrich Ames and other spies. The lives he cost this country, incalculable. A venomous traitor if ever there was one." It pained even Gray's hardened conscience to say these things about his deceased friend, but Solomon was dead. Gray wanted to remain alive. "So we terminated him, too." "It was, as you said, a different world then." "So Carr and Lacia may be out there. Anyone else on their target list?" "Only one, Roger Simpson." "That's right, he was with the CIA way back. So Roger was involved with this?" "Only tangentially. We've taken appropriate precautions to ensure his safety." "So, what do you propose? John Carr's name has been all over the news. The man must have heard about it by now. I don't think I would have done it that way, Carter. I would have kept it on the QT while I hunted for him." The president didn't know that Gray knew exactly where John Carr lived, and that he was now known as Oliver Stone. Stone certainly would have found out by now that his grave had been dug up and his secret exposed.
He was no doubt now on the run. As quick-witted as the man was, he'd also probably deduced that Gray was alive and actually plotting against him. Gray could have kept it on the QT and then simply gone to Stone's cottage and arrested him, or killed him. But he couldn't do that because Stone had a piece of incriminating evidence against him, and Gray wanted it back. Now he had something to bargain with. The evidence in exchange for letting John Carr live. He had wanted Carr to know. He had wanted Carr to go on the run, with Gray's men keeping him on a long leash. It would make him more amenable to negotiating. Gray said, "In hindsight, that would probably be the best strategy. But we have to keep in mind that we need to avoid dredging up a lot of Cold War history with Solomon, Lacia, and the others. Russia is in a fragile state right now, and the last thing we want is for accounts of our old skirmishes to surface. Frankly, sir, both sides played dirty back then, and public sentiment needs to be kept in check here and in Russia. Contact has been made with the Russians, and they understand what is at stake. They pledged their support to eliminating the problem." "Of course. Well, you can count on my full support too, Carter. Good to have you back in the saddle. Never understood why you resigned in the first place." "Perhaps neither did I." "And I never would have, if it hadn't been for John Carr." When Annabelle returned to the hotel, Patty was waiting for her in her room. She sniffed the air. "You haven't been smoking." "I tossed them in the trash can on the way in." "Why?" "I need to be in fighting shape when we go up against Bagger." He looked so determined, and yet so frail, like a stubborn little boy determined to stand up to a bully, that for an instant Annabelle's heart went out to him. She felt her hand reach out and touch him on the shoulder, and then the moment passed, and she withdrew her fingers. "Any luck with getting us some help?" he asked. "Maybe." "Tell me about it." "Secret Service agent Alex Ford. Oliver asked him to step in." "This bloke Oliver has some damn fine connections. Who the hell is he? I mean, living at a graveyard and all." "I'm not really sure who he is," Annabelle said truthfully. "But you said you could trust him." "I do trust him." Patty looked hopeful. "Secret Service, that's good stuff. Maybe they can pull in the FBI." She slipped off her sandals and sat down in a chair across from him. "I never thought I'd hear you sound so enthusiastic about having feds around." "Circumstances change. Right now I'd take every bloody cop in the country marching in lockstep with us." "With Bagger it might take that. So if I can get the cavalry, how do we do it? I need details now, not generalities. How do we get him to confess?" "You ran a long con on Jerry." "Right, so?" "So you must have his telephone number." "I do. And again, so?" "I'm going to call him and make him a deal he can't refuse. I'm going to sell you down the river, Annabelle. He'll offer cash, a ton of it. But I'll tell him that's not what I want." "So what is your motivation?" "You badmouthed me to the con world after your mum died. Haven't had a decent gig in years." "You'd have to sell that line 100%. He stared across at her. "Not a problem, since it happens to be the truth." "So you ship me down the river, then what?" "That's where the cavalry comes in." He added, "Obviously that's a critical part of the plan." She stared at him suspiciously. "Obviously. I've got the delivery all worked out." Annabelle hunched forward. "Tell me every detail of it, so I can tell you it'll never work. Don't forget, I've run a con or two in my day." When he'd finished, she sat back impressed. It had holes, like all initial plans did, but nothing that couldn't be sufficiently tweaked. It was actually pretty good. "I've got some ideas we can add to it," she said. "But the underlying concept is sound." They sat at a table in a coffee shop near M Street and Wisconsin Avenue, barely a mile from Stone's empty cottage. Annabelle gazed out the window, while Alex kept his eyes on her. "So why the sudden call?" he asked. "I didn't figure I'd be seeing you again." She quickly went through the main points: Bagger killing her mother, the fact that he was now in town, that she had teamed with her father to bring him down. Alex already knew that they'd been kidnapped and almost killed by Bagger's men. She added, "I don't have any evidence of any of this. Nothing that would stand up in court. But it's the truth." "I believe you. But my cop friends were a little pissed when they showed up to arrest the guys and found no one home. No less pissed than I was. Why is Bagger after you now?" Annabelle went automatically to lie mode. "He knows I'm trying to nail him for my mom's murder. He found out I went up to Maine where it happened. He doesn't want me to find something that could put him away for good." Alex sipped his coffee and studied her some more. Either she was the best bullshitter he'd ever run across, or what she said was legit. "And so you're teaming with your old man. How exactly do you propose sticking it to Bagger?" "My dad's going to pretend to double-cross me with Bagger. Bagger gets me, I get him to confess, and the cops are there to nail him." "That's your plan?" "Yeah, why?" "Because it has about 1,000,000 holes in it, that's why. And all of them end up with you dead." "That's just the broad concept. It's all in the details. It's always in the details." "I need to make a few calls, and then I can help you fill in some of the details, now that we have the concept nailed down." She returned his grin. "I've never met a Fed like you before, Alex Ford." "That's okay. You're a new one in my book, too." As the night settled in, Oliver Stone knew he was still being followed. Well, now was the time to say goodbye to the shadows. He ran for a cab and gave the driver an address in Alexandria. With deadly men in pursuit of him, he was heading to a rare bookstore. The taxi dropped him off in front of the bookshop on Union Street, a block from the Potomac River. With the hunters behind him, Stone hurried inside, nodding at the owner of the place, Douglas. Stone reached the cellar, unlocked a door, and entered the room where an old fireplace sat, long unused. He reached inside the fireplace opening, where next to the damper switch was a small pull cord. He tugged, and a door on an old priest's hole chamber swung open. The room was filled with boxes stacked neatly on shelves, well above the floodline. Stone opened a box and pulled out a journal that he stuffed in his bag. From another box, he drew out a set of clothes, including a floppy hat, and changed into them. From a small metal box, he took out an object that was more precious to him than all the gold in the world. It was a cell phone with a very special message, carefully preserved on the built-in recording device. When he left, he did not reverse his path and go upstairs. He walked down a different passageway toward the river. He unlocked one more door, passed through, knelt down, pulled on an iron ring that was seated into the floor, yanking hard, and a square of floor came up on hinges. He dropped through, traversed a dark tunnel that smelled of river, dead fish, and mold, clambered up a set of rickety stairs, unlocked another door, and came out behind a clump of trees. He passed along a footwalk by the river and plopped into a small boat owned by Douglas that was docked at one of the slips. He engaged the Merc outboard and headed south, his white sternlight the only sign of him in the darkness. He ran the boat up on the shore about 2 miles north of Mount Vernon, George Washington's home, tying its bowline to a tree. He hoofed it to a gas station and called a cab from a payphone. On the ride back to town, Stone read through the journal. These records represented a significant part of his distant past. He had started keeping them almost immediately after he was recruited into the CIA's 666 division. Page after page of the journal was turned as Stone took a painful walk through his past work for the U.S. government. Then he focused on several photographs he'd pasted on one page, along with his handwritten notes and some bits of the unofficial record he'd managed to snag. He was staring at the photos of his 3 666 comrades, all now dead: Judd Bingham, Bob Cole, and Lou Cincetti. And then he looked at the older bespectacled man in the picture at the bottom of the page. "Raphael Solomon," he said to himself. The hit had been quick and efficient, but still one of the most unusual of Stone's career. It had been in San Paulo. The orders had been clear. Solomon was a spy turned by the legendary Russian operative Lesya, last name unknown. There was to be no arrest and no trial. It would be too embarrassing for the American public to endure, not that lengthy explanations were ever given to the 666 teams. Stone remembered the man's expression as they burst in the door. It was not fear, he recalled. At best, it was mild surprise, and then his features hardened. He politely asked who had ordered him to be terminated. Bingham laughed, but as the leader, Stone stepped forward and told Solomon. There was no official requirement to do this. Stone simply felt every doomed man had a right to know. Rayfield Solomon was a man of average height and build, more professor than secret operative in appearance. But to this day, Stone remembered those wondrous eyes that burned into him as he raised his pistol. It was a gaze that bespoke a brilliant mind behind it, and a man who was unafraid of the death knocking on his door. He was no traitor, Solomon said. You will kill me, of course, but understand that you kill an innocent man. Stone was impressed at how calmly the man spoke while 4 armed men encircled him. You will have been told to make it look like a suicide, of course, Solomon said. This too stunned Stone because those had been his exact orders. I am right-handed. As you can see, the hand is larger, stronger, so I'm not lying to you. Thus place the shot in the right temple. If you wish, I will also hold the gun and place my finger on the trigger so that my prints are on the weapon. Then he turned to Stone with a gaze that froze even the veteran killer. But I will not pull the trigger. You will have to do the killing. Innocent men do not commit suicide. After it was over, the men left as quietly as they had come. An overnight ride on an American cargo plane operated by a shell company of the CIA carried them back to Miami the next day. The image of Rayfield Solomon would not leave his mind. Every time he tried to close his eyes, all he saw was the man's gaze ripping into him, the words eating away his soul. I am an innocent man. Stone hadn't wanted to admit it then, but all these years later, he could. Solomon had been telling the truth. Stone had killed an innocent man. He closed the journal and the cab dropped him off a few minutes later. He needed information from the inside, and he needed it now. There was only one man who was in a position to give it to him. Stone hadn't seen the fellow in 30 years, but figured now was a good time to get reacquainted. Indeed, he wondered now why he hadn't made the visit decades ago. Max Himmerling closed his book, yawned and stretched. He had grown bald and fat in the service of his country. A nearly 40-year veteran of the CIA, he'd started there right out of college. His job was totally unique. Blessed with the most orderly of minds, he was like a central clearinghouse for the most diverse sort of matters. How would a coup in Bolivia or Venezuela, orchestrated by the U.S., impact on the West's interest in the Middle East or China? Or if oil dropped another $1 a barrel, would it behoove the Pentagon to open a forward military base in such and such a country? He lifted his tired, fleshy body from his easy chair and started up the stairs to his bedroom. He never made it. The figure came from nowhere. The shock of the man standing in his living room nearly gave Max a heart attack. That was nothing compared to the shock he received when the intruder spoke. It's been a long time, Max. Max put a hand against the wall to steady himself. He said in a shaky voice, Who are you? How'd you get past the guards? Stone stepped into the small wash of light from a table lamp. You remember the 666s, don't you, Max? How about John Carr? That name ring any bells for you? If it does, even after all these years, you can pretty much figure out how I got past the 2 idiots lying unconscious outside that you call guards. Max stared up fearfully into the face of the tall, lean man standing across the room from him. John Carr? It can't be. You're dead. Stone stepped closer to him. You know everything that goes on at CIA, so you knew John Carr wasn't in that grave they dug up. Max slumped back down in his chair and looked pitifully at Stone. What the hell are you doing here? You're the great brain. You always figured out the best logistics for our missions. So tell me, great brain, why am I here? And don't disappoint me. You know how I hate to be disappointed. Max drew in a sharp breath. You want information? Stone glided forward and put a vice grip on Max's arm. I want the truth. Max grimaced from the pressure on his arm, but there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. His strength was mental, not physical. About what? Raphael Solomon, Carter Gray, and anyone else you know who had his finger in that debacle. Max had shuddered at the mention of Raphael Solomon. Gray's dead, he said quickly. Stone's long fingers tightened on the man's arm until a bead of sweat broke over Max's forehead. That's not what I meant by being truthful. His home was blown up, damn it! But he wasn't in it. Now he's out there plotting and planning just like he always did, only I'm the target, again. And I don't like it, Max. Once was enough. Stone squeezed harder. Look, you can crush my arm if you want, but I can't tell you things I don't know about. I'm not going to crush your arm. Stone let go and slid a knife out from his coat sleeve. Stone pressed the blade harder against the man's flesh. Tell me about Raphael Solomon before I lose my patience. Because this is all about Solomon, isn't it? He was a traitor and you killed him. On orders. We did kill him as ordered. Roger Simpson said it came right from the top. But there's obviously more to it, a lot more. Was Solomon innocent? And if he was, why were we ordered to kill him? Damn it, John, just let it go. The past is dead. Stone's knife cut into Max's skin a millimeter beside the artery, and a drop of blood appeared. Was Solomon innocent? Himmerling said nothing. He just sat there with his eyes closed, his chest heaving. Max, if I sever this artery, you will bleed to death in less than 5 minutes, and I will stand here and watch while you do. Himmerling finally opened his eyes. I've kept secrets for nearly 40 years, and I'm not going to start talking now. Stone swung his gaze around the room and stopped at the pictures on the mantel. A young boy and girl. Grandkids? He asked with an edge to his voice. Must be nice. A trembling Max followed the man's gaze. You wouldn't dare. You people killed everyone I loved. Why should you get any better treatment? I'll kill you first, he pointed at the pictures, and them next, and it won't be painless. You bastard! That's right. I am a bastard. CIA built, owned, and operated. You know that as well as anyone, don't you? Stone looked once more at the photos. Your last chance, Max. I won't ask again. And so for the first time in 4 decades, Max Himmerling let a secret slip out. Solomon wasn't a traitor. He knew some things, but he didn't know all of it. People were afraid if he found out the truth, he'd talk. People like who? Gray? Simpson? It was Gray or Simpson. I never knew which. And the secret? Not even I knew that. It was big, though, and it involved a mission Solomon handled against the Soviet Union. That's all I know, I swear. One more question. Should be an easy one. Who ordered the hit on me? John, please! Stone violently seized the man around the throat. Who? All I can say is you have the same choice as with the last answer. Himmerling gasped. Stone put the knife away and said, If you try and tell anyone I've been here, you know what will happen. Gray will find out and he'll suspect you told me things, and you can't lie to him. He knows ways to get the truth out of the toughest people, much less someone like you. And when he finds out what you told me, guess what, Max? Stone placed an imaginary pistol against the man's head and pantomimed pulling the trigger. Enjoy the rest of your evening. After Stone left, Max Himmerling breathed a sigh of relief. It caught in his throat. The guards, they'll know someone came. They'll contact... He ran to pack a bag. He had long ago worked out a doomsday scenario of having to flee. 10 minutes later, he was on his way out the door, boarding pass printed out, fake ID in his pocket. The ringing phone made him stop. Should he answer it? Something told him to. He picked it up. The voice on the other end was very familiar to him. "Hello, Max. What did you tell him?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Max, you're a brilliant man, but a very bad liar. I don't blame you. I'm sure he threatened you, and we both know what a dangerous man he is. So what did you tell him?" Once more, Himmerling spilled his guts. "Thank you, Max. You did the right thing." The line went dead. Himmerling dropped the phone as the back door opened. "Please," he said. "Please." The silenced gun fired and the bullet hit him in the forehead. The body was placed into a black bag. In a minute, the truck had carried it away. In his bunker, Carter Gray smacked his fist into his palm. The loss of Himmerling was a heavy, if unavoidable one. Gray knew he should have anticipated it, but he hadn't. He looked back at the computer screen in front of him. He had received the birth records from hospitals in major Canadian cities for the year in question. Even electronically, they were voluminous. He had to separate the wheat from the chaff. Fortunately, he had known Raphael Solomon well. He had focused his efforts on the name of the father listed in the birth records. Lacia would not have used her own name, of course. His fingers skimmed over the computer keys, trying this and that search combination. The list of names was further and further reduced. He continued to scan the names until he came to rest on one proud father. David P. Jedediah II. He smiled. "You blundered there, Ray. You let personal trump professional." Over the years since his family's death, Gray had also become a keen reader of the Bible, so the name of this father had particular relevance for him. Solomon was the second son of David, his first legitimate child with Bathsheba. Jedediah was the name that Nathan, the future King Solomon's teacher, called him, and in Hebrew Solomon means peace, hence the middle initial P. Raphael Solomon had used the name David P. Jedediah II in the birth records. Carter Gray looked at the mother's name and then at the son's. He picked up the phone and relayed this information. "Trace the son," he ordered. He put the phone down. "So, where are you now, son of Solomon?" Annabelle stood next to Patty, who was slumped in a chair in her hotel room. Daughter nodded at father, and on cue he picked up the phone. Before he punched in the number, she put a hand on Patty's shoulder. "You sure you're ready for this?" she asked. "I've been ready for this for years," he gamely replied, his voice cracking a bit. He didn't look ready, she thought. The man seemed tired and scared. "Good luck," Annabelle said. As soon as the number was placed, Annabelle picked up another phone and listened in. "Hello, Jerry," Patty said. "It's Patty Conroy. Long time no kill. But then again, maybe that's not entirely accurate. Hear you've been busy on that score." Annabelle stared at her father. Patty's entire manner had changed. His smile was wide and his voice was confident. He was sitting up big and fearless in the chair. Bagger was not a man easily shocked, but when he had heard that name, he felt his knees slightly buckle. The next emotion he had was far more familiar. He nearly crushed the phone in his hand and screamed, "How the hell did you know how to reach me, you bastard?" "I just looked in the phone book under A for assholes." On that remark, Annabelle had to stifle a laugh. "Seen that bitch of a daughter of yours lately? Heard she ripped you for plenty. Enough to get the wind up at the Jersey Control Commission. I must have taught her good." "Yeah, maybe you're behind the whole thing. And if you are, all I can promise you is a skin peel that takes about 2 days. Stop talking dirty, Jerry. You're getting me horny. What do you want? I want to help you out. I don't need help from a two-bit washed-up con. Don't be so quick on the draw, Jer. The definition of help is when I have something you want, and I do. Like what? Care to guess? Care to have me rip your balls off? I have Annabelle. You still want her, or you gotten over her making you look like the world's biggest idiot? You'd turn over your own daughter to me, knowing what I'm gonna do to her? Not going deaf on me, are you? That's what I said. And you're doing this out of what, the goodness of your heart? You know me better than that, Jerry. So how much do you want for your little girl? Not a dime. Excuse me? Bagger said in disbelief. I don't need any more money. So what then? You have to promise me that if I give Annabelle to you, you'll never come after me again. I got a little time left on this planet, and I don't want to spend it looking over my shoulder for the likes of you. Let me get this straight. You'll give me Annabelle so long as I leave you alone. That's right. I know you've been on the lookout for me ever since I ripped you off of that lousy 10 grand, and I'm getting tired of it. Bagger screamed into the phone. You're getting tired of it? Is it a deal? And I want your word, because I know you're a lot of things, but you've never gone back on your word. You get Annabelle, and you leave me alone. Forever. Bagger stared down at the floor, the veins throbbing in his neck. I want to hear you say it, Jerry. I have to hear you say it. I'll pay you millions for her. Yeah, sure. Say it, Jerry. Say it or no deal. Patty stared over at Annabelle, who was holding her breath as she clutched the phone. Why do you hate her so much? Bagger finally said. Because she's blamed me all these years for what happened to her mum. You killed the woman, but I've paid the price. Ain't been one bloke in the whole con world who'd give me the time of day since. She ruined my life. It's payback time. My payback time. Patty glanced over at Annabelle and smiled weakly. How are you going to set her up? She's not stupid, so I know she doesn't trust you. Leave that to me. I haven't agreed to nothing. But you will. You're too smart not to. I can just catch her myself, and maybe you too if I get real lucky. Then go for it. And 2 weeks from now, when you realize she's long gone, you can't say old Patty didn't tell you the truth. Because the longer you wait, the more time she has to hide. And we both know the girl is good at what she does. Take your time. Think about it. I'll call you back. When? When I want to. In one motion, Patty and Annabelle put down their phones. She gripped his shoulder. You did great. You baited him just right. He put his hand on top of hers. We'll give him a little time to stew on that. That'll give you a friend some time to get his end in gear. I have to say I was surprised he agreed to help us, no questions asked. Like I told you, he's not your typical Fed. One thing. She paused, worried. Was her father really not up to this? You didn't poke around about where Jerry might be staying. He looked at her, a smile playing across his lips. I'm not losing my touch, Annie, if that's what you're thinking. You don't push too hard on the first go-round. Old pro like Jerry will sniff that out every time. Next call, I'll let him make the slip. Then I'll hit it. Sorry, I didn't mean you didn't know what you were doing. 10% of the con is preparation. The other 90% is seat of the pants, being able to adapt on the fly. But without the 10, the 90 is worth shit. Exactly. That stuff you said to Bagger about my ruining your life. I ruined my own life, Annie. All I'm doing now is trying to get a little piece of it back. He gripped his daughter's hand tightly. He now looked old, sick, and scared. His body collapsed into the chair again. You really think we can pull this off? Yes, she lied. Dressed in the outfit of a Capitol Grounds maintenance crewman, Harry Finn stood outside the Hart Senate office building with the remote detonator in his hand. He stared up the facade of the building until his gaze came to Simpson's office. In his other hand was a small device that looked like an iPod. Actually, it was the receiving unit for the wireless pin video camera he'd hidden in Simpson's office. The images on the small screen were razor sharp. Simpson was meeting with several of his staff, no doubt reporting back on his vital fact-finding mission to the Caribbean. Finn was waiting until Simpson was alone in his office, for only Simpson was going to die today. He tensed as the staff people rose and left. He then watched as Simpson checked his hair and face in the mirror on one wall, adjusted his tie, walked to his desk, and sat down. The end had finally come. Finn's finger was poised over his BlackBerry. He would send the email first. He would be able to tell from Simpson's reaction on the screen that he had seen the photo of Raphael Solomon right before he died. Finn's thumb descended on the BlackBerry key. "Goodbye, Roger." "Hey, Dad!" Finn glanced up, recognizing the voice. "Damn it," he breathed. David Finn came running up to him, smiling. "What are you doing here?" Finn quickly slipped the devices into the duffel slung over his shoulder. "Hey, Dave, what are you doing here?" His son rolled his eyes. "You going senile on me, Pop? The school visit to the Capitol? You signed the permission slip? Mom gave me the money last night at dinner?" Finn's face paled. "Oh, shit. Sorry, just a lot going on, son." David noticed his dad's clothes. "What's with the uniform?" "I'm working," he said quietly. David's face brightened. "Cool. You mean you're undercover?" "I really can't talk about it, son. In fact, you better get going. It's not really great that you're here, actually." Finn's heart was beating so hard it was a miracle his son didn't seem to hear it. David looked disappointed. "Hey, sure, I get it. Secret stuff." "Sorry, Dave. Sometimes I wish I had a normal job." "Yeah, me too." He jogged back to his friends. When Finn looked back at the screen, Simpson had left his office. He stared over at David and his friends. His son glanced over at his father once and then looked away. The group of students marched down the sidewalk toward the Capitol. Finn walked off in the opposite direction. He would have to try another day. Now he had to see his mother. He'd been hoping to report to her the news of Simpson's death. So intent was he on what he was doing that he never saw the man emerge from behind a nearby tree and start following him. After what Max Himmerling had told him the night before, Oliver Stone had come here to check out the office of Roger Simpson too, at least from a distance. Either Gray or Simpson had ordered Solomon's death and the hit on Stone. Since he couldn't get to Gray, Simpson was the next best thing. Now, however, there had come a detour. Stone had heard and seen enough of Finn to make him more than a little curious. Finn was good, to Stone's experienced eye. Others around the area, even the police officers, would have noticed nothing suspicious about the man. But Stone was not like other people. He had run down many leads that led to nothing. His instinct told him this would not be one of them. When Finn hopped on the subway at Capitol South, Stone did the same. The men rode it to National Airport. Stone followed Finn in. The latter went into a bathroom and came out dressed in street clothes, the duffel still over his shoulder. Now Stone believed that his hunch had just struck gold. Finn bought a round-trip ticket for a short flight to upstate New York. Standing within earshot, Stone later did the same, using the fake ID and money Annabelle had given him. He went through security, his heartbeat ratcheting up a bit as TSA agents scrutinized his picture on the ID. They let him through, and he allowed Finn to pass from his line of sight. He knew which gate the man was going to, after all. Stone bought some coffee and a magazine. The flight was called. Finn was in the front of the full plane, Stone the rear. 40 minutes later, they were wheels up. Less than an hour later, they touched down. Now it got dicey. The airport was small and the patrons few. Finn seemed preoccupied, but Stone couldn't be certain. If he was the man running around murdering highly skilled killers in their own right, Stone could not underestimate him. Stone was debating what to do when Finn surprised him. He bypassed the small rental car counter, ignored the taxi stand out front, and walked down the road away from the airport. Keeping an eye on him, Stone stepped over to a taxi and leaned in the window. "Got a layover. Anything within walking distance of here?" "Some residences, some shops, a nursing home," the driver said as he idly read his newspaper. "Nursing home?" "Yeah, you want to go there for a little R&R during your layover?" He chuckled. Stone slid in the back seat. "Just drive for now. Slow." The driver shrugged, put down his paper, and the taxi pulled off. Herb Daschle was a veteran employee of the CIA. He'd done years of field work, seen the world, ridden a desk for the last decade, and then accepted his current position. It was not all that exciting, and the public was totally unaware of it. But it was vital to the security of the CIA and thus the nation, or so said the agency's internal manual. For 2 months, Daschle had been coming to this nursing home 3 times a week, and sitting in a chair in the private room of a man who was lying unconscious in the bed. The man was very high up in the CIA, and his head was filled with secrets that could never be revealed to the public. Unfortunately, he'd had an aneurysm and was not quite himself. He could say things without knowing, disclosing vital national secrets unintentionally. That could not be allowed. So men like Daschle came out and stayed with incapacitated agency employees possessing such sensitive knowledge. 12 o'clock came, and Daschle rose from his seat as a fellow agent, his replacement for the next shift, sat down. The 2 men exchanged pleasantries, and Daschle mentioned a few items from his watch, nothing of importance. He left the room dying for a cigarette, and wandered down the hall toward the snack room to buy a can of soda and some crackers before he left. The voices coming out of one room that he passed stopped him. It seemed to be Russian. Daschle knew that language well, having been stationed in Moscow for nearly 9 years. Although if what he was hearing was Russian, it was a particularly mangled version. It actually sounded like an amalgam of several Slavic languages. He'd also been stationed in Poland and Bulgaria for a time. He edged closer to the door of the room, which was open just a crack, and listened a bit more. Then he heard enough to make him hustle out of the building. And it wasn't for a cigarette. As soon as he was gone, Oliver Stone stepped from around the corner where he too had been listening. He watched the fleeing man. Damn. Inside the room, Lacia was speaking while Finn sat quietly in his chair.
"So now John Carr rises from the dead, like the phoenix,"
she said in her tortured Cyrillic mishmash. "It seems so," Finn said, "but I can't be sure."
"And the senator still lives?"
"Not for long."
"What about Carr?"
"I'm working on it, I told you that. But I have no idea where he is, or even if he's really alive. They just dug up his grave. That's all anyone knows." She coughed hard.
"Time grows short."
"For you or me?" Finn wondered. He was still thinking about the encounter with his son. So close. Too close.
"But you will find out. I will help you find out."
"Let me handle it."
"I can tell you what I know about the man."
"I know a lot about him already." He paused. "I don't think he's like the others." She looked at him sharply.
"What do you mean by that?"
"I think the agency tried to kill him. I think they killed his wife, and perhaps his daughter. I believe he suffered a lot, and he was a war hero, too."
"He is just like the others, an evil man, a murderer."
"Why, because he followed orders and killed my father and your husband?"
"You have no idea what you're saying, Harry, no idea."
"You know, I was just about to kill Simpson this morning, when David showed up. He almost caught me."
"David? Your son?"
Finn nodded, and his mother clamped a hand to her mouth.
Good God! Did he suspect?
No, but I promised myself that I would never let this part of my life impact on that part of my life. And now it has. Lacia sat down next to him, grasped his hand with her bony one. It felt slightly repulsive to him now.
Harry, my son, my loving son, it will soon be over.
You can't possibly know that, and it might end with me dead. She slowly withdrew her hand from his.
So what now?
Simpson, and then Carr.
You will do this? You swear?
Finn nodded. His mother scrutinized him a bit longer and then shuffled over, opened her drawer, and removed a photo. She handed it to him.
For Carr,
she said bitterly, as she spat on the floor. Then she lay back on her bed.
Let me tell you a story, Harry.
He sat back, but for the first time ever he wasn't listening. When the door to the room opened, they both turned to look.
What do you want?
Lacia said angrily in English.
I have a visitor.
When the man started speaking in Russian, the breath caught in her throat. Who are you? Finn asked in English. They used to call me John Carr, said Oliver Stone. He looked at Finn. You're right. I'm not like the others. And you both need to get out of here. Just as fast as you can. When Patty called back, Bagger answered after the second ring.
Yeah,
Bagger said.
Have you had time to decide that I'm right?
Patty began politely.
Do you know how many times I've killed you in my mind since we talked?
It's nice to be popular, but I need to hear your answer.
How do you want to do this?
Bagger said bluntly.
We don't do nothing until I hear from you what I need to hear.
Why don't you come over to my hotel, and I'll tell you in person.
Patty smiled and said,
What? After you put a bullet in my brain? Don't think so. Besides, I don't go into the shitty parts of town, Jerry. Your casino dicks always trend to the scum side.
Yeah, I make more money in 1 second than you've made in your whole fucking life.
Money ain't everything, Jerry. It can't buy class. I don't care if you're staying at the bloody White House, though I doubt they'd let the likes of you in the door.
Well, money is everything if you want a view of the White House like I got. That costs $1,000 a night.
Patty smiled and pointed at Annabelle, who gave him a thumbs-up sign.
You gonna give me your word, or do I hang up? 'Cause once this line goes dead, I won't be calling back.
Bagger swore under his breath, and then said very slowly,
If you get me Annabelle, I give you my word that I will never come after you again.
And that you or your people will never cause me any harm. And you give me your word.
Okay.
I need you to say it, Jerry.
Why?
Because I know once those words come off your tongue, I'm really safe.
And that me and my people will never cause you any harm. I give you my word.
This last part was so painful for Bagger that he slammed his fist down on the table next to him.
Thank you.
You still haven't explained how I get her.
She's going to walk right into your arms, Jerry. I'll see to it.
Patty hung up and stared at Annabelle, a smile creeping across his face.
Grand a night with nice views of the White House. Can't be many of those.
Can't be, Annabelle agreed. Can you get me a list of the hotels in D.C. that have views of the White House and cost $1,000 a night? Annabelle asked Alex as they sat in the same coffee shop as their previous meeting.
Why?
It's all part of those details I talked to you about. I'll get the list. You need any help? Annabelle started to say no and then stopped. How good are you on your feet? Excuse me? Are you quick on your feet? I'm a Secret Service agent. That's what we do. Then you can help me. Later that day, Annabelle walked into the second hotel from the list provided by Alex. She approached the front desk and discreetly flashed her phony FBI credentials to the clerk there. What is this about? He said nervously. Potentially a big problem for your hotel, but we might be able to work around that if you cooperate. I've got a strike team standing by outside. I think I should get my supervisor, the clerk said nervously. No, I think you should stand right here and answer my questions, William, she said quietly, eyeing his name tag. What sort of questions? Do you have a guest staying here named Jerry Bagger? I can't possibly give out that sort of information. It's confidential. All right, I guess we'll have to do this the hard way. Annabelle took a small walkie-talkie from her pocket that she'd purchased from a sporting goods store. Bravo 1 to X-Ray Strike Team. Are you in a position to crash all entry points? Affirmative. Squad leader, rules of engagement, no gunfire unless absolutely necessary. Repeat, unless absolutely necessary. There's potential collateral damage throughout the lobby. What is this, some sort of a joke? The clerk snapped. On a cue from Annabelle, Alex, who'd been standing behind a pillar in the lobby, walked over. The tall agent looked down at the clerk. He held out his Secret Service creds and showed the badge and gun on his belt. Is there a problem? The clerk pointed at Annabelle. She said she's with the FBI, and she's looking for some guy, and they're going to send a strike something or other. Alex leaned down close in to the shorter man. It's not a strike something or other, it's called a strike team, and I'm heading it up. We're part of a joint anti-terrorist unit. I've got 25 agents in heavy Kevlar body armor with MP5 submachine guns ready to bust into this place because this some guy is number 2 on our most wanted list, right behind Osama. I've been after this some guy for 2 years of my life, and I'm not about to let a little prick like you screw it up. So you either get on your computer and tell us if he's here, or your ass will be the first one I arrest for obstruction. Holy shit, the clerk exclaimed. You can do that? With a smile on my face. Alex turned to Annabelle and nodded. Proceed, Agent Hunter. Annabelle took a sheaf of papers from her pocket. We have a search and arrest warrant for Mr. Bagger and his associates. She eyed the clerk sternly. We don't like putting innocent people in harm's way, William, but this Bagger is a killer, into drugs, arms dealing, every bad thing you can think of. But if you cooperate, we can put a tail on him and take the bastard outside the hotel. I think your supervisor would probably approve of that. William stared at her for a few moments and then started clicking on his computer. We don't have a Bagger listed, he said in a shaky voice. I would be astonished if he used his real name. Annabelle described Bagger to him in detail. He'd always come and go with a bunch of muscle. Alex added, I would think a guy like that would tend to stick out here, am I right? William nodded. He is staying here, under the name Frank Walters. He has the best suite in the hotel. Wonderful views of the White House. Finn, Lacia, and Stone just stared at each other for a long time. Then Lacia uttered a curse and slowly rose from her chair. She gripped a small wooden box on her nightstand and looked ready to hurl it at Stone's head. John Carr, she spat out. You? Here? You murderer? Stone turned to Finn. A man was eavesdropping on you both. From his expression, he understood some or all of what he heard. He ran out of here. I saw the room he originally came out of. I accidentally looked in that room. There was another man in there keeping watch over a patient. Finn hadn't moved a muscle. Who is the man? At the CIA, we used to call them crypt keepers. The CIA? Here? Lacia hissed, an incredulous expression on her face. And the other man was also a crypt keeper, presumably going off duty. He overheard us, and he understood what we were saying? Finn said slowly. The language you were speaking provides a good cover. Almost no one would understand any of it. But you did? Finn said. Stone nodded. Language skills came with the territory, and that's why we have to leave. Now. Finn glanced at his mother, who was still staring at Stone with loathing. And why should we trust you? You could be leading us right into a trap. That's right, Lacia said. A trap, just like they did to your father. If that were my intent, I would simply have waited until you left here, Stone said, indicating Finn, and shot you on your way back to the airport. There's a stretch of woods in between that's particularly convenient. As for your mother here, this place is not well guarded. An unlocked door, a pillow, a brief struggle. He shrugged.
And if I worked with the CIA, I wouldn't have come here and warned you. I would have just let them take you." "How did you know even to come here?" Finn said. "I followed you from Washington. I saw you outside Senator Simpson's office building this morning. You seemed a bit suspicious looking." "And why were you at Simpson's office?" "Because a man told me, against his will, that the matter of Raphael Solomon had become a priority for the CIA again." "And why is that?" Finn said warily. Stone sized him up and came away with a clear impression. "He reminds me of me all those years ago." If you kill for revenge, you want the victim to know why. So you either send them something ahead of time or give it to them right before you pull the trigger. I think that was done with Cincetti, Bingham, and Cole. And it was also done with Carter Gray. And he knew that it was tied to Raphael Solomon. But of course Gray didn't die. "What?" Lacia screamed, and then looked accusingly at her son. Finn didn't even blink. "Carter Gray is alive?" he said. Stone nodded. "And no doubt the man who ran out of here is going to get the message to Gray." Finn finished for him. He grabbed his mother's bag from under the bed and stuffed her few belongings in it. "What are you doing?" his mother said. Finn grabbed her arm. "Let's go." "Where?" "Out of here," Stone said. Finn glanced at him. "Plane?" Stone shook his head. "No doubt covered by now. They don't know about me, at least not yet. I'll rent a car from the airport. That stretch of woods I mentioned? I'll pick you up there in 20 minutes. Jerry had nearly paced a trench through the rug in his hotel room. When the phone rang, he jumped for it and then immediately calmed. He was Jerry Bagger, and the Conroys were shit. Yet he would have to settle for the daughter because Patty was off limits now. The thought made Bagger want to tear his own heart out. He would just take it out on Annabelle, giving her enough pain for two. "Hello, Jerry," Patty said. "You ready to dance with the princess?" Bagger said, "You gotta prove it." "You'll see for yourself soon enough." "Put her on the phone." A minute later, she said into the phone in a beaten voice, "I guess you win, Jerry. First Tony, now me." Jerry smiled and sat down. "Annabelle, don't even mention yourself in the same sentence with that screw-up. But I wanted to let you know that I'm really looking forward to seeing you." "Go to hell, you prick." "Still kicking to the end. It's a shame, it really is. We could have been a great team." "No, we couldn't, Jerry. You killed my mother." "And you ripped me off for $40 million, bitch," he shouted. "You cost me respect. You cost me everything I've worked my whole life for." "And it still wasn't enough for me. All I want is your fat, ugly head on a stick." With an immense effort, Jerry calmed. "I'll tell you what. I'll let that remark slide. People close to death, they say stuff. And I'll tell you something else. I was going to make you feel pain like you never felt before, but instead, I'll do you fast, not slow. After you tell me where my money is. You know why I'm doing that? Out of respect for your talent, your wasted talent. If you'd learned that little concept of respect, you might have lived longer." "Tell me something. How much did you pay my old man to set me up?" "That's the best of all. Didn't cost a dime. You're one cheap date." "Goodbye, Jerry." "No, not goodbye, baby. This is just hello." Patty came back on the phone. "Okay, Jerry. You've exchanged your pleasantries. Now it's time for business." "Where and when? And don't say in front of the White House or the Washington Monument or some Hollywood bullshit like that, or the deal's off. For me agreeing to leave your ass alone, I want privacy." Patty said, "They're building a new ballpark in town near the Anacostia River." "So I heard. What's that got to do with anything?" "They're tearing down a bunch of buildings and neighborhoods around there. Lot of abandoned places. At 11 o'clock tonight, I'll call with the address of an old parking garage. There'll be a white van parked on level 2. Inside that van will be Annabelle, tucked neatly in a roll of carpet. The keys will be in the van."
With Finn driving, they crossed into Maryland that evening. Lacia sat in the back seat, looking tired and frightened. Stone heard her keep muttering in Russian. "They will kill us all." He glanced over at Finn, who was staring ahead, but Stone noted that his eyes kept checking the rear-view mirror. "You have a family?" Stone asked. Finn hesitated and then said, "Let's stay focused on the task at hand." Lacia leaned over the front seat. "And what is that? What are we focusing on now? You tell me." "Staying alive," Stone answered. "And with Carter Gray after us, that's not going to be easy." "They dug up your grave," Finn said, as they traveled around the Capitol Beltway. "Gray's doing to flush me out." "He knew you were alive?" "Yes, we reached an understanding of late. He left me alone, and I left him alone." Lacia pointed an accusatory finger at Stone. You see? You see, they are allies, son. They are working together. We are in the hands of the enemy." Stone turned around in his seat to stare at the woman. "Lacia, you were one of the greatest spies the Soviet Union ever had. It was said that you turned more foreign agents than anyone ever had." "I am Russian. I work for my country, as you did yours, John Carr. And you're right. I was the best." He was silent as he saw the pride creep into her hollow features. He allowed her to feel it for only a few seconds before he snapped, "Then start acting like it. Stop with the hysterical and stupid comments, because we're going to need all the help you can give us if we're going to survive this. Or you're just going to sit there and let your son die," he finished bluntly. She stared coldly at him, the sudden anger narrowing her eyes, and then her expression cleared. She looked at Finn, and then back at Stone. "You are right," she said, matter-of-factly. "I am being stupid." She sat back. "We need to formulate a plan, keeping in mind that Carter Gray has enormous resources at his disposal. Only sometimes enormous resources cannot move with agility while we can. They may find that we have a trick or two they didn't anticipate." Finn stared at his mother in the mirror. He had never heard this tone of voice, seen this calm confidence before. Her Russian accent was completely gone. Lacia continued, "They may not know of my son's involvement, at least not yet, but they will before very long." "How?" Finn asked. "They will check the flights into the airport today, match descriptions. It is a small place, it won't take long." "I didn't use my real name. I had a fake ID." "Video surveillance at the airport," Stone said. "They'll match your face to some database. I assume it's in at least one." Finn nodded. "Then your family may be compromised." "Call them now," Lacia urged. Stone could see the enormous pressure the younger man was under as he gripped the phone. In a shaky voice, Finn spoke into the phone. "Please, honey, no questions now. Just get the kids and take them to a motel. There's a cell phone in my desk drawer. Use that to call me. No one can trace it. Get cash out of the ATM. Don't use your credit card or your real name at the motel. Stay there. No school, no baseball games, soccer, or swimming, nothing. And don't tell anyone, please. I'll explain later." Stone and Lacia could hear the woman's frantic responses. A bead of sweat slid down Finn's forehead. His voice dropped still lower, and finally his wife calmed. "I love you, sweetie. I will make this all right. I swear it." He clicked off and slumped back. Lacia slid a hand on his shoulder and squeezed. "I'm sorry, Harry. I'm sorry for doing this to you. I... Her voice trailed off. She removed her hand and eyed Stone. "You say Gray knows you're alive, Ka? He flushed you out of the grave, as it were? Do you have anyone he can use to get to you? To flush you out again? Because, as I said, undoubtedly, someone at the nursing home saw us leave and will already have given a description. He will know you are with us. He will know the easiest way to get to us is to get to you. So tell me, is there?" "I do have people he can exploit, but I already warned them, before I went to the hospital." She shook her head. "A warning is meaningless unless it's acted on with skill. They are capable people who can take care of themselves."
Follow orders, these friends?" she asked as she scrutinized him. "Don't color the truth. We need to know exactly how it stands."
"One of them is, and he's with another friend of mine. But there's a third friend. Caleb, please, don't do anything stupid."
"So that is the flank Gray will exploit. Tell me, how close do you value this friend?"
"Very."
"Then I am sorry for you and your friend."
Stone leaned back against the seat and felt the smacks of his heart. He hated what the woman was saying, and yet he knew she was absolutely right. She added,
"If it comes down to it, will you trade us for your friend?"
Stone turned around to find her looking at him. "No," he said. "I won't."
"Then let's work to ensure it doesn't come down to that, John Carr, and maybe you can redeem yourself for killing my husband." She glanced out the window and said, "And I was the best agent the Soviet Union ever had. But Rayfield was even better."
"Why?" Stone asked.
"Because I fell in love with him, and he turned me."
"What?" Stone blurted out.
"Didn't you know? I was working for the Americans when you murdered him."
Jerry Bagger had been working the phones ever since he'd talked to Patty Conroy. He first called his money guy, instructing him to park a ton of cash in a safe place offshore with instant access for Bagger and untraceable by anyone else. With money, you could do anything. He had his jet fly back to Atlantic City to pick up some things for him, including his passport, and land back at a private airstrip in Maryland. Next, he phoned another associate of his, a very trusted colleague who had one unique talent. He could make anything go boom. Bagger told him what he wanted, and the man said he could have it ready in 2 hours, delivered. Bagger offered to pay his asking price and added a $5,000 bonus on top of it. "You must need it bad," the colleague said. It was true. Bagger really did need the boom bad. Ironically, such devices almost always killed people. Lots of people. Yet in this case, it might just let one person live. Me. "Okay," Annabelle said to Alex and her father. "We need to get me to that van." Patty stood and shook his head. "Afraid not, Annie." "What?" she said quickly with a sharp glance at Alex. He seemed as puzzled as she was. "You're not going to be in that van." "I am," Patty said. "That's not part of the plan. Jerry wants me, not you." "I'll tell him you got the better of me. He'll buy that. He damn well knows how smart you are." "Patty, I'm not letting Jerry near you. You've got your whole life ahead of you, Annie. If something goes wrong, and I'm the one who buys it, so what? Why didn't you tell me this part before?" "Because I knew you wouldn't go along with it, that's why. Now we've gone too far to turn back." The call came at 11 o'clock with the address. At midnight, Bagger's men went into the parking garage and found the white van on the second level. In the back, neatly hidden in a roll of carpet, was a person. "Shit," Mike Manson said as he shone his light on the person's head. "It's some geezer." They unrolled the carpet, and there was Patty Conroy. He was apparently so weak from being bound up that they had to help him stand. Manson shoved a gun in his sweating face. "What the hell is going on? Who the hell are you?" "What's going on is that my damn daughter screwed me." A smile eased across Manson's face. "You're Patty Conroy?" "No, I'm the King of Ireland, you dumb shit." Manson shoved him across the van, and Patty hit the sidewall and slumped down. Manson got on the phone and relayed the news to Bagger. The casino boss was delighted at getting a hold of his old nemesis, but he also didn't like this abrupt change in the plan. No, he didn't like it at all, because that meant Annabelle was out there somewhere. "Bring him," he instructed Mike. Manson clicked off. "Now we go for a little ride. But first..." The two men expertly searched Patty for any surveillance devices. A minute later, the white van roared out of the garage, hit a hard left, sailed down an alleyway, turned right, and slid to a stop behind 3 black SUVs parked there in a column. Patty was hustled by Mike Manson into the middle one. All 3 trucks fired up and sped out of the alley. One turned left, one right, and the third went straight. The vehicles reached main roads, and Bagger's plan quickly became evident. Everywhere there were motorcades of black SUVs carrying World Bank conference attendees to or from important events. Bagger's 3 SUVs were readily absorbed into this crush of dignitaries and bureaucrats. At 10:30 that evening, Bagger left his hotel with his men. They drove to a disused warehouse that Bagger's men had located in a rundown industrial area in Virginia. There they waited until the black SUV with Patty Conroy and Mike Manson pulled into the warehouse. As soon as Bagger saw Patty, he walked over to him and belted him right in the mouth. Patty fell back against the vehicle and then tried to get to Bagger, but Bagger's men held him back.
That was for the 10 grand you stole from me. Been waiting a long time to pay you back on that one.
Patty spat blood out of his mouth. Best 10 grand I ever took.
Yeah? We'll see how you feel about that in a few minutes.
Bagger sat down on a packing crate, his gaze never leaving Patty's face.
So, Annabelle outsmarted you. How'd she manage that, Patty?
Like I said before, I guess I taught her too good.
You sure about that?
What's that supposed to mean?
Maybe father and daughter got together to screw me. How about that theory?
My daughter hates my guts.
So you say.
So I know. But if you believed otherwise, why do the deal at all?
You know why. But now here you are and no Annabelle. So where is she?
No clue, Jerry. Bagger stood slowly.
I think you can do better than that. So me and you are gonna have a little chat.
I'm not in the chatting mood. Bagger took a serrated knife out of his jacket pocket and slipped on a plastic glove.
Oh, I can be pretty damn persuasive.
He looked at his men and nodded. A minute later, Patty's pants and underwear were off, and Bagger was sizing up the man's privates for cutting.
Tell me where Annabelle is, and I promise I'll kill you fast. And if you really hate your daughter, you should have no problem telling me where she is. Right?
If I did know, do you think I'd be here, you idiot? Bagger slapped him across the face.
You show some respect.
Here's my respect. Patty spat in his face. That's for Tammy.
Right. Your old lady you left behind for me.
I was in jail on the night you murdered her, you bastard. Otherwise, you'd have had to go through me to get to her. She was the only thing I ever loved in me whole life. And I swear to God above, before this was all over, I was planning on putting a bullet right into your brain just like you did her.
Was that before or after I killed your daughter?
Any price I had to pay to get you, I was willing to do it, Patty screamed at him.
But Annabelle screwed that all up, didn't she? Didn't she, old man?
Can't blame her for turning the tables on me.
Since you were planning to whack me for killing your wife, why don't I fill you in on her last minutes of life? Would you like that?
I'll find some way to kill you, Jerry, I swear it.
I'll take that as a yes. We crashed her house and she recognized me right away. And you know what she said? She said, "Why are you doing this, Jerry? Why are you gonna kill me? I didn't do nothing to you." And you know what I told her? I said, because your chicken shit husband ripped me off and left you holding the bag. That's how much she loved you, you dumb broad. And then I pumped a round right into her brain. Now, anything else you want to know about it before I start carving you up?
No, that's about it, a woman's voice said. They all turned as Annabelle and Alex walked out from behind a stack of crates. Alex had his gun pointed right at Bagger, while 8 guns held by Bagger's men pointed back at him and Annabelle. Bagger said, "How the hell did you get here?" "I came with the FBI," Annabelle said.
"Nobody could have followed my boys."
"We didn't tail them. We followed you. The place is surrounded, Jerry. You've got no way out."
A split second later, doors on all sides of the warehouse burst open, and 24 men in body armor came barreling in, submachine guns in hand. FBI, put down your weapons, now! Bagger dropped the knife, and his men quickly put down their guns in the face of the overpowering show of federal force. Bagger's gaze went from Annabelle to Patty. Two con artists working with the feds? You do what you got to do, Jerry, Patty said, as he hastily pulled his clothes back on. Bagger looked at one of the FBI agents and immediately regained his swagger. That bitch ripped me off for $40 million. She bother mentioning that to you while she was playing snitch? That's not my concern. Oh yeah? So what exactly am I being charged with? You're being charged with the murders of Tammy Conroy, 3 people in Portugal, and Tony Wallace, who died yesterday from injuries inflicted by you and your men. Bagger snorted. I got a dozen eyewitnesses who'll testify I wasn't around when any of those people got killed. Annabelle held up a video recording device. We've got your whole confession right here, Jerry. I have to hand it to you. You speak very clearly. She gave the device to the lead agent. Bagger looked at the FBI men, Patty, Alex, and then his gaze came to rest on Annabelle. Well, I guess this is it then, he said. His hand slipped to his pocket. Hold it, an FBI agent said. Take that hand out very slowly. Bagger did so. His hand was cupped around something. He said, This is a detonator, folks. My thumb comes off this thing. I got a chunk of C4 in the SUV right behind me that'll blow everything and everyone within 100 yards sky high. He nodded at the lead agent. See for yourself if you don't believe me. The lead agent nodded to one of his men. The man looked in the back of the vehicle. His glance back at his commander said it all. Bagger said, Now, here's what we're gonna do. With his free hand, he pointed at Patty and Annabelle. They're coming with me. We're not letting you leave this building, the commander said. Then I'm gonna blow us all to kingdom come. The commander gazed uneasily at Alex and then Annabelle. She stepped forward. Okay, Jerry, you win. Let's go. Alex stepped forward too. I'm going too. No, you're not, Alex, she snapped. Bagger smiled maliciously. Alex? Alex, is it? You sound like you finally found a friend, Annabelle, and I don't want to take your friends from you. He looked at Alex. Congratulations, jerk-off. You get to go too. Bagger eyed the commander. Just so you know, I'm a fair guy, so you can keep a few of my boys to make you look good. He pointed to Mike, including Mike there. Mr. Bagger, Mike started to protest. Shut up, Bagger snapped, before turning to Annabelle and the others. Get in the SUV. Several of his men retrieved their weapons and everyone climbed in. Alex, Annabelle, and Patty slid into the middle seat. Bagger and one of his men got in the front seat, 3 others in the rear. Where to, Mr. Bagger? The driver asked. Private airport in Western Maryland where I had them park the jet. I thought I might need to get away on short notice. I'm calling ahead right now to tell them to warm it up. He glanced at Annabelle. I'm sorry to say, you 3 won't be joining us. Carter Gray was a remarkable fisherman. Only he had not caught the fish he most prized, and that was because he could not find the right bait. He had burned thousands of man-hours and looked at a mountain of digital files until his eyeballs were ready to fall out. And yet for all that trouble, he only had one name to show for it. Harry Jedediah, son of Lacia and Raphael Solomon, a.k.a. David P. Jedediah II. He had tried to find Oliver Stone's ragtag band of freaks, the big man and ex-military Reuben Rhodes, that Gray remembered from Murder Mountain, the mousy librarian Caleb Shaw, who had not been to his home or job at the Library of Congress in recent days, and Milton Farb, the cherubic genius with OCD. Gray had a dossier on each man, and yet they had simply vanished. He now turned his attention to locating Lacia's son, and he had focused on one aspect in particular as the point of least resistance. He rose from his chair in his comfortable underground bunker and flipped on the TV. Then the intelligence chief hit a button on the remote he was holding. The scene he was looking at was from the Hart Senate office building. Roger Simpson clearly would be a target of Lacia's son. If so, he could either hit the senator at his home or office. Gray had already checked the surveillance cameras at Simpson's condo building and found nothing helpful. Now he had turned to the office. He watched hour after hour of people coming and going into the building. There were many, and the numbers tended to dilute everyone down to useless silhouettes. Then Gray thought of another angle. He put in another DVD, sat back, and started watching the hallway outside Simpson's office. He spent 3 hours doing this, methodically checking out each person coming into frame. Finally, he sat up and viewed it again. The man working on the door to Simpson's office. He zoomed in on the man's face. Penetrating disguises was something Gray had been long trained in. In the cheekbone, was that a touch of Solomon? The chin, the eyes, that of Lacia? Contrary to what he'd told the president, he knew the woman well. The next step was to take the picture of the door repairman, pare it down to its essentials, and run it through every database the government had. Bagger ordered his men to take a route through the city instead of getting on the Beltway to Maryland. Once in the district, they stopped and switched out the license plate on the SUV. Then they drove on, blending in with dozens of other similar vehicles on the road. Bagger sat back with a contented look as he clicked a button on the detonator, disarming it. Patty sat very still in his seat, his gaze on Bagger. Annabelle kept her eyes forward. Like Patty, Alex was watching Bagger, or more precisely, the man's thumb. "So what's the plan?" Alex said. "Dump us in the woods on the way to the plane?" "What the hell does it matter to you? You'll be dead." "But once you get rid of us, you've got no more hostages. You think they're going to let you just fly away?" "They got no idea I have my jet here or where it is. I'll be out of the Fed's jurisdiction in a couple of hours." "We have extradition with just about everybody." "I know the gaps there, trust me." "And the Pompeii goes down the tubes?" Bagger turned around to grin at him. "You think a guy like me doesn't have plenty stashed away somewhere?" "I'm sure you do, but you're still not going to get away." "Yeah, right. Who says?" "I do." "You're in a real good position for that." Bagger glanced at Annabelle and tapped his temple. "You really should have gotten some Class A talent, Annabelle. I mean, first Tony Wallace, and now this whack job." "Would you like to know why you're not going to get away, Jerry?" Alex said. "Yeah, tell me. I'm just dying to know." Alex looked out the window. They were crossing over the Potomac. "Because the FBI knows exactly where you're going." "Really? How? They telepathic now?" Alex and Patty exchanged a glance, and the Irishman's body tensed. Alex undid a few buttons on his shirt and opened it. Underneath was revealed a wire. "You ever think about searching your hostages for bugs, moron?" "Shit!" Bagger screamed, right as Alex shot forward and slammed the casino boss into the driver, in turn whipping the man's head into the door glass. Patty lunged forward and wrenched the detonator from Bagger's hand. The driver fell limp across the wheel, his foot pushing forward on the gas. The SUV careened out of control and flew across a lane of oncoming traffic. In the same motion, Alex kicked the passenger door open, grabbed Annabelle, and jumped. Annabelle reached out for her father's hand and clutched it. A second later, she was falling out of the truck as her father, with a strength that had stunned his daughter, pulled his hand free. The last thing Annabelle saw before hitting the street was her father with the detonator in hand, looking at her. The next instant, she and Alex hit the pavement, with her landing on top of him. A second later, the SUV slammed into the side of the concrete bridge, broke through, and went airborne. Alex and Annabelle jerked up as the explosion rocked the air. The SUV was blown apart as it sailed toward the river below. Alex covered Annabelle with his body as parts of the truck rained down around them. 30 seconds later, they rose, bruised and bleeding, on shaky legs.
staggered to the side of the damaged bridge, and gazed over. What was left of the SUV and the men inside was already disappearing into the Potomac. The three were in a cellar of a building that hadn't been occupied in over a decade. It was a rat-infested, malodorous place, but right now it was the only location where they felt safe. The light was from a battery-powered lantern, the only chairs mounds of junk. It was the place of last resort for Oliver Stone. He only came here when he had nowhere left to go. Stone leaned against a dank brick wall and stared at Lacia, who sat on a pile of old carpet, obviously lost in thought. Finn hovered by the door, every sense on alert. Stone turned his gaze to the younger man. "You killed Cincetti, Bingham, and Cole, and you tried to kill Carter Gray by blowing up his house with an incendiary bullet after filling the place with gas. You climbed up the cliffs to get to his house and then jumped off the cliffs to make your getaway." "Don't answer him," Lacia said sharply, shooting Stone a suspicious glance. "I agreed to work with this man to keep us alive, but that doesn't mean we have to trust him." "I wasn't expecting an answer," Stone said. "I was just expressing my admiration. It's not easy to take out killers like that." "So do you think you deserve to die, then?" Lacia said sharply. "You were a killer, too." "Frankly, I've been dead for a long time." "They murdered your wife, didn't they?" Finn said. "Because I wanted to get out, and they almost killed me. To make matters even worse, Roger Simpson adopted my baby daughter. She never knew I was her father." "Simpson!" Lacia spat on the floor. "That is what I think of Roger Simpson." "You said you were working for us all those years ago," Stone said. "But we were told that you had turned Solomon, and that you both were working for the Soviets. That's why he was targeted for termination, because he was a traitor." "They lied to you," Lacia said simply. "I know that now. But if you both were working for us, why would they want to kill you? Or him?" "Because of a highly dangerous and confidential mission, which Rayfield and I were given. We carried it out successfully with a group of Russians loyal to me." "What was this mission?" "I haven't told anyone all these years. Not even my son." "Why?" "I was a spy. We do not give up our secrets easily." "If I'm going to help you, I need to know the truth." Lacia fell silent for a moment, then said, "How well do you know your Soviet history?" "I was there a lot, if that means anything." "Do you know the two heads of the Communist Party before Gorbachev came to power?" Stone nodded. "Yuri Andropov and Konstantin Chernenko." "Soviet leaders were generally known for their longevity, yet Andropov lasted barely 13 months. Chernenko roughly the same." "They were old men in ill health," Stone replied. "They were filler after Brezhnev died. No one expected either of them to last long." Lacia clapped her hands together. "Precisely. No one expected them to last long, so when they died, no one was surprised." "You mean they were killed?" Stone said. "It's not that difficult to kill old, sick men, even when they're Soviet premiers." "On whose orders were they killed?" "Your government's." Finn stared at her in amazement. "That's impossible. Under U.S. law, it's illegal to assassinate a head of state." She scoffed. "What does that mean when you're trying to prevent a nuclear war that will wipe out the planet? Andropov and Chernenko were old men, yes, but they were hardline communists. They were in the way. No real change would occur under them. And the Soviet Union was crumbling. Its back was against the wall. There was growing talk of very desperate measures that the Communist Party leadership was considering taking to restore its place as a superpower. That could not be allowed to happen. Gorbachev had to be given a clear field, because even though early on Gorbachev seemed to be the same as the other party leaders, we knew he was very different. We knew things would change under him. He was still a communist, and we knew he would not dissolve the Soviet Union. But we also knew that the threat of war would go down considerably with him in power.
Then Yeltsin came along after Gorbachev. No one could have predicted that. But it was under Yeltsin that the Soviet Union was dismantled. But we had to get rid of the old Communist Party leaders. We had to. And we told the Americans our beliefs about this. They agreed with us, and Raphael thought the same. He knew as much about the inner workings of the Soviet Union as any American alive. But we did not come up with the assassination plot. That was the Americans. She eyed Stone. You believe it's true, don't you? Heads of state have been assassinated before, Stone admitted. But are you saying Gorbachev knew of the plot? Of course not. Only a very few of us did. How did your orders come on this? Stone asked. From our contact on the American side. Who was that? Does it not seem obvious? Roger Simpson. And you and your team killed Andropov and Chernenko? Let us say we helped them to their graves prematurely. Yes. And Raphael Solomon was involved. Deeply. The Soviets thought he was working for them. How do you know this was approved by the U.S. government? I just told you. We received the instructions from Simpson. He was our case manager, and he reported directly to Carter Gray, and Gray to the head of CIA. So you just followed orders without question? Yes, and killed Andropov and Chernenko, 2 innocent men. Lacia and Stone exchanged a long look. Yes, she said slowly. Finn said, Why would the Americans kill my father and try to kill you if you completed your assignment successfully? Why would they try to paint you as traitors? Stone answered, Because the American government didn't order the assassinations. Possibly it was the CIA, or Simpson and Gray could have done it on their own. And once the deed was done, they had to discredit and then get rid of anyone who knew about the murders. He looked at Lacia. Isn't that right? Yes, said Lacia. And what do you think they would do to prevent the truth from coming out now? It could cause war between Russia and the United States. What do you think they would do? She asked again. Finn answered. They'd kill anyone they had to. Alex had hailed a cab, and he and Annabelle had driven off. He had decided not to wait for the feds to show up. The charred truck and the floating corpses that awaited them would be self-explanatory in any event. He did call the FBI lead commander and let him know what had happened, and that he and Annabelle were the only survivors. If you need us, we'll be at my house, he told the man. I'm in the book. The cab dropped them off at Alex's house in Manassas, a 1-story rancher with a single-car garage, set off by itself down a gravel drive. Inside the garage was Alex's fully restored '69 fire-red Corvette, the only extravagance the Secret Service agent had ever allowed himself. You hungry? He asked Annabelle, but she merely shook her head. I guess asking you if you're okay would be pretty stupid right now. I'll get through this. I'm sorry, Annabelle. She sat down in a chair. All these years I've hated my father because I thought he just let my mother die. Then I find out he didn't. Her voice trailed off. And now you lose him too, Alex finished for her. But at least you found out before he died, Annabelle. And he knew that you knew. He could have gotten out of that truck. He could be alive right now. For 6 months of the cancer eating him away? She stared up at him. For 6 months of being with me. I would have taken care of him. I guess he thought blowing himself up was a better alternative. No. Maybe he wanted to get Bagger even worse than you did. Maybe he was willing to die to avenge his wife and your mother. At the very least, you have to admire the guy's courage. I do, she finally said, but I still wished he hadn't done it. And he gave you that scar. He wasn't the world's greatest father. But he was my father, she said quietly. And a criminal? Alex, I'm a criminal. Not to me, you're not. They had matched the man's face to a database.
The gentleman with car and Lacia was named Harry Finn, a former Navy SEAL who now performed consulting work with the Department of Homeland Security as a member of a Red Cell team. Gray had already dispatched a team to Finn's house. He lived in a cozy place in the suburbs, had a lovely wife and 3 darling children. He coached soccer in his spare time, and from all accounts was a model citizen. And Gray was sure that when his men got to the house it would be empty. A phone call he received 10 minutes later confirmed this. However, his team didn't come away entirely empty-handed. In a safe in the garage, they discovered some interesting details. They also found some paperwork about a storage unit. When they got there, they hit the treasure trove. It was filled with the histories of Bingham, Cole, and Cincetti, and Carter Gray, and Roger Simpson, and finally, John Carr. Though nary a scrap of information could be found about Rayfield and Lacia, Harry Finn was undoubtedly their man. Only where was he now? And where were his wife and children? In hiding, of course. And it was up to Carter Gray to flush them out. He only hoped he would have better luck. He lifted his phone. Put a trace on every credit and debit card and every cell and hardline phone registered to the Finn family. You know where he works, so put surveillance on all his co-workers and his office. Watch the kids' schools and Mom's book club group. If they show themselves, take them. Move heaven and earth, but get them. They had passed another day sitting in the cellar, and now the darkness was settling in. They still had several free hours before Stone's team would be assembled here. It was a good thing, because Stone needed the time to think of their exact plan of action. Finn, who'd been pacing in increasing agitation, suddenly said, "I have to see my family. Now." Lacia started to protest, but Stone asked, "Where are they?" Finn told him. Stone turned to Lacia. "You stay here. I'll go with him." "You're going to leave me here alone?" the old woman said. "Just for a little while," Stone added. "You'll be safe." The 2 men left the cellar. "How bad is your wife?" Stone asked once they were outside. "Bad. And who the hell can blame her?" "We can get to them on the metro, and then it's a bit of a walk." "You were Army Special Forces in Nam," Finn said. "I looked it up." "And you?" "How do you know I was anything?" "I can just tell." "SEAL. Look, we need weapons. They'll have searched my house by now. I have a storage unit with some stuff in it, but they'll have found that, too." "I have a place with guns," Stone replied. 30 minutes later, Stone waited outside while Finn entered the motel room in a rundown area of South Alexandria. His children immediately flew to him, nearly crushing him against the wall. Even George the Labradoodle got in the act, barking and jumping on his master. As Finn hugged his kids tightly, all their tears mixing together, he saw his wife through a tiny crevice between David and Susie. Mandy was sobbing too, but made no move toward him. After a few minutes of hugs and cries, Finn managed to get his kids to sit down on a bed. Susie clutched the bear her grandmother had given her, tears trickling down her plump cheeks. Patrick nervously chewed on his bloody, bitten-down nails. He did that before every test and every ball game, Finn knew. And it pained him that his son was now doing it because of something his father had done. David eyed his dad nervously. "Pop, what's going on?" Finn took a deep breath. He could no more tell them the truth than he could jump to the moon. "Something happened at work, Dave," he began, as Mandy looked on. In her eyes was stark fear, but also something else that devastated Finn. Distrust. He put his hand out to her, but she drew back a little. He decided to abandon his cover story. He rose and leaned against the wall. When he was finally ready to speak, he looked directly at them. "Everything you know about your grandparents, my mother and father, is a lie. Your grandfather didn't come from Ireland and die in a car accident a long time ago. Your grandmother wasn't from Canada, and she's not in a nursing home because she belongs there." He took another deep breath, trying not to focus on his family's collective astonishment. And he told them, Their grandfather's real name was Raphael Solomon. He'd been a spy for the Americans. Their grandmother's name was Lacia, a Russian who'd been a spy for her country until coming over to the American side with Solomon and also marrying him. They were framed by some people at the CIA, he said. Raphael Solomon's picture hangs on the wall at Langley. The Wall of Shame, they call it. But he doesn't deserve to be there. He was killed by these same people so the truth would never come out. Your grandmother survived, but has been in hiding ever since. To their credit and Finn's relief, his children seemed to readily accept his explanation, even be excited by the revelations. But what is the truth? David asked. What were they framed for doing? Finn shook his head. I can't tell you, son. I wish I could, but I can't. I only found out a short time ago. Where's Grandma? Patrick asked. I'm going back to her after I leave you. Susie flung herself around Finn's leg. Daddy, you can't leave. You can't leave us, she wailed. The sounds were cracking Finn's heart in half. He could barely breathe as the tears streamed down his daughter's face. He lifted her up and held her. I'm sorry, baby, but I promise you one thing. Are you listening? Can you listen to Daddy for just a minute? Please, baby, please? Susie finally stopped crying. She and her brothers stared at their father. They were so still it didn't seem like any of them were actually breathing. I promise you this, that Daddy will fix everything. And then I'm going to come and get all of you, and we're going to go back home, and everything will be like it was. I promise you. I swear to you that I will. How? Everyone looked at Mandy, who now moved toward her husband. How? She said again, her voice rising. How will you fix it all? How will you make everything like it was? How can you possibly fix this nightmare? Mandy, please. Finn glanced at the kids. No, Harry, no. You've been deceiving me, the kids, for how long? How long, Harry? Too long, he said quietly. He added, I'm sorry. If you just knew. No, we don't want to know. She took a struggling Susie from his arms. I called Doris, our next-door neighbor. She said men came to our house today and searched it. When she tried to ask them what was going on, they said they were looking for you, Harry. They said that you were a criminal. No, no, Susie screamed. Daddy is not a criminal. He's not. She started hitting her mother. Finn grabbed Susie away and clutched her tightly. Susie, you never do that. You never hit your mother. She loves you more than anyone in the whole world. You never do that. Promise me. A tearful Susie said, But you're not a bad man, are you? Finn looked desperately at Mandy, and then at his sons, who stared at him, their faces pale, their eyes wide in fear. No, he's not, Susie. Your father is not a bad man. They all turned to look at Oliver Stone, who had just come quietly in the door. George the dog hadn't made a peep. He just sat next to Stone, looking up at him. Who are you? Mandy demanded fearfully. I'm working with your husband to try to right some wrongs. He's a good man. I told you, Mommy, Susie said. What's your name? Mandy said. That's not important. What is important is that Harry has told you the truth, or as much of it as he can, and still keep you safe. It was incredibly dangerous for him to come here tonight, but he insisted. He even left his mother, who was old and frail, to come and see you because he was so worried. He had to see you. He looked at Mandy. He had to. Mandy's gaze went from Stone to her husband. Finn slowly put out his hand. She slowly took it. Their fingers instantly gripped like steel. Can you right these wrongs? Mandy asked, looking at Stone anxiously. We're going to try our best, he said. That's all we can do. And you can't go to the police, she said. I wish we could, but we can't, not yet. Finn put Susie down and picked up the bear she'd dropped. I told Grandma how much you love your bear. Susie clutched it with one hand and her father's leg with the other. After 20 minutes, Stone told Finn they had to leave. At the door, Mandy slid her arms around her husband, and they hugged while Stone and the children kept a respectful silence. I love you, Mandy, more than anything in the world, Finn said into her ear. Just make things right, Harry. Make things right and come back to us, please." David Finn was very upset about the events of the night before, and he welcomed the opportunity to get out of the motel room and go to the grocery store. The room they were staying in had a kitchenette, and their mother had been fixing their meals there. When he was in the checkout line, he realized that he didn't have enough cash, so he pulled out the debit card his mother had given him for safekeeping, but then told him not to use. But what could it really hurt, he thought? A lot, as it turned out. As soon as the card was swiped through the receiver, an alert signal was received electronically in a room 2,000 miles away. It was then relayed to CIA headquarters, and nearly instantly thereafter to Carter Gray. Within 2 minutes' time, 4 men had been dispatched to the location where the card had been swiped. David was barely halfway back to the motel when the car pulled over and 2 men got out. The tall boy was swallowed up between their bulk, thrown in the car, and it was rolling, all in less than 5 seconds. 30 minutes later, he was 20 miles away in a dark room secured to a chair. His heart was pounding so fast he could barely breathe. He said in a low voice, "Dad, please come and help me, please." The voice came out of the darkness. "Dad's not coming, David. Dad's not coming ever again." Stone, Finn, Lacia, the rest of the Camel Club, and Alex and Annabelle were congregated in the cellar. Standing in the center of the room, Stone made introductions, and then told them the entire story. They sat back, an enraptured audience. Several of them occasionally glanced over at Lacia or Finn. "My team and I killed Raphael Solomon," Stone concluded. "We killed an innocent man." "You didn't know that, Oliver," Milton protested, a response that Reuben and Caleb echoed. Stone had noted gratefully that his fellow Camel Club members had taken his frank admission of being a former government assassin attached to the 666 Division of the CIA without much surprise. Stone next looked over at Alex Ford. "Alex, you're the only lawman here, and since what I'm proposing isn't exactly lawful, you can bail out now." Alex shrugged. "I care about the truth as much as the next person." He shot Lacia a glance. "But to play devil's advocate for a minute, how do we know her story is true? We only have her word for it that all this happened. What if Solomon really was a spy? What if she didn't come over to the American side? I mean, I've heard of Raphael Solomon, and it seems like the gent was guilty as charged." All eyes turned to Lacia. Stone said, "I have my own reasons for believing her, including from someone at the CIA who would know." "Granted," Alex said, "but we're all going to be risking pretty much everything here, so I'd like to know it's for the right cause. I mean, if she was this terrific spy, she must be a pretty damn good liar." Stone started to say something else, but Lacia put up a hand and rose. "I will defend myself, if you don't mind. I'm actually surprised the question is only coming up now." She gripped her walker, flipped it upside down, took off the foam booty, and unscrewed the covering on the metal tube. Out came 2 rolled-up pieces of paper. "These are the written orders we received from the CIA. We insisted on it because of the magnitude of what we were being asked to do." They all read through them. They were each on CIA letterhead, addressed to Lacia and Raphael Solomon. The first instructed them to carry out the assassination of Yuri Andropov. The second, that of Andropov's successor, Konstantin Shenyenko. Each had Roger Simpson's signature at the bottom. Everyone looked stunned. "I take it you didn't trust Simpson," Stone said. "We only trusted each other," she replied. "That's Simpson's original signature," Stone said. "I know it well." "There's no counter-signature from the president?" Alex said incredulously. "Are you telling me you killed 2 heads of the Soviet Union on the orders of, what, a low-level case manager?" "Do you think the President of the United States would actually put his signature down on such an order?" Lacia said with equal incredulity. "Our chain of command was what we worked with.
If it came down that chain, we had to rely on it being approved from the top. If we couldn't rely on that, we couldn't do our jobs."
"She's right about that," Stone said. 666 operated the same way. He was examining the letter against the light bulb. He glanced at Lacia. "There's a code line next to the watermark." She nodded.
"That special encoded paper was only available from at least one level above Simpson."
"Carter Gray?"
"Yes. We knew the orders had really come through Gray, and it was our experience that if they came through Gray, they had come from the top. We didn't trust Simpson that much. He was a loose cannon."
"But Gray might have played you for the fall guy, too," Stone pointed out. "The president might not have authorized the killings."
She shrugged. "There is always that possibility. I am sorry, but I did not have the opportunity to go to your White House and ask the president personally if he wanted me to kill 2 Soviet leaders," she added in a bristling tone.
Alex said, "Oliver, can't we just take this evidence to the authorities now?"
"That's what I was thinking," Annabelle added.
Stone shook his head. "We don't know that the CIA and the president at the time didn't order those assassinations. If they did, others who are still in the government may know too. And we go waltzing in with it," Alex said slowly.
"And are never seen again," Lacia said. "Look what happened to my poor husband."
"And making this public now may start World War III, Stone said. "With the state of Russia right now and the tarnished global image of the U.S., I doubt the Russians would take kindly to us having killed 2 of their leaders, even if it did lead to the fall of the Soviet Union."
"So what's your plan?"
Alex asked. "We have to get to Carter Gray," he said, "and I think I know how to do it."
Stone had just started to lay out his plan when Finn's phone buzzed. He listened, clicked off, and looked at the others. His face had gone very pale. That was Mandy. David didn't come back from the store. Lacia said quietly, "Carter Gray has taken him, as bait." Finn stood. "Then it's over. I'll trade myself for my son."
"The only result of that will be both of you will die," Stone said. "Gray never allows for leaving witnesses if he can help it."
"I have to get my son back," Finn snapped.
"We will get him back, Harry. I promise," Stone said.
"How?" Lacia exclaimed. "How will you do this if Gray has him? You just said the man does not allow for survivors."
"We need someone else to trade David for, other than you and Harry." "Who would that be?" Reuben asked. "Someone Gray can't afford to lose."
Lacia said instantly, "Roger Simpson." Finn whirled around to stare at Stone. "And I know just how to get the son of a bitch." Roger Simpson was sitting at his desk in his office at the Hart Building working when his computer screen went blank. A second later, a picture appeared on it. Simpson gasped. It was the image of Raphael Solomon materializing across his screen. How can that be? Typed letters next appeared on the bottom of the screen. "I hope you recognize your old friend."
"What the?" Simpson said, looking around.
"What the hell is this?"
"What the hell is this?" a voice said, sending Simpson nearly out of his chair. It was coming from the wireless unit Finn had hidden there when he'd broken into the senator's office.
"Who are you? Where are you?"
Simpson said fearfully.
"What's important is that there's a bomb hidden inside your computer."
"What?" Simpson exclaimed, half rising from his chair.
"And if you try to leave the room, it will detonate." Simpson immediately sank back down. "But they swept my office for bombs." "Unscrew the back of your computer. There's a screwdriver in your desk drawer. I checked when I was in there."
"But I—"
"Do it." Hand shaking, Simpson retrieved the screwdriver, undid the back cover, and stared at the device Finn had put there. "It's designed to use the chemical and electronic components in the CPU to cause a chain reaction, and then a big boom. By the way, I can also see everything you're doing, so if you try to disarm the bomb, I'll blow you up. Understood?" Simpson slowly nodded. "Don't just nod. I want to hear you say it. Do you understand? I understand. For God's sakes, I understand. A man will come to your office shortly. You will go with him without resistance. If you try to warn anyone, I will detonate the bomb and your whole office disappears. Once out of your office, if you try anything, say anything to anyone to try and get away, your wife is dead. Do you understand that? You have Donna? The former Miss Alabama is doing very well right now. That status could change, depending on your level of cooperation. Do you understand? Yes, Simpson said in a defeated tone. Good. Now compose yourself and wait for him to come. I'll be listening and watching until he does. He'll explain that he's taking you to an emergency meeting at Langley to cover a crisis that just came up, one that the chairman of the Intelligence Committee needs to be in on. You will confirm to your staff that this is true. Understood? Yes. A few minutes later, there was a knock at Simpson's office door. Shortly after that, the pale but composed senator was escorted down the elevator by Stone, dressed in a black suit. He was also wearing sunglasses. They got into a car driven by Reuben. As the car pulled away, Stone took off his sunglasses and stared at Simpson. Hello, Roger. It's been a long time. Do I know you? Simpson's breath caught in his throat as Stone's gaze bore into him. I guess I haven't changed as much as I thought, Stone said. Actually, I think I did all my aging while working for you and Gray. Simpson stammered. John, please, you have to believe me. I had nothing to do with what happened to you or your wife, he added quickly. And we took care of Jackie. We loved her very much. Stone elbowed the man hard in the ribs. My daughter's name was Elizabeth, not Jackie. Simpson spoke slowly into the phone. His words had been scripted. If the man had any desire to deviate from that script, Stone was holding a gun against his head to dissuade him. They want to meet, Carter, he said in a strained voice. I have no idea what you're talking about, Gray said. Who are you talking about? You know who. Well, tell them, whoever they are, that if they're recording this conversation, I wish them luck in trying to use it against anyone. Carter, damn it, they've kidnapped me. I can call 911 if you like. Any idea where they might be holding you? They have something you want. Really? They know about David. Again, I don't know what you're talking about. They have the orders I signed. You know the ones. No, I really don't. Simpson said angrily, You authorized that order, Carter. Again, without possibly knowing what you're really talking about, I can try to make a trade. Me for the boy. No, for the orders. What about me? What about you, Roger? They'll kill me. I'm very sorry to hear that, but you've lived a fairly long and full life. Where do they want to do the exchange? You son of a bitch! Stone took the phone. We'll call you back with the place and time, and we'll throw in Simpson for no extra charge. I have no desire to keep him. John, nice to hear your voice. Do you know how difficult you've made things for me? It seems to be the only thing I live for anymore. And of course you won't be lying in wait to ambush me. You'll just have to take your chances, just like I will. All right, John. But if you really want to do a deal, you'll have to sweeten the pot. I want the original recording you took at Murder Mountain. That's not negotiable. Oh, but it is. You cost me my career. I want it back. And don't try to run and make copies. We have technology now that shows that. And if I don't? I don't have to tell you the consequences, do I? Stone looked at Finn. All right. I'll call you back with the time and place. And you have to be there in person, or it's no deal. Mandy and the rest of the Finn family were moved to other quarters by Reuben, Caleb, and Alex that night, after taking great precautions to make sure they weren't followed. They also brought Lacia to stay with them. Caleb was left on guard with strict instructions to phone immediately if anything seemed suspicious.
Then Reuben and Alex left to help the others with the preparations for the exchange of Simpson and David Finn. Back at the cellar, Stone quickly made it clear that only he and Finn would be directly involved in the exchange. "Oliver," Alex said, "you have no idea how many people Gray's going to be bringing. If you remember Murder Mountain, it was a lot of guys with submachine guns." Stone said, "This time, we'll have the advantage." He looked at Annabelle. "However, we need someone to lead David out. For a number of reasons, you fit the bill. Are you game?" Alex stepped between them. "Wait a minute. If anyone's going in there with you, it's going to be me, not Annabelle. She will only be involved in getting David out of the building. We have a way to do that that doesn't involve confrontation with Gray and his men." He looked at Annabelle again. "I know you have a great deal of nerve, but I wouldn't ask you to do this if I could think of any other way." He added quietly, "And you have no reason to help me. I certainly abandoned you in your time of need." She looked at Stone and then over at Alex. "Well, your hand-picked replacement did a pretty good job, so I am game. Where is this all going to go down?" Finn answered, "The Capitol Visitor Center." "It's not finished yet," Milton said. "Which is exactly why we're using it," Stone answered. "When is all this going to happen?" Annabelle asked. "Tomorrow night," Stone answered. Alex said, "But that's the night of the mock terrorist attack on Capitol Hill. We got that notice a while back. The place would be total chaos, Oliver. Ambulances, police, fire trucks, casualties, total bedlam." "Chaos always makes it easier to escape," Stone noted. Finn's Red Cell team had prepped a tractor-trailer rig for use on its planned penetration of the visitor center. The truck was ready to go, and when Finn told Stone about the rig's capabilities, the X666 had bluntly replied, "Go get it." And Finn had, with very little trouble actually, since he had the keys to the tractor and access to the secure storage facility where it was housed. He was now driving the rig through the middle of the Capitol. As he pulled into the entrance to the visitor center, he could see preparations for the mock terrorist attack unfolding all around him. He brought his truck to a stop in the loading dock alley and hopped out. He wore the requisite uniform and had the proper ID, and shipping orders all phony but good enough to fool a very bored government gunslinger. He showed the manifest to the guard and then popped the back door of the truck. The guard inspected the cargo, even pulling the tops off some of the boxes and peering in before closing them back up. Finn had arrived here at 6:30 because he knew the construction workers were scheduled to go off duty promptly at 6 because of the mock terrorist attack. The next shift came on the following morning. The exchange with Gray would be set for midnight as soon as the call was made 2 hours from now by Stone. This would give them an opportunity to put their exit plan in place and give Gray very little time to make his own preparations. Down the street, Milton was sitting in a parked car with his cell phone in hand. He was the failsafe. If everything seemed to be going to hell, he was to call the police, the FBI, the fire department, and anyone else they could think of. Since they would all be in close proximity, their response time should be very fast, although it still might not be fast enough. Caleb was back at the hiding place keeping watch over Lacia and the rest of the Finn family. Reuben and Alex were nearby, waiting for word from Stone. "This is going to take some time," Finn told the guard. "I not only have to offload the equipment, but I have to unpack it too, and my helper called in sick." "How long is long?" the guard asked. "Probably after midnight before it's all done." "You better get to it then," the guard said, walking away without bothering to offer to help. Finn used a power-driven hand truck to offload the boxes of HVAC equipment and take it inside the visitor center. 4 of the cargo boxes had compartments cleverly concealed in the bottom. Out from one box popped Stone, and from another, Annabelle. From another box they pulled a gagged and bound Simpson. From the 4th box, Stone and Finn retrieved their weapons, including sniper rifles that Stone had used when he worked as a 666. Finn looked at them doubtfully. "They still work just fine," Stone assured him, "despite their, vintage." No night vision equipment? No. Gray's men will have them. State of the art, Finn said slowly. I'm actually counting on that. And body armor, latest generation. I always aim for the head. They put the bound Simpson behind a crate of ceiling tiles, and Finn showed Stone and Annabelle the interior rooms, most of which were unfinished. Stone stopped at one room and looked up. Balcony? Finn nodded. This is the Great Hall. It looks down on the main visitors area. There's also the atrium, the Congressional Auditorium, exhibition gallery, theaters, and dining area. I like this room, Stone said firmly, as he stared at the waist-high concrete wall along the balcony. High ground is always good ground. Now show me where the closest power supply is. After that was done, Finn led them through a series of doors that ended in a long hall that was closed off. That's the underground corridor leading to the Capitol. It's totally blocked off for now. So, how do I get David out of here? Annabelle asked. Finn nodded and pointed overhead. The ventilation ducts. That was going to be the focal point of our penetration. That duct will carry you directly into the Capitol. I've drawn up a map. He handed it to her and went over various points, including how the duct ended in a small storage room. You only have to walk down a short hall and there's an exit door there. It's not guarded, and you can open it from the inside. Stone looked at Annabelle. That's why you fit the bill. There's no way Reuben or Alex could have fit in there. Caleb and Milton are small enough, but... I know, Annabelle said. If we run into any problems, I can try and talk my way out. For the next 2 hours, Stone and Finn choreographed what would happen later that night. Finn was highly experienced when it came to work like this, but he finally had to admit to himself that when it came to killing other people while putting oneself in the best possible position to survive, Oliver Stone was his clear superior. And then they were as ready as they were going to be. Stone made the call to Gray, and then they both took up their positions and waited. Stone knew that Gray would send in an advance guard to recon the place. Sure enough, 2 hours later, men came sniffing and poking around with the security guards out front no doubt either tied up or suitably intimidated by the men's badges. Then the man himself appeared. Carter Gray was looking chunkier than usual. From his sniper's post, Stone instantly discerned why. Body armor. That didn't bother Stone in the slightest, since, as he told Finn, he always aimed for the head. People couldn't survive without a brain, although it did seem that more than a few people in Washington managed to do so quite nicely. Next to Gray was a man pushing a hand truck with a bag on it. He unzipped the bag and helped the boy out. David Finn was blindfolded and had sound mufflers over his ears. Wobbling, he stood next to Gray, who looked around the vast interior of the uncompleted Great Hall. "Well," Gray said to the emptiness, "we're here." Harry Finn walked out into the room, a gagged Simpson in hand. "Give me the boy." Gray looked mildly annoyed at being talked to in such a manner. "Harry Finn, Lacia and Raphael's son. You take after your mother more than your father. Let me have my son. Where are the orders? And where is my recording?" Finn pulled a set of papers and a cell phone from his jacket pocket. He held them up. "I want David next to me." Finn pushed Simpson toward Gray. The senator jogged the last few steps. When he reached Gray, the intelligence chief immediately had the gag and hand bindings removed. The guard pushed David toward his father. Finn hugged his son. "It's okay, Davy, I got you." He took off the blindfold and sound mufflers. "Dad!" David said in a trembling voice as he squeezed his father's hand. Gray held out his hand. "Give them to me. Now!" Finn tossed the items to him. Gray looked at the orders. "It's hard to believe these have survived all these years." "Lots of things have survived all these years, including my mother," Finn said, as he edged David behind him. He could sense everyone's fingers edging toward triggers. Gray listened to the recording on the cell phone, then handed it to a man next to him, who placed it in a small electronic device and played it again. He read off the result displayed on an LED screen on the side of the device. "It's the original, copied once." Stone had given one copy to Gray previously. Gray smiled, pocketed the cell phone, and looked at Finn. "And how is your mother?" "A widow, thanks to you." Gray looked around. "John, I know you're out there. Perhaps you have your little ragtag regiment with you. But just so you understand the playing field, I have this place surrounded and sealed shut, and it has been placed off-limits to the police, FBI, Secret Service, and anyone else you might be counting on. I'm sure you know there is a mock terrorist attack going on outside right now. That's probably why you selected this place tonight. You no doubt hoped it would help you to escape. But what it does, instead, is ensure that if there is any shooting in here, no one outside will hear it. Or if they do, they won't bother to investigate." As they listened, the sounds of staged sirens, gunfire, and bombs exploding, all part of the drill, reached them. Gray glanced back at Finn. "And you might want to thank this young man, John. He killed Bingham, Cincetti, and Cole. You have no way of knowing this, but it was your 3 former colleagues who were part of the team sent to kill you. They missed, of course, but they did get your wife. Cole claimed he was the one who killed her, but Bingham disputed that. They actually volunteered for the job. I guess you weren't too popular with them." Only silence greeted this verbal right cross from Gray. Gray waited a moment and then added, "You also might want to see who else I stumbled on while I was on my way here." Finn's heart sank as he saw Milton being marched in between 2 of Gray's men. From behind the concrete parapet on the balcony, Stone's finger eased near the trigger of his rifle. He could take both men out before they could harm Milton. The only problem was he didn't know where the rest of Gray's strike team was. He needed to flush them out. Finn said quietly, "I think that concludes the exchange." Gray shook his head. "Actually, Harry, it's just starting." He nodded to his men as he backed out with Simpson. When they reached safety, Simpson called out, "By the way, John, I was the one who ordered the hit on you. No one leaves 666 voluntarily. My only regret was we didn't get you then, but good things come to those who wait." From the balcony, Stone stared down at the spot where Simpson was speaking from. The senator was smart enough to have put a thick wall between them. For an instant, Stone's mind went blank. Then everything clicked back on. He had a job to do, and nothing Simpson could say would interfere with that. He raced over to a large, powered winch they had set up earlier. On cue, Finn grabbed his son and flung him down, pulling a gun from his waistband and shielding David with his body. The next instant, a large object dropped from the rafters. It was a heavy Jersey wall they'd hoisted up earlier. Stone had just let it go and hustled back to his shooting position. The barrier hit its mark perfectly, landing a foot in front of Finn and his son. The impact nearly broke it in half, but they immediately took cover behind it. Gray's 2 men took aim at Milton, the easiest target. Before their fingers could squeeze the triggers, 2 rounds from Stone's weapon, fired a split second apart, killed them. Next to Stone was a long electrical cord attached to a power strip. He hit a button and the entire room went black. He raced down from the balcony. He had memorized the number of steps and turns, so the darkness didn't slow him much. He dropped on top of a flat roller that they'd found in a storage room, the kind that mechanics use to glide under cars. He slid across the floor of the great hall, heading toward Milton. The original plan had been to get Finn and his son out this way, but Milton was in the most immediate danger. He called out, "Finn, cover!" Finn immediately started laying down fire. As he rolled along, Stone blinked rapidly, making his eyes adjust to the absence of light. He hit one dead body. His fingers snagged the NV goggles off the dead man's belt. As he put them on, he said, "Milton!" "Over here," Milton answered weakly. Stone powered on the goggles and looked to his right. Milton was lying there, his hands over his head. The other dead man had fallen on top of him. Stone asked, "Are you hurt?" "No." Stone pulled the body off his friend, and double-decking on the roller, they slid across the room toward the stairs to the balcony, while Finn emptied 2 clips from his pistol to cover their escape. Stone said to Milton, "I'm taking you to Annabelle. She, you, and David will get out via a duct that leads to the Capitol. It'll be a tight fit, but you can make it." "Oliver, I can't go out that way." "Why not?" "I've got claustrophobia." Stone sighed. "All right, then you can leave with me." "No tight places," Milton said nervously. "It's all tight places in here, Milton," Stone snapped. "Did you see how many men Gray brought with him?" "A dozen." "Then he has 10 left." Stone knew that the next part of their escape involved running through quite a bit of open space. Gray's men were certainly watching for any sign of them through their NV goggles. Stone was actually counting on that. The goggles were wonderful tools, but they had one Achilles heel. Stone pulled off his goggles, tensed, and then hit the button on the power strip again. Lights blazed on all over. He heard voices calling out in pain. Gray's men. He and Milton ran for it. No sooner had they gotten behind cover than Gray's men recovered and opened up with overwhelming firepower. Stone left Milton and raced off again. Finn and his son were still behind the barrier, pinned down by fire. Thinking quickly, Stone grabbed the motorized hand truck full of commercial HVAC equipment and made his way to Finn and David. The bullets fired by Gray's men bounced off the heavy metal. With this shield, they made their way back to relative safety and collected Milton. They sprinted down the hall and through a series of doors, handing a terrified David off to Annabelle. Annabelle saw Milton and said, "My God, what are you doing here?" "Long story and no time to tell it," Stone said. "You and David can get out through the ducts. Milton will come with us." Finn hugged his crying son, who kept his arms tightly around his father. Finally, Finn eased the boy off and told David he had to go with Annabelle. "You have to help your mom," he said. "I'll be there as soon as I can." Annabelle looked at Stone, took his hand and squeezed it. "Don't die, Oliver. Please don't die." They helped her and David into the duct. Finn led Stone and Milton to another tunnel paralleling the one they had been in. They came to a stop at a secured door. Stone shot the lock off, and Finn opened the door, revealing a long passageway. "That'll take us to the Jefferson Building," Finn said. Stone nodded. "Caleb told me how to get out of the Jefferson without anyone seeing us. Harry, you go first, Milton in the middle, and I'll bring up the rear." Milton peered down the long, dark corridor. "Are you sure it's safe?" "As safe as—" Stone never knew where the shot came from. He barely heard it. He never saw Finn raise his gun and fire. He never saw the sniper fall. All he saw was the look on Milton's face. The eyes widened slightly, as though he was only mildly surprised. Then he dropped to his knees, still looking up at Stone. The blood started dripping from his mouth. He only said one word, "Oliver?" Then Milton Farb dropped face first on the hard floor. His body twitched once, and he lay still, the large hole dead center of his back, oozing red. Stone had seen many wounds just like that one, all of them fatal. Milton was dead. Finn stared down at the body. My God. Stone knelt down, lifted his friend's body up, carried it over to a corner and placed him gently down. He closed the blank eyes and put the small, slender hands over the still chest. Then he rose, clenched his weapon, and walked past Finn without a word. He wasn't heading towards safety. He was heading back to the visitor center. Harry Finn eyed the door to the Jefferson Building and freedom. His son was safe. He could join him in a short time if he left now. This wasn't his fight anymore. John Carr had killed his father. What did he owe the man? Everything. He saved me, my mother, and my son. I owe him everything. He gripped his gun and raced after Oliver Stone. It wasn't mild-mannered, middle-aged cemetery caretaker Oliver Stone who strode out into battle that night. It was a killing machine called John Carr, 30 years younger, with all the skills and ferocity of a lifetime spent ending other people's lives in ways unimaginable to most people. He used every one of those skills that night, and yet there seemed a greater power at work. Bullets that should have ended his life numerous times missed by less than an inch, Disaster that should have struck never did. Maybe it was finally his time for justice. He only thought about that later. Tonight he just killed, and the unfinished visitor center ran red with blood. Finn had killed only one more man. Stone had finished off the other 6, 2 with shots that Finn had never seen anyone make before. He still couldn't fathom how Stone had done it. It seemed the man had simply willed the bullets to find their marks. When the last man had dropped, Finn and Stone left via the emergency exit, reaching the Jefferson Building and leaving from there as Caleb had told them. An anguished Stone carried Milton's body over his shoulder. A few minutes later, Milton's body was loaded into the ambulance by Stone and Finn on a gurney, a sheet placed over his face. With Stone riding in the back, Finn drove away, the ambulance lights flashing. Finn glanced in the rearview mirror. Stone was sitting next to his friend, his head hanging down. Stone lifted the sheet, took Milton's still warm hand in his and squeezed it. He started mouthing words that Finn could not hear clearly, but he instinctively knew what the man was saying. "I'm sorry, Milton. I am so sorry." At 4 o'clock in the morning, Carter Gray received the news. His men had been wiped out. Carr and Finn had escaped. Carr, the killing machine, obviously hadn't lost his touch. He immediately called Simpson. "Well?" Simpson asked. "Just like we planned, Roger. Carr and Finn are dead. There'll be nothing in the news. We'll cover it all up." "Excellent. Now we can finally put this behind us." Gray hung up. Right. He met with the president later that day after he had taken care of sanitizing the visitor center. The commander-in-chief was not particularly happy about these events. "What the hell happened there last night? I was told they found blood in there and evidence of a gun battle." "Sir, we were able to track down John Carr and Lacia's son at the visitor center." "My God, in the middle of the Capitol? I have no idea how they got in there, but they did. We received a tip, went down there with a detachment of paramilitary, and had a very intense shootout." "And what the hell happened?" "The appropriate people were terminated," Gray said vaguely. "Did we take any casualties?" "Yes, unfortunately. Families are being notified." "Where are the bodies?" "We're having them flown overseas for discreet disposal. We have to keep this hush-hush, sir. The press would have a field day with all this." "Look, Carter, I am the president. I want to know what all this is, and I want to know right now." Gray sat back. He had, of course, been expecting this. He pulled the orders from his pocket. He'd destroyed the cell phone, but these orders were too valuable. Valuable principally because they didn't have his name on them. The president read through the documents. "Roger Simpson?" Gray nodded. "Let me tell you the entire story, sir." It was mostly fabrication, but Gray delivered it with such authority and assurance that when the president sat back, it was clear he accepted all of it as truth. "And Lacia and Raphael Solomon's involvement?" the president asked. "Solomon has been labeled a traitor to this country. Was he? If not, we have to make this right somehow." Gray hesitated. "I cannot say with assurance that he was a traitor, sir." "But you said he was terminated. You said he was a traitor." "Back then it seemed clear that he was. Now perhaps less so. I have to investigate further." "You do that, Carter, you do that. And if the truth is that this man was innocent, we will make it right. Do you understand?" "I'd have it no other way. Ray Solomon was my friend." "One more thing, sir." "Yes?" "I'd like to come back to work, as the intelligence chief. I want to serve my country again." "Well, as you know, that slot is presently unfilled, so it's yours if you really want it. I doubt the Senate will have any problem confirming a Medal of Freedom winner." "I really want it, Mr. President." He shook Gray's hand. "I appreciate your frankness today, Carter. You're a true patriot. Wish we had more like you." Oliver Stone didn't attend Milton's funeral, though most of the others were present and grief-stricken. Caleb was so distraught at his friend's death that Alex and Annabelle had to hold him upright. Harry Finn had wanted to come, but he was still in hiding with his family. Alex had checked in with his supervisor and had found that all of his problems had gone away. "I don't know what the hell it was all about," the supervisor said, "and I don't think I want to know." They all gathered a week later at Caleb's condo to honor Milton's memory. This time, Finn came with Lacia. "I can't believe Oliver missed Milton's funeral," Reuben said, staring down into his beer. "Can't believe it," he said again, his eyes red. Annabelle looked at Alex. "No word from him at all?" Alex shook his head. "Harry, you were the last one to see him. Did he say anything about where he was going, what he was going to do?" Finn shook his head. "I know he blames himself for Milton's death." Caleb said angrily, "And I read in the paper where Carter Gray is going to be the head of the intelligence community again. Isn't that just wonderful? We all know what he's done. We know, but we have no proof." He slumped down in a chair and stared at a photo of Milton that he'd placed on a shelf for all to see. Tears slid down his fat cheeks. Finn said, "My family and I will have to leave the country somehow. Gray won't stop until he gets us." "I think not. It is time to end this foolishness." All eyes swung around to Lacia, who sat in one corner. From her bag she pulled an item, a very unusual object for an elderly woman to be carrying around. It was a bear. "My granddaughter's beloved bear. My beautiful Susie's bear that I gave her when she was very little." Everyone simply stared at her, no doubt wondering if she had, at that very instant, lost her mind. "It is with Susie's permission that I took this." She took a small penknife from her purse and cut the stitching holding the bear together. She parted the seam, reached in, and pulled out a small box. "I had a craftsman in Russia make it for me." She took out a key, unlocked the box, and took out a thumb-sized electronic device with a USB port. "Does anyone here have a computer?" The scene on the computer screen was a small, sparsely furnished room. 4 people were seated around a wooden table. A younger Lacia and Raphael Solomon were on one side. Across from them was Roger Simpson as a young man, and next to Simpson was another man who hadn't really changed all that much. "Carter Gray," Alex said. Lacia nodded. "It was Raphael's idea to secretly film this. The mission was so monumental, you see." As they watched the 4 discuss the assassination, it seemed that Andropov had already been killed, and they were now focusing on Konstantin Chernenko as the only man standing in the way of Gorbachev's rise to power. "You did wonderfully the first time, Ray and Lacia," Gray was saying. "There wasn't the slightest doubt that Andropov died from natural causes." "There are certain poisons that leave no trace," Lacia commented. "And there are those high up in the Soviet Union who were not sad to see poor Yuri go." "Perhaps it will be the same with Chernenko," Simpson said, "now that he's been named the General Secretary." Gray cut in. "But wait a bit. At least a year. It will allow us time to arrange things on our end and cut down on suspicion. All roads now point to Gorbachev taking power after Chernenko dies. If we wait, Konstantin may accommodate us without poison. He is not a well man," Solomon pointed out. "So we give it a year," Gray said again. "Then if he's still alive, you and Lacia can make sure he isn't living much longer." "And the director and the president are on board with this too?" Solomon asked. Simpson answered, "Absolutely. They see it as critical to world peace and the destruction of the Soviet Union. As you know, there are many on the Soviet side who want this too." Gray was beaming. "You'll both be heroes," he said. He turned to Lacia. "Your coming over to our side has made all the difference. If there is peace between the U.S. and what's left of the Soviet Union, it will be in large measure because of you. And though it can never be made public, you will have earned the eternal gratitude of your adopted nation. You and Ray have risked your lives countless times on behalf of this country, and I bring a message directly from the President that he expresses his heartfelt gratitude for all that you've done for America." The film ran for a few more minutes and then stopped. Lacia said,
I have never seen any human beings who could lie as well as your Carter Gray and Roger Simpson. Next to them, I was but a rank amateur."
"Why the hell didn't you show us this before?" Alex demanded. "When you gave us the written orders," Finn added.
"Only fools give up all they have on the first go-round. You keep something back always. I had the film saved and put on this device before I placed it inside the bear and gave it to Susie."
"But what do we do with this?" Alex said.
"I want to meet with Carter Gray."
"What if he won't?" Alex said. Lacia smiled.
"Let me talk to him on the phone. Then he will see me."
"It's been a long time, Lacia," Gray said, as the two sat across from each other. They were in a motel room in Fredericksburg, Virginia. "You've changed quite a bit," he added politely.
"Given recent events, it is clear that you haven't changed at all."
"You said on the phone that you had something I needed to see?"
"I know you have men outside. You always have men outside, Carter."
"Yes, in my line of work, one has to take precautions. The thing you wanted to show me. I don't have a lot of time." Lacia opened the laptop computer she brought with her. Gray sat watching it until the screen went dark. He looked over at her.
"Was the film Rayfield's idea?"
"Yes." "If he suspected the truth, why did he carry out the plan?"
"He was loyal. You were not. But he really did it to protect me. He knew how vulnerable I would be. He at least had the cover of the Americans. I had nothing."
"What happened to you and Rayfield was something that I've always deeply regretted, Lacia. In many ways, he was the best friend I ever had."
"He trusted you, Carter. I did not, but he did. It was Simpson he was always wary of."
"He was a good judge of character." Gray sat forward, seeming eager to finally tell the truth. "Lacia, I did not order his death. That was Roger's doing. I never would have done that to Ray, never. I was furious when I found out, but there was nothing I could do, and I tried with all my might to have Ray's name removed from the wall of shame at CIA. But Roger had fixed that up too neatly. He had built a very convincing story of Ray's treason, and with Ray dead and unable to defend himself, there was nothing I could do. I don't want your explanations, Carter. What's done is done. Nothing can bring my husband back." Gray sat back. "So what do you want? I'm sure you've thought about that, too, over all these decades."
"Oh, yes, I've thought about it, and I know exactly what I want. And I have been waiting to tell you for 30 years, you son of a bitch. And you're going to sit there and listen, and then you're going to do exactly as I say."
When she had finished, Gray rose to go. "Can I expect to have the original of that film, and all copies in return for doing what you've asked?"
"No, you cannot. You only have my word that I will take it to my grave, and you and Simpson should consider yourselves fortunate. I could destroy you both. Nothing would make me happier. But I am a person who actually thinks of things besides my own happiness. And that is the only thing that has saved you and the miserable Simpson. Now leave me. I do not want to see you again. Oh, but you can tell the good senator something for me."
"What's that?"
"I've heard he wants to be president."
"Yes, he intends on running."
"Well, you can tell him to rethink his plans, unless he wants to explain the contents of that film to the American people. You will tell him that."
"I will. Goodbye, Lacia. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry." Rayfield Solomon's picture was taken down from the wall of shame at CIA. A bogus reason was given for his revised history. It was hidden under the rubric, "New Evidence Coming to Light." And then the CIA classified the evidence. Scholars might get a shot at it in 100 years or so. Solomon was then posthumously given the CIA's highest award for fieldwork. Never again would his name be spoken in the same sentence as traitor. Lacia Solomon was awarded the Medal of Freedom, the first time it had been given to a former Russian spy. Again, the reasons for this were classified, but it still made the national news. She even gave an interview praising the progress in American-Russian relations. She finished by saying that she wished her heroic husband, who did so much to end the Cold War, could have lived to see it. She refused all other interviews, and once more disappeared. 6 months passed, and no one had heard a word from Oliver Stone. Caleb returned to work at the library, but the old books that had given him so much pleasure now seemed just like, well, old books. Reuben went back to work at the loading dock, and then came home and sat on his couch, beer in hand, and yet he never drank any of it. He would pour it down the sink and go to bed. With one member dead and its leader having disappeared, the Camel Club seemed officially disbanded. Harry Finn rejoined his Red Cell team and started doing work for Homeland Security again. Because of Lacia's demand and the evidence she held, it was certain that Carter Gray would make no move against him or his family ever again, and it was also certain that Finn would never stand trial for killing 3 men and attempting to kill Carter Gray. Yet Finn did not have the soul of a killer, and what he had done haunted him. He finally took a 6-month leave of absence. He spent all his time with his family, shuttling his kids to school and sports, and holding his wife as she slept. He kept in contact with his mother, but she refused his pleas for her to come and live with them. He wanted to come to know her in a way that didn't involve secrets and plotting violent deaths, but his mother apparently didn't want this. If this wounded Finn, he did not show it. Annabelle could have left D.C. and spent the rest of her life living on the millions she conned from Bagger, but she didn't. After she and Alex finished explaining things to the FBI about Bagger and Patty Conroy, an explanation that left out any details of Annabelle's multi-million-dollar ripoff of Bagger, the lady worked another con. The target this time was the church that owned Stone's cottage. She convinced them that she was Stone's daughter, and she volunteered to move in and keep the cemetery in decent shape until her father returned from what she described as a much-needed vacation. She had the place fixed up, brought new furniture in, all while carefully preserving Stone's things. Then she started taking care of the grounds. When Carter Gray had informed Roger Simpson of Lacia's demand, the senator's initial response had been predictable. "There must be something we can do," Simpson had wailed. "I've worked my whole life to make this run for the White House." He eyed Gray hopefully. "I don't see what can be done," Gray replied. "You know where she is? If we can—" "No, Roger. Lacia has suffered enough. This is about more than you or me. She gets to live out what's left of her life in peace." It was clear from Simpson's expression that he was not in agreement with this. Gray gave him one more warning to leave it alone, and then left. Months passed, and still Simpson brooded. In the pre-dawn hours one morning, Simpson sat moodily in his bathrobe, which he typically did after retrieving the newspaper from outside the front door of his condo. He slumped down at the kitchen table and stared out the window into the darkness. The sun was still hours away from making its creep up the wall of the eastern seaboard. He sighed, opened his paper, and froze. Staring back at him was a photo that had been taped inside the front page of the newspaper he was holding. As he stared at the picture of the woman, it suddenly occurred to him who she was. Then her head disappeared. Left in its place was a large hole. Simpson gasped and then looked down at his chest. Blood was pouring out of it from where the bullet had entered after passing through the newspaper and neatly obliterating the identity of the woman. By any standard, it was a hell of a shot. His eyes started to flutter as he stared out the window where the glass had been cracked by the bullet. He looked at the shell of the building across the street, the one that had never been finished. As he pitched forward, dead, onto his kitchen table, the thought did occur to Simpson of who had just killed him. In quickly rebuilding Carter Gray's cliffside house overlooking the Chesapeake Bay, great pains had been taken in ensuring that the intelligence chief would be safe and secure. This goal, obviously, included preventing someone from blowing up the place a second time. With that in mind, and taking into account some of Oliver Stone's observations, the windows were all now made from bulletproof glass, and the gas regulator was no longer accessible from the outside. The storm was fast approaching from the bay. The rumbles of thunder reached Gray's ears as he dressed in his bedroom. He checked his watch. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. He would have to hurry a bit. There would be no chopper ride today. The winds were too strong and unpredictable, and lightning was already starting to flash across the sky. He climbed into a 3 SUV motorcade. His vehicle was in the middle. A driver and guard were in his Escalade. The other 2 SUVs carried 6 armed men total. As the cars pulled out of the estate and onto the road, the rain began to sprinkle lightly. The motorcade slowed to round a curve, and that's when Gray saw it. He rolled down the window to get a better look. Set into the grass next to the road was a tombstone with a small American flag stuck into the ground in front of the white grave marker. They were exactly like the ones used at Arlington National Cemetery. An instant later, Gray realized what he had just done. Before he could even scream, the round from the long-range rifle slammed into the side of his head, ending his life. Oliver Stone had shot Gray from such a long distance away that he did not need to sprint away from the man's bodyguards. In truth, he had made even more difficult shots in his career, but none that meant more to him. He made his way slowly back through the woods to the dead man's home. As he walked along, the rain started coming down harder, and the flashes of lightning and accompanying cracks of thunder picked up their pace. He'd killed Simpson from the unfinished building across the street, his sniper rifle perched on an oil drum. The photo Stone had taped inside the newspaper was of his wife, Claire. He wanted Simpson to know. He'd placed the photo at a precise spot on the page, gauged his shot accordingly, leaving behind no evidence of who was in the picture. He skirted the edge of Gray's property, his gait steady but unhurried. He knew Gray's men would be coming soon, but in many ways he'd waited his entire adult life for this moment. He did not intend on rushing it. He reached the edge of the cliff and looked down at the dark water far below. He turned and walked away from the edge. Then John Carr whipped around and ran straight toward the edge and over it. He sailed out into space with his arms spread wide, his legs splayed. As the water rushed toward him, Carr's arms and legs came together in perfect form. Some things you just never forgot. Your brain didn't need to send a message. Your body just knew what to do. And for most of his life, John Carr had known just what needed to be done. An instant before he hit the water, Oliver Stone smiled. And then John Carr disappeared beneath the waves.
This has been an Hachette audio production, Stone Cold, written by David Baldacci and read by Ron McClarty, produced and directed by Kevin Thompson, abridged by Kevin Thompson, production supervised by Michelle McGonigal. Stone Cold is also available in print from Hachette Book Group USA. Text copyright 2007 by David Baldacci. Audio production copyright 2007 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Except as permitted under the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, no part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, or stored in a database or retrieval system without the written permission of the publisher. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales, is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.